about the last few hours of your day. Maybe you searched for a product on Google, watched a YouTube video with an ad or something on Instagram that matched your interest. You may have ever seen or checked a product yesterday and started seeing it again today. These experiences may feel separate, but from business perspective, they are all connected through digital marketing. Digital marketing is not just about posting on social media or running few ads. It is about understanding who your customer is, where they spend their time online, what they are interested in, and what message should reach them at the right moment. For example, imagine you're looking for running shoes. You search on Google, visit a website, check a product, leave without purchasing. Later, you see an ad on YouTube or Instagram, receive an email offer, and finally make the purchase. Behind that simple journey are multiple digital marketing activities such as SEO, paid advertising, social media marketing, remarketing, email marketing, analytics, and conversion tracking works together. Another major advantage is that digital marketing is measurable. Businesses can track clicks, website visits, leads, purchases, engagement, and campaign performance to understand what is working and what needs improvement. So whether you are new to marketing, planning a career in this field, or trying to grow a business online, then this session will help you understand how modern digital marketing works as a complete system. Now let's see what all we are going to cover in this session. So we will begin with introduction to digital marketing, where we will understand what digital marketing actually means and why businesses depend upon it. Then we will explore the major types of digital marketing, including SEO, content marketing, social media marketing, email marketing, and performance marketing. Moving ahead, we will compare digital marketing and traditional marketing to understand how they differ in terms of cost, targeting, communication, measurement, and ROI. Yes, return on investment. After that, we will explore audience, targeting, tracking, and remarketing, where we will understand how marketers reach specific audiences and bring interested customers back. Then we will understand digital marketing strategy and analytics, how businesses set their goals, select channels, track results, and continuously improve campaigns. Moving forward, we will explore SEO fundamentals and learn how websites can improve their visibility on search engines and attract the right audiences. Next, we will look at Google Ads and paid campaigns, including how businesses reach targeted users and manage ad spend effectively. After that, we will cover social media marketing across platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, followed by email marketing and how email campaigns can help build customer relationships and drive conversions. We'll then move into analytics and reporting to understand how marketers track performance and make better decisions using that data. Finally, we will discuss remarketing and how business reconnect with potential customers who have already shown the interest. All of this under just one video, so stay till the very end as it is going to be really interesting, trust me. So before we move on, let me share something very exciting with you all guys. If you are interested in going beyond the fundamentals of digital marketing and actually building practical skills, then you can check out Simplilearn's AI-powered digital marketing certificate program. The program focuses on what it calls the 3 A's of modern digital marketing, that is AI, automation, and analytics. It is designed as a 5-month live online interactive program and includes masterclasses from SP Jain Global faculty. Instead of learning marketing only through theory, the program focuses on applying concepts using 35 plus marketing tools with an emphasis on Gen AI and MarTech, along with 7 practical projects and more than 15 case studies. Yes, you heard that right. The learning path covers areas such as digital marketing fundamentals, AI-powered content marketing, SEO, GEO, and AU, even search engine marketing, social media marketing, affiliate marketing, and influencer marketing. Learners also get exposure to Meta Expert sessions, and the program offers a certificate from SP Jain School of Global Management and Simplilearn. So, if you are looking to build up practical digital marketing skills and understand how AI, automation, and analytics are changing modern marketing, then you can check out the program given in the description link below. Now, before we begin, here's a quick quiz question for you. And the question is, which of the following is a digital marketing channel? And your options are option A, SEO, option B, newspaper printing, option C, billboard painting, or the option D, door-to-door sales. Let us know your answers in the comment section below and let's see who will give the right answer first. Now, let's get started with our today's session. So let's begin with the most basic question, that is, what exactly is digital marketing? In simple terms, digital marketing means promoting a brand, product, or service using digital channels. These channels could include search engines such as Google, social media platforms such as Instagram or LinkedIn, websites, mobile applications, emails, online marketplaces, and many other digital platforms. But there's something very important here. Digital marketing is not only about promotion. Its job doesn't end when somebody sees an advertisement. A complete digital marketing journey can take a person from knowing nothing about a company to eventually becoming a loyal customer. We can understand this through 4 simple stages: reach, interact, convert, and engage. Let's say you launch a new headphone brand. Initially, nobody knows your company. So your first goal is to reach. You may use social media content, advertising, SEO, influencer marketing, or videos to make people aware that your brand exists. Once people know about you, the next step is interaction. Maybe they visit your website, maybe they watch your videos, maybe they compare your headphones with other brands. Now they are interested, but they haven't purchased yet. Then comes conversion. Conversion means getting the person to take the action you want. For an e-commerce company, that could mean purchasing a product. For an education company, it could be registering for a course. For a software company, it could be starting a free trial. And after conversion comes something businesses sometimes forgot, that is engagement and retention. You have already spent time and money acquiring that customer. You don't want them to purchase once and disappear, right? You want them to come back, you want them to recommend the brand, you want them to become your loyal customer. So digital marketing continues even after a sale. That's why marketing is connected to the entire customer journey rather than only advertising. This journey is also closely related to traditional marketing funnel: awareness, consideration, purchase, and retention. So whenever you are planning a marketing activity, one important question is to ask, which is, what stage of the customer journey are we targeting? Because someone hearing about your brand for the first time should probably not receive the same messages as someone who has already visited your product page 3 times, right? And that's the foundation. Now that we have understood what digital marketing does, let's look at the different ways businesses actually do it. So there are many branches of digital marketing, but let's focus on one of the major ones. Let's start with content marketing. Content marketing means creating useful or engaging content to attract and educate an audience. This could include blogs, videos, guides, webinars, and social media posts, even newsletters, podcasts, and case studies. For example, instead of a fitness company repeatedly saying, "buy our fitness program," they might publish content such as 5 exercises beginners can do at home. That content gives the audience value first. And while consuming the content, people also become aware about the company. That's content marketing. Next, we have social media marketing. Now, content marketing and social media marketing can overlap, but they are not exactly the same. Content marketing focuses strongly on deciding what content should be created, but social media marketing focuses on how that content will be published, distributed, managed, and measured on social media platforms. For example, the content team may develop an idea for an Instagram campaign. The social media team may decide when to publish it, how frequently to post, which platform to use, how to respond to the comments, and whether influencers should be involved or how well the campaign performed. So this was a basic difference between content marketing and social media marketing. Moving ahead, we have SEO, which means search engine optimization. See, whenever you search something on Google, you will usually see different types of results. Some may be marked as sponsored and others appears naturally. The unpaid results are generally what marketers try to improve through SEO. SEO involves improving your website and content so search engines can understand it and hopefully show it for the relevant searches. The transcript explains the same distinction between organic search results and paid search results on a search engine results page. Now here's the important thing about SEO. It normally takes time. You cannot create a website today and automatically expect it to become number one on Google tomorrow, right? You need good content, proper website structure, useful information, authority, technical improvement, and consistent working. And that brings us to paid marketing, also known as performance marketing in many organizations. Instead of waiting for organic visibility, businesses can pay platforms to display advertisements. Google Ads is one example, Meta Ads is another. You also see paid advertisements on YouTube, Instagram, online marketplaces, apps, and many other platforms. The biggest advantage here is speed. A business can launch a campaign and start collecting performance data very quickly. But this also means the marketer has to work with numbers. How much did we spend? How many clicks did we receive? How many leads we generated? How many sales? And what's the cost of acquiring one customer? What's the return on ad spend? So, performance marketing is highly connected with analytics. Now, next comes email marketing. Email marketing is especially powerful for communication with people who already know something about the company. It can be highly personalized. Instead of sending the same generic message to everybody, you can send messages based upon their user activity. For example, "Hi Sarah, you left this item in your cart." Or, "Here's a special offer based upon your previous purchase." And even a new course related to one you completed is now available. That's why email marketing can play a major role in engagement and retention. So these different forms of digital marketing aren't competing with one another. In most cases, they work together. SEO attracts people, content educates them, social media engages them, paid ads accelerate reach, email nurtures them. And analytics tells you what is working. And remarketing brings interested users back. So these were all the 5 major types of digital marketing that we are going to cover in our further session in detail. Now let's compare digital marketing with traditional marketing. Traditional marketing includes things such as television, advertisements, newspapers, magazines, radio, billboards, brochures, and similar offline methods. Traditional marketing is not necessarily bad. It can still be the extremely powerful source of marketing. If a large consumer brand wants millions of people to recognize a new product, television and outdoor advertising can create huge awareness. The difference is mostly in how campaigns are targeted, measured, and optimized. So let's begin with the cost. A billboard in a major location or a television commercial can require significant investment. Digital campaigns, on the other hand, can often be started at much smaller budgets. This makes digital marketing accessible not only to huge corporations, but also to small businesses and startups. Next comes targeting. Suppose you are promoting software designed specially to HR managers with a billboard. Everyone passes that location may see the message, students may see it, drivers may see it, tourists may see it. People who have absolutely no interest in HR software may see it. With digital advertising, however, you can narrow the audience considerably using signals such as location, interest, behavior, job-related attributes, previous interactions, and other available targeting criteria. Now comes probably the biggest difference, that is measurement. Suppose 50,000 people pass a billboard. How many actually noticed it? How many remembered the brand? How many visited your store because of that billboard? You can conduct research, but connecting every purchase directly back to that billboard is difficult, right? Now let's compare that with digital marketing. A digital marketing campaign can tell how many people saw the advertisement, how many clicked it, how many visited the website, how many filled out the form, and how many bought the product, and potentially how much revenue resulted from that campaign. That's why tracking and analytics are so important. Another difference is communication. Traditional advertising is often one-way communication. The company speaks, the audience listens. Digital platforms can create much more two-way interaction. A brand publishes a post, customers comment, the company replies, customers share the feedback. Brands respond. This interaction itself becomes a part of marketing. And finally, digital marketing campaigns are easier to modify. If one advertisement isn't working, marketers can pause it, Change the creative, change the audience, change the budget, change the platform, test another version of that. That flexibility is extremely valuable, and that is much less available in traditional form of marketing. Now let's move to one of the most interesting areas, that is audience targeting. Good digital marketing does not begin with an advertisement. It begins with understanding who you are trying to actually reach. Marketers sometimes call this target audience or targeted group. Let's say you sell luxury watches. Showing advertisements to every single internet user would make no sense, right? Your audience might need certain interest, purchasing behavior, geographic characteristics, and other attributes. Now compare that with a business selling inexpensive everyday products. The targeting strategy would be completely different. That's why understanding your customer comes first. Now let's say we successfully bring someone to our website. The next question is, what did they do there? Did they open the home page or immediately leave? Did they check 3 products? Did they spend 5 minutes reading one page? Did they add something to the cart? Did they complete the purchase? Digital analytics helps businesses study this behavior, and that leads directly to remarketing. Let's return to our running shoe example. Suppose you open a website, you select your shoe, you add it to your cart, but then you leave. Later, another website shows you an advertisement featuring that same shoe. That is the basic idea behind remarketing. The businesses already knows that you demonstrated the interest. So instead of treating you like someone who has never heard about the company, it tries to bring you back with a message you can even change. The first advertisement might simply show the shoe. The remarketing advertisement might say, still thinking about it, or it might highlight free delivery or the limited offer. The purpose is to reduce the friction that prevented the purchase. This also shows why different audiences need different messages. Someone discovering the brand needs awareness, someone comparing products needs information, someone who abandoned their cart can need reassurance or an incentive, and someone who purchased may need retention communication. Marketing becomes much more effective when the message matches the customer's stage. At the same time, marketers also need to respect privacy requirements and use customer data responsibly. Tracking should not simply mean collecting everything possible. Responsible marketers need to follow applicable privacy policies, platform rules, consent requirements, and ethical data practices. You should not ignore these points. Now we have learned about all the 3 different channels, but there's one major problem. You can't simply use every platform and hope something works. That's where digital marketing strategy comes into the picture. So before launching anything, start by asking, what is the business goal? Do you want awareness, website traffic, leads, sales, app downloads, subscriptions, customer retention, or anything else? Because if the goal changes, the entire marketing plan can change. For example, a new brand may initially focus heavily on awareness. An established e-commerce company may focus on sales. A subscription company may focus on customer retention. After defining the goal, identify the target audience. Who exactly are we talking to? What are their problems? What do they spend time online? What kind of content influences them? Then choose the right marketing channels. You don't need to be everywhere simply because a platform exists. If your audience actively searches for a solution, search marketing might work as well. If the product is visually appealing, platforms such as Instagram may become important. If you are reselling or selling B2B services, LinkedIn could be relevant. So the important idea is follow your audience instead of following every trend. Moving ahead, you need a content strategy. What we are going to actually communicate, what questions does the audience have, what problems are we solving, what makes the brand different. Then comes budget allocation. If you have a limited marketing budget, where should you spend it? Google, Meta, content creation, SEO, or any other stuff like influencers, emails, or different businesses will have different answers for that, right? So after campaign launches, analytics takes over. This is where digital marketing becomes a continuous cycle. You launch, you measure, you learn, you optimize, and then you repeat. Let's say you launch two advertisements. Advertisement A gets 10,000 impressions and 500 clicks, whereas advertisement B also gets 10,000 impressions but only 100 clicks. Immediately you have the information. Something about advertisement A is attracting more attention as compared to advertisement B. But don't stop there. Maybe advertisement A gets more clicks but very few purchases. Advertisement B gets fewer clicks but those users convert at the much higher rate. Now the interpretation changes, right? That's why marketers shouldn't depend upon a single metric. You need to connect marketing matrices with business results. So, some commonly discussed measurements include impressions, clicks, click through rate, conversions, conversion rate, cost per lead, customer acquisition rate, cost, revenue, and return on investment. The exact metric you prioritize depends upon campaign objective. So, the key takeaway is that successful digital marketing is not about being present on every platform. It is about having a clear business goal, understanding the right audience, choosing the right channel, creating relevant content, allocating the budget wisely, and measuring the results that matters. Now that we have understood the basics of digital marketing, from here our training expert will take you over and guide you through all of this in detail. So stay till the very end as it is going to be really interesting. All over to our training experts.
To engage with our audience and promote our brands, okay, or goods or services, okay, and again all of them are done on a online medium, okay. Now there are different role of digital marketing, okay guys. What are those different roles? First one is we want to increase the likelihood of retaining our customers. Now what do I mean by retaining? um okay guys, do you all agree that nowadays as a consumer you have a lot of options if you want to buy a product. Let's say I want to buy a top, okay, I have 10 different brand who are trying to sell a top to me. Now because a consumer has so many option, as a brand it is very important for you to retain your customer. Retain matlab you want the customer to be hooked with you, okay. And that's what digital marketing would help you into. First thing, digital marketing will help you to retain your customer. When I say retain, you want the customer to be with you, with your brand, okay. Though there's a lot of competition in the market, there are a lot of different ways through which you can retain your customer, okay. You want to create some personal connection with your customers, you can do it with digital marketing. Hence you have social media, okay. With social media where a brand put across so many reels, stories. Why are they trying to do that? Because they want to create a connection with the customers out there. You want your brand to be presence online, that is can be done with digital marketing. You want to adjust to the current marketing trends, you can do it with the help of digital marketing. You want to ensure your brand is growing economically as well, right? You are getting that kind of ROI, can be done through digital marketing. And very important, you can choose what kind of result you want from digital marketing, okay. We will go more in depth about all this, but these are some basic role of digital marketing that one should know about. Now uh, the structure of digital marketing, guys, it is called something as rise. Again, I mean there are full form of this. So first one is reach. I stand for interact, C stands for convert, and your E stands for engage, okay. Now I'll again we'll just understand this in a very layman term, okay. Let's say um okay, I have launched a electronic brand who tend to sell, let's say, speakers, okay. Now as I'm a new brand in the market, what is the first thing that I would want to do? I would want to reach out to as many consumer as possible. Hence the first stage of digital marketing structure is reach, where you want to reach out to the mass audience. Why? Because you want those people to let them know about your brand, okay. Then when it comes to interact, now interact is more of at a consideration stage, where now, okay, people got to know about your brand. Now you would want them to interact with your brand. You would want people to go to your website and check your product, have some understanding of your product. Okay. The third stage goes into conversion, where okay, now they have checked the product, you would want them to buy your product as well. That is what we call as convert. And the last thing is called as engage. Engage is, yes, the customer has converted, but now you want that customer to be there with your brand, because you can't miss out that customer with your competition, right? You can't let it go to your competitor. So you'll have to make sure that person or that customer stay hooked with your brand. Okay, you want that brand loyalty, that your customer should have that brand loyalty with your brand, right? And that is what we call as engage as well. Okay. Now this is like, again, there are different terminologies, but this is like a basic framework that one should know about. See that structure, again, if you guys would have you guys ever heard about this terminology called as sales funnel? Sales funnel looks like this. Okay, like a V shape. Okay, at start you have something called as awareness. You want to reach out to as many people as possible, for let them know about your brand. Then you take the user to a consideration stage, where you want them to engage with your brand, check your different kind of product and services. Then you have a purchase stage, where you want the consumer to buy your product. And lastly, then you have something called as a retention or an engage stage, where you want people to be hooked with your brand. Again, all these four stages are very important, and you can do all these four stages, like you can do marketing for all these four stages with the help of digital marketing, and it will be very cost effective as well. Let's go to the next part now. Types of digital marketing. This is very interesting, and this is where I would want to give my personal how should I say, experience, because I've worked with all this domain that you could see on your screen. Okay. Now, these are all different departments of digital marketing, you can say. Okay, you have content marketing, social media marketing, search engine marketing, email marketing, and pay per click. Okay. um, Let me just explain each of this department in a layman term. Okay, we will start with um, content marketing. Now content marketing is something you all would have checked. Any brand that you follow on social media, guys, follow, and you have to see what good brands are doing when it comes to their social media game, because you get a lot of inspiration, you get a lot of ideas from there. Okay, now I'll tell you one of my favorite social media pages, brand pages. Okay, I'm not talking about influencer. Zomato, Swiggy. Trust me, their content is top notch. You check Zepto, you check Blinkit. Okay, now these are all food, but there are other pages as well. You have Cred. Okay, you have you can follow some D2C brand like Mokobara. There are a lot of brands. Okay, now why do I really follow them? Because try to understand. I want to know, me as a digital marketer, I should really know what all these top brands are trying to do in the market, what kind of content they are posting, what kind of ideas they are generating. Okay, and as a digital marketer, you should be on your toes when it comes to stalking your competitor, even if they are not your competitor. Okay, you should at least know what they are doing. Coming back to my point of content marketing is nothing but those reels, those posts that you see, the idea behind that is been done by a content marketer. Okay, so if you see any reel on, you see any brand reel on social media, the concept, the ideation part is done by a content marketer. I hope you understood now what exactly a content marketer does. Yes, basically they are the one who create this idea, who think, okay, what kind of content we should post, who think about the concept, who think about at what platform we should post, whom should we collab with. The whole ideation part is done by a content marketer. Okay, now I'll give you two pages that I want you guys to follow now from now onwards. Okay, there's something called as mad over marketing, guys. Okay, and then there's something called as social samosa. Okay, you have to swear by to two of these pages. They have their website as well, they are there on Instagram as well, they are there on LinkedIn as well. Now why I'm asking you guys to follow these two pages? See, you can't follow each and every brand on social media, right? I mean, it will be very difficult. Like, imagine on your Instagram feed, you are just seeing some content by brands. Now if you don't have that kind of time that I'll follow all this 10-20 brands on social media to see what they're doing, if you follow Mado marketing and social media, social samosa, even that is okay. What exactly these two companies do, they try to feature brands who have created some really good content, who have created some really good commercial, who have created some really good campaigns out there. So you have social samosa, they have their website as well, okay guys. And if you go, they have, like if you see their page is all about marketing and how brands are trying to create different content related to marketing, okay. And they only feature some top brands out there, so it's not that you are seeing some very bad content. It is, this is like your Times of India for digital marketing, I would say. Okay, you will see all the industry update, you will see some good campaign features. When they say campaign, they mean some good commercial, some good video, some good content that a brand has published. Okay, you will see some case studies if they have some event, against platform update. So now why platform update, guys? Try to understand, in digital marketing things would keep on changing, it won't remain the same. When I say it won't remain the same today, what you are saying on Meta, next 2 years we'll see the Meta UI UX might be changed, there would be a lot of features added. So they also have a section where, though I teach you today, but I won't, again you have to do some self learning as well, right? You should go and check what are some different updates on the platform, and that's where such kind of portals comes into picture. I hope you are able to understand. Similarly, you have a same page called as Mad Over Marketing. Okay, either if you are not on Instagram, you can follow their website as well, even that would work. So we all are clear what exactly do I mean by content marketing. Now, what does a social media marketer do this? So people get, there's a lot of confusion between a content marketer and a social media marketer, guys. Okay, uh, see, a content marketer, imagine, okay, I'm a content marketer, and let's take example of Mahalakshmi, she's a social media marketer. Now how our roles are different. Me as a content marketer, I'll do a lot of brainstorming on what kind of content needs to be posted. Okay, what are different ideas, what are different kind of formats that we can post on. Mahalakshmi as a social media marketer would do a lot of execution over there. Okay, she's the one who would find out, okay, in which month we should do this, what platform we should publish. She's the one probably who will publish that content on the platform. She would analyze how did that content perform. So let's say me and Mahalakshmi are working for Zomato, okay, and for this month, for the month of September, I have planned, okay guys, we have Navratri for 9 days. I want my, now this is the idea that I am pitching as a content marketer, that all 9 days we will create reels on uh, you know what does the day stand for and what kind of food you should consume. Okay, now this is my content idea. Who would execute it and who would help with the execution part? It's the social media marketing team. So now Mahalakshmi will have to talk to a content writer who will write that content. She'll have to talk to a video creator who will create that video. Once she gets the content, she's the one who will publish it. She'll see how this content has performed over the time period, right? I hope you're able to understand. Sometimes it's getting it the content marketer job and the social media marketer got social marketing people's job overlaps a little bit, because they both are working probably on the on the same thing, that posting content, creating content. But yes, the jobs description are a bit different. You won't just look after the content which is there on social media, you have to look after the content which is there everywhere. When I say everywhere, you have to look after blogs, you have to look after article, the webinars, like everything. Social media person will only look after the social media part, but you as a content marketer, it is not. When I say we want to put across content, it is not just there on social media. You have blogs, you have article, you have newsletters, you have email, you have 10 other things where you put content. So as a content marketer, your job is to look after all the platforms. I hope now you understood the key difference between both of them. And this two departments, social media and content marketers, again the social media person will have to do a lot of influencer how should I say, coordination as well. See, the social media person will have to find out who are the right influencer we should collab with. Okay, they are the one who will reach out to them, do the dealing, how we should pay them, if it's a barter deal or are we paying them something, right? So there are other roles and responsibilities as well. But as a content marketer, as a social media marketer, one thing that you should have is you should be creative enough. you should be a creative person as well. Okay, you need a lot of creativity if you're part of this department. It is not something you read it and you copy paste. If you have to be successful, okay, you want to just become, you want to do an average job, you can do an average job in any department. But when I say you should have this skill, I mean you want to go to that level as well. You want to become the director of a brand in future. You should have that creativity within you. Now how do you get that creativity? When you see what other brands are doing, creativity there's one that it comes instinct, you have that instinct, you have that knowledge. But you when how do you get that knowledge? When you see what other brands are doing, when you're doing a lot of research, right? I was never a creative person. Creativity didn't came to me as say, like I used to do a lot of research. I used to see what other brands are doing. I used to follow them. I used to understand the concept. So we are clear with content and social. Now you have search engine marketing. Now search engine marketing is, okay, I'll just show you what do I mean by SCM. Okay, now SCM has ideally two part. One is your SEO section. Now what exactly is SEO? See this. Right now I'll search for a query. Okay, imagine guys, I want to buy a health insurance. You go to Google. Whenever you want to do a research, you go to Google or any other search engine, right? What are search engine like? Unlike Google is the most popular search engine that we all are aware about. But you have other search engine as well, like you have Yahoo, you have Microsoft Bing. If you're in China, you might be using Baidu. Okay, these are some of the popular search engines that we have, but the most popular one, Google over here, hence I'm referring to Google. Now whenever I search for any query on my Google, okay, you would see two kind of results. Can you see the sponsored results? These are nothing but your ads. Okay, all this HDFC Ergo, ICICI Lombard, Care Health Insurance, and Policy Bazaar. All this website are being shown by running some ads. These are not appearing organically. Okay, and if you see below that Policy Bazaar, now below your hide sponsored result section, which is this one, these are all your organic ranking of a website, which we call as SEO. Okay, so basically on a search engine, now please, kind of, you'll have to mug up some terminologies. This page is called as search engine result page, first thing. Okay, there are two kind of results that we all could see. One is organic, one is sponsored. Right now sponsored is this, I have tried to hide it, and the below part is organic, right? So the organic part is called as SEO. When I say organic, Policy Bazaar basically is not paying any money to Google to show their website over here. Okay, uh, basically, then on what basis Google is trying to show Bazaar's website over here? They have created a really good website. The content is great, and hence Google is trying to give preference to them. No money has been paid by Policy Bazaar to Google to show their website at this first place. But in the sponsored result part, HDFC, ICICI Lombard, Care, they all have paid money to Google to show their website at the top. SEO now, so your search engine result page has two kind of result. One is organic, one is paid. Paid means you are paying money to Google. This is not just on Google, this is there on Yahoo as well, on Bing as well. You will, no matter what search engine you guys are using, you will see two kind of results, guys. For paid, you are paying money to that platform to show your website, and in organic you are not paying any money to that platform to show their website. Okay, now um what what about this department? So SEO, if you want to work in SEO, okay, it's a very slow process. Okay, it's a very, how should I say, you can consider SEO is one of the department in digital marketing where the job is bit chill, because it takes time for your website ranking to improve. Let's say um uh, Jonas thought of, okay, I'm starting a brand. Jonas created a website of electronics, let's say. Okay, he's trying to sell electronics. Now automatically Jonas website won't rank organically high on any of the search engine result page. He'll have to do a lot of work on his website to make sure his website ranking improves, and that takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. So SEO as a process is a very slow process, and hence if you work in this department, It's a chill job because it takes time for the website to rank. The client also understand that thing, right? But it is very important because you would want your website to be seen on the search engine result page. This department won't go anywhere, right? Whereas the ad part, where a brand is paying money to the platform to show their website at the top, okay, that happens overnight. Let's say, how does that work is, there's a platform called as Google Ads. Let's say if I want to show my ads on Google, there's a platform called as Google Ads where I pay amount to Google and they show my website at the top, and I can instantly see what kind of results I've got. So the ad part of digital marketing is a very how should I say, a demand job, a very high demand, high growth job. Why I would tell you this? So all the forms of digital marketing that we have, guys, right now in the market, all of social media takes time to grow, right? SEO takes time to grow. The only department which can give you some quick results is the ads department, which we call as pay per click or performance marketing. Now again, there are different terminologies. Nowadays we call this as performance marketing. If you ever heard this term called as performance marketing, basically in performance marketing you run ads on different platform. You might have seen so many ads on YouTube, right? When you see a video, you see an ad to skip or not skip. That is run by a performance marketer. When you are scrolling on your Instagram, you see so many ads coming up. That is run by a performance marketer. Right now, when I searched on Google about health insurance, the starting ads that I could see, that is also run by a performance marketer, right? I hope you are able to understand this, guys. So as a performance marketing, one of the department, the most high growing department in digital marketing right now is performance marketing, because every brand really want to quickly grow their business, and the only way for them to do it quickly is with the help of performance marketing. SEO will take time, social media organically will take time, right? What are you left with? You're left with the ads part. Basically, you're paying money to Google Ads, Meta Ad, whatever platform you want to run ads on. You have to pay money to that platform, show your ad and get quick results. But now when it comes to performance marketing, one thing that you should be good with is numbers. You should, why numbers? Because daily you will see numbers only. You're running ads, you will see how it's performing. It's all about a number game. When it comes to performance marketing, guys, you should have that business mindsets within you. Okay, you should know what product will do well, what product we should push. It's all number game. So if you're good with numbers or you're comfortable with numbers, performance marketing is a department that one should go ahead with. A high demanding job, so it is a high paying job, but with a lot of how should I say, lot of work as well. This department pays you really well, but you have to do that kind of work as well. So that's where your pay per click and search engine marketing like part comes into. Email marketing, you all would know, in a layman term, all the emails that you see coming into your Gmail section, that is email marketing. But nowadays, okay, earlier back in the days, guys, we used to have a separate department of email marketers. Nowadays, a performance marketing person only does this job. You will rarely find any organization who would just ask you to do email marketing, because there's a lot of automation that came into picture into email marketing. Few years back, yes, there was a specific department for this, but because of automation, because of lot of tool integration, email marketing is something that a performance marketer also does that work. Okay, so I'll just try to summarize to all of you guys. Let me open my Excel and I can put it over there, so you can use both. See the major departments, okay? You have your social media marketing. When I say social media marketing, guys, this is all organic, okay? Because on social media also you see some organic content and you see ads. Organic, for organic there's a different department, they don't look after the ads part. So all the content that you see posted on any page, that is a part of social media marketing, organic. But when you're scrolling and you see some ads coming between that, there's a separate department for that. Okay, then you have a performance marketing department, guys, who look after the ads part. Now when I say ads, they look after ads of every platform. So that includes your search engine, that includes your social platform. I'll give an example over here. So when I say search engine, I mean Google, Bing, etc. When I say social media, I'm trying to say you have Meta, Snapchat, Pinterest, right? Apart from that, you also see ads on the e-commerce platform, right? Have I hope you guys would have seen some ads on Amazon, Flipkart, Mintra. Let's say I want to search for I don't know. Yeah, let's say I want to buy a backpack. Mhm. Right now, I can't see a sponsored ad. Okay. There are times when I can't see the ads, but in like when you're scrolling to the product, somewhere in the middle you might see sponsored mentioned. Okay. Right now, again, I'll have to scroll. This one. Can you see this one? Now, can you see how difficult it is to understand which is a sponsored and which is an organic ad? But this is your sponsored. It will mention wherever you see words like sponsored, promoted ad, that means it's an ad. They are paying money to the platform to show their product or service. Okay. So you have your Amazon, Flipkart. Again, guys, not just this, you run ads on Paytm. Again, there are many, like you have Google Pay. I can keep on taking the platform name, OTTs, guys. All those ads that you can see running on your Hotstar, Z5, this are also been handled by a performance marketer only. Now, in performance marketing, sometime, okay, you can call, like, there is a different department of this, but we also have something called as programmatic advertising. Okay, now what is programmatic advertising? Basically, you run ads. Okay, you in this as well. Sometime you as a performance marketer would also do some programmatic advertising, or sometime you'll have a different department. Here you run ads, but through, I could call them as a premium platform, but there are a lot of now why do I call them as a premium platform? I'll talk about it. I don't know, TTD. There are many. Let's take an example of Google Ads. Okay, Google Ads is a platform which is available for all the marketers. If you're a small business, big business, medium sized business, everyone can run an ad with the help of Google Ads platform. Now, what Google did is, yes, this platform is for everyone, but now Google also know that there are many big brands in the market who can really pay well, right? So they created some premium platform for them. So now the name that I mentioned over here, which is DV360, SE360, these two platforms are, by the way, created by Google itself. Google is the one who owns this platform. Okay, DV360, SA360. But who can use this platform? Those brand. Now Google Ads pay, let's say, guys, if you, even if you have 50 rupees, you can run an ad. But with 50 rupees you can't run ads on DV360 and SA360. So basically, Google what did? Yes, Google Ads is a mass platform. Any other business can use, small, mid, big. But if you're a big brand, a premium brand, and you have that kind of money and you want to show your ad on some premium inventories, okay, premium website, premium apps, you can use DV360, SA360 and all. Okay. So programmatic advertising is more catering towards for the premium brands, I would say. Let me give an example. Okay, we'll talk about DV360 and Google Ads. Okay, so you have Google Ads, okay, and then you have DV360. Okay, both the platforms are owned by Google. Okay, this both of them are owned by Google. But then what makes them different then? Okay, this is for all kind of advertiser, and your ad would be shown on some common website, common apps. When I say common website, common app, I mean Truecaller. Let's say if you want to show ad on Truecaller, you can do it with Google Ads. You want to show your ads on any normal website, you can do it with Google Ads. But now let's say you want to show your ad on Z5, any OTT, you can do only with DV360. Google Ad doesn't allow you to do that. I hope you understood what I'm trying to say. So programmatic advertising के platforms are more towards the premium inventory that we have in the market. When I say premium inventory, the OTT apps, some premium websites, right? All of them that you can do with the help of Google Ads. A good growing department, and the good thing about this department is, guys, there's a lot of demand, but there's less supply. Okay, there's a lot of demand, but there is less supply. Why is that so? Because the platform that I've mentioned over here in performance marketing, you guys can access it. You can access Google Ads, you can access Bing Ads, you can access Meta Ads, you can learn, you can do practical work over there and you can learn it. But you can never access this platform as an individual. Let's say when I learned, like if I want to learn DV360, SA360, I could only learn this when I'm working with a brand, or I'm working with a big agency. So that's why there's a lot of demand, but the supply is less because this is a premium platform. It is not available to single learners out there, right? So a very, how should I say, a unique department, unique more than unique, this is a growing department that would never, you would never see this department depreciating, because there are a lot of premium brands, and the good thing is you get an opportunity to work with big brands, right? Like right now I work for Adobe. Because I work for Adobe, I can use all this programmatic platform because they had kind of money to show their ads on. Let's say if you work with a small Indian brand, okay, I don't know any small Indian brand that you would want to think of. They can't afford programmatic advertising because the inventory is so premium, so you can't even learn the platform. Now because I've worked with Adobe and some premium brands out there, I could learn this platform. If I would have been working with small brands, even I would have never got an opportunity. And this platform you can only learn when you work with big brands or with a bigger agency. Makes sense? And it's a very I mean, in lakhs, I would say. So it is in India also, guys. If you check, we have a lot of digital marketing agencies in India. If you know, I'll just tell you what is digital marketing agency. So see, digital marketing is a very big department. As a brand, you can't work entirely on digital marketing, so all the brand, they outsource their work to a digital marketing agency. Now in India, there are a lot of digital marketing agency, but not every agency would have access to this premium platform. I can take probably max 10 name of agency who would have access to this platform, right? So again, a good I mean, if your vision is to work with big brands, um you want that exposure, and you want to learn this platform, this, even for me, if I want to teach you this platform, guys, I can only teach you the theory part. I can't teach you the practical part. Why? Because the platform accesses of Adobe, I can't show you the Adobe access platform, right? It is unethical to show any client's platform. So I can teach you the theory part of programmatic advertising, but I can't teach you the program practical part of it, because the problem is with the inventory and the premium feature of the platform, which is only available for some agencies and some brands out there in India. I hope you understood this. So a very good department. I kind of vouch for this because good, lot of demand but supply is less. Okay. Then you have your SEO, which I've already talked about. Okay. Then you have your content marketing team separately. Content marketing team will again do this content ideation part and all of that. By the way, for email marketing, you don't have any. Rarely you'll see a department. So hence I'll write email marketing as part of performance marketing only. And you have a team of analytics, basically, because digital marketing is all about numbers, guys. You are getting all the data online, right? It is the promotion is online, the date, there's a lot of data. So there's a specific team of analytics who use different analytical platform to analyze how your website is performing, how your brand is growing. Okay. Again, this is also number heavy. So if you are really want get into number business analytics, this is also number related department. This is also number related department. This is more towards the creative side of the business. SEO is mix of both. Content marketing is also creative. This is like creative plus number, I would say. Now here you use a lot of analytical tool. You have Google Analytics, you have Adobe Analytics. There are a lot of tools in digital marketing that you guys would be learning. You would have I don't know, you have Microsoft Clarity, many tools that we have in picture. Okay, so these are your major departments. Apart from this, you won't find any other department. Nowadays we also have one more department again, but not, you can't find it everywhere, something called as retention marketing department. So they work on very specific tools which are used for retention marketing, but again, you won't find it everywhere. Some of big brands would have this department, otherwise again, retention marketing is done by a performance marketer, right? So if you see, performance marketing and programmatic advertising is where you're working on every platform. And this is one of the department, um how should I say, you get off, if you're someone who gets really bored by doing one thing, you would never get bored if you're into performance marketing or programmatic advertising, because every other day you're learning a new platform. Like, it's been 7 years, but I'm still not able to cover all the platforms that are there in the market. There are one or two platforms that I still have to learn, because there's so many platforms to get used to it, right? You work with different brand, different targeting, so it's a very, how should I say, new adventure every day if you're in this department. SEO, as I said, a chill job. Social media, content marketing, creative. You get to talk with influencer. You also get involved with the shooting part and all. There would be times if you are working with a big brand, guys, you would be taken to those outdoor shoots as well. So if you're someone who's more interested toward that side of marketing, then the social media and content marketing is for you. Like, you really like that influencer thing, those events, right? Brand shoot. So that's where the social media and the content marketing team would get involved into. um let's go to the next part. We'll talk about what are the skills needed. As I said, competency in data research, because you are doing promotion online, you should be good with data analysis, number crunching. A daily job, like my day starts with number, ends with number. Okay, when I say number, you are seeing business number, you are not saying some random figures. You are seeing actually how your marketing efforts are growing that business, and that is very interesting. Okay, you should have a knowledge of social media, I mean, very obvious. Effective communication, very important, because on daily basis you will talk to your client. Do you know this? In digital marketing, if you work on an agency side, there is specific department who just looks into client communication. Their work is only to talk with so this is only not on the brand side but on an agency side. Okay, try to understand. I'm a performance marketer, I'm so much busy with my dashboard work and all. I really don't have that kind of time to go and talk to my brand, the brand that I'm looking after, every time to talk to my client on daily basis. So in agencies, we have a department who only looks into, if you go and work with bigger agencies, they will have a specific department just for the communication people, who would talk on your behalf to the client. Because daily basis your client would ask you for update. There will be a lot of client communication, I mean, and not just client communication, you have to talk from one department to another department as well. For example, let's say one of you is working for a social media marketing department. Now you'll have to talk to a video editor to edit that video. You'll have to talk to a video shooting person to shoot that video. You'll have to talk to a content writer who will write that script for you. So you're also working cross department as well, so obviously effective communication is very important, right? um Now, steps involved in digital marketing, these are very basic steps, guys. Obviously it has a lot of how should I say, in depth meaning to it, which we will cover in the upcoming session. But whenever you do digital marketing, the first thing is you should know who is your TG, basically your target audience or target group, whom you want to show your advertisement. Okay, then you have to work on your strategy, because you have to strategize. It is not that, okay, today I'll come and I'll say I'll shoot this reel. No, I do my planning 1 month before. All those social media marketer and content marketer, they do, let's say now we have October month coming, right? The entire month of October, the entire planning of October month is done in the month of September only. So there's a lot of strategy involved. Okay, you should also be good with analyzing and examining your customers and your competitors. Okay, you should be good with content strategy. You should know what are correct channel where I should do advertising, because right now I told you, right, there are so many channels to advertise on. You should find the best channel for your brand, right? Because you are paying money. right? Imagine I give you 1,000 rupees and I want you to give me the best result. So you should choose, should you do that advertising on Google or Meta or Snap or Pinterest? So you should know which are the right channels, right? And you should keep, and you keep on adjusting and changing your campaign. So for example, guys, let's say right now I decided, as per my experience, that we will do our advertisement on Google Ads. There's a good chance it won't perform well. Okay, in digital marketing, there's no, how should I say, even with so much of years of experience, things keeps on changing. So you have to be someone who's very quickly adaptable as well. Okay, you can't be a stubborn person who will say, okay, what I've decided it should work, because platforms keeps on changing. Today I start running my ads on Google and I see it's not performing. I should be quick enough and I should be adaptable enough to change it to Meta, right? So you have to be adaptable, you should keep on adapting, you should keep on changing, you have to keep your eye, you have to be on your, how should I say, you have to be on your toes, right? You can't just see that, okay, this is what I've strategized. Trust me, 100% of your strategy, probably 70 would work, 20 would fail, and that you have to sit and fix that 20% as well, right? And it takes a lot of time, it takes experience to work on it. Even like with 7 years of experience, I also have, not what I've decided would work the way I would want it to work, right? So the one thing that will save me over here is I'm adaptable. I know if not this, I have a backup plan. I have B, C, D, E out there. So the last slide for, with respect to this lesson, is related to how do you build a digital marketing strategy. Okay. So as I think I've clearly mentioned what exactly you have to look after. Who is your TG? Who's your audience whom you want to show your advertisement to? You have to measure your goal. Basically track, are you able to achieve the results that you want? Okay. For example, I'll just take an example. Let's say Mamta owns a e-commerce brand. Now for her, she know who's her TG, but she'll also have to measure once she shows her advertisement to that target group. Is she able to get those numbers that she wants? So for example, for her, her goal could be asking as many people as possible to purchase the product. So can she see that kind of purchase? Can she see that kind of revenue? Is it increasing or not? Right? So that is what I mean by goals. Okay, you have to decide, you have to work on your funnel. When I say funnel, that the rice thing that we discuss, reach, awareness, engagement, right? So basically, you decide at what stage of journey you are as a brand: awareness, consideration, purchase, or retention. And then find out the right channel where you would want to do your advertisement, because this is very important. Imagine your brand is Gen Z brand, okay, but you're showing your ads on Facebook. Would that work? It won't, right? So you have to find out right channel as well, right? That makes your digital marketing strategy well constructed. Okay, now in lesson number 2, guys, we would discuss how your digital marketing is different than your traditional marketing. Okay, uh, so we will understand some concepts of traditional marketing, the pros and cons of traditional marketing. We'll understand some strategies which can help a company to promote their service and build a network, and then we'll evaluate some right marketing strategy for a brand. Okay, starting with traditional marketing. So we all might have heard about traditional marketing, but it is nothing but you try to it's more of like the offline marketing thing that you do. Okay, it is a strategy which has a lot of different kind of approaches, but it is nothing but you are trying to offer some personalized service to your customer, where you want to transform the consumers into a marketer. But again, here, the, how should I say, the marketing that you are trying to do is offline, it is not online. What do I mean by offline, right? It is nothing but your television commercial, the ads that you see, okay, in your TV, the cold calling that you do, the celebrity endorsement that you try to do, the word of mouth that you try to do, is all the billboard that you see, the advertising on newspaper that you try to see, radio. All of these are part of your traditional marketing. Okay, back in the days, traditional marketing used to be very, that was the only marketing way. But now if you see any brand and the amount of money that they spend in marketing, 70%, and this is the minimum that I'm trying to say, 70 to 60% of their budget is into traditional, and they might give 20, 10, 30, depends on how much budget they have, to the traditional marketing part. So nowadays when we talk marketing, it is your digital only. Okay, I mean traditional would be rarely be done, and if they, it would be done, it would be done by a bigger brand because the costing differs a lot. Okay, so let's try to discuss what are some advantages and disadvantages of your traditional marketing, guys. Advantages: you reach out to a wider audience. Yes, you do, because let's say if I put a billboard on the most I reside in Pune, so the most busy area in Pune, if I put a billboard, there'll be a lot of people who might see that billboard. If I put my advertisement on newspaper, yes, it will reach out to a lot of audience. Traditional marketing, great way to do some brand awareness activity. You can only focus on brand awareness because ideally you can't track how many people have purchased after doing your traditional marketing, ideally. So that's why I just mentioned brand awareness. It gives you some credibility. Okay, credibility is more of like, vouching for your brand. And then it also helps you to attract customer. Obviously it will help you to attract customer if you are doing some brand awareness. But the disadvantages are a lot. Now again, whatever disadvantage that you listen about traditional marketing, those are the advantages of digital marketing, ideally. Okay, first one: high investment cost. It is like, if I have to put a billboard, God knows it will be in lakhs, probably in crores, depends on which area I want to put my billboard. But as I said, I want to run a ad on Meta. I can start with as low as 500 rupees per day or 100 rupees per day. Okay, even 50 rupees per day if I would want to, if I want to run ad on Google Ads, right? So digital marketing doesn't have that high investment cost the way we have for traditional marketing. Okay, that's first thing. The ROI measurement is difficult. I clearly told you, right, when I was talking about the advantages. Like, how can you actually track that how many people have checked my billboard? Let's say if I put a billboard of a real estate company, how would you understand that the person has converted after seeing that billboard? You can't track that, right? How can you track that after seeing your TV, newspaper commercial, a person is able to went and bought your product? You can't track that. But digitally I can track all of this. Okay, and how do we track this? Let me tell you. Okay, very very fascinating part of digital. uh have you heard about cookies, everyone? And if you go to any website, it also asks you, we will track your data. So that is one way we can track what exactly, correct, the website cookies out there, right, Jonas? Again, that helps you with tracking. Apart from that, guys, apart from that, all the platform that I was discussing, Google Ads, Meta Ads, whatever ads that we run, all this platform have their codes. Okay, basically codes, you know what is code, right? To create a website you do coding. So all this Google Ads, let's take an example of Meta, or let's talk about Instagram. Okay, if you're running ad on Instagram and then you want to track what did the user do after seeing your ad. Let's say the user saw the ad, they went to the website, what exactly did they do? How would you track that? So all this platform like Meta, Google, they have their codes, and those codes are something that a brand will place on a website to track what you guys are doing. Okay, example of this is, let's say, have you guys ever experienced this? When you, so imagine Mahalakshmi right now, she goes to Mintra's website, she really liked a bag, she add that product to the cart, but she didn't purchase it because she's waiting to get more discount. Right after that, wherever Mahalakshmi would go, whether she's going to Truecaller, any news website, she would see that same bag ad being shown to her wherever she go online. Let's say right now you see any product on Amazon, you add to cart, but you don't buy it, and now wherever you go, you'll see that same product has been bombarded to you. Right? You might have experienced that. Everyone should have experienced that. That is what I mean by tracking. Okay, so all this platform, Amazon, Flipkart, you talk about whatever platform you would want to, this platform have their specific codes that a brand tend to place on the website, and now those code exactly track what you guys are doing. Okay, uh, Why exactly? Okay, can anybody tell me why a brand would want to track you guys? What's the point of tracking you guys on? So let's say why I want to track what Mahalakshmi is doing once she goes on my website. See, the main part of tracking is to, if the person doesn't end up buying, we would want to track where did the person stop, and we'll try to show them the product again. Yes, also to understand the user behavior. I All this brand Zepto and all the brand that you guys know, they tend to track that, at what stage of user journey you guys are. Again, it helps you to do remarketing as well. Remarketing is nothing but that you experience every day. You see a product, you add to cart, you don't buy it, you see those ads being shown to you wherever you go. That is called as remarketing. Okay, that why one of the reason to put the code on the website is to do remarketing, to keep you guys pushing to add the product, you to buy the product, to see your behavior. Okay, let's say, imagine, what do I mean by behavior? Imagine guys, Mahalakshmi is someone who usually goes to Amazon, but she's someone who really buy products which are high in price. Right, she doesn't buy cheap products, she always buy a product which are higher in price. So the remarketing or the next product that I'll try to push to Mahalakshmi would be something which has higher price. Right, so this is what I mean by user behavior. When we say user behavior, I'm trying to track and understand what is the purchasing way of that particular consumer. Do they buy low end product or do they buy high end product? Okay, what kind of product do they buy? Because accordingly I'll strategize for them. I hope you're able to understand. So everything that you do once you go to a website is getting tracked with the help of a lot of codes that have been placed. We will discuss about this later. But this terminology in future, uh, that you see, it's called as remarketing. Okay, now because you're a digital marketer, you should know this is called as remarketing. If you see that same product being pushed to you wherever you go, it's called as remarketing. Why are they trying to do it? Because they want you to buy the product. And they'll do one more thing over there. Have you ever seen, whenever you see that same product being shown to you, it will show some discount, 10% discount, 5% discount, the price has decreased a little bit. Have you ever even observed this? Like, next time when you see that ad, you won't see the same price, there'll be some difference with the pricing as well. Why? Because again, they want you to buy the product, so they'll do whatever they could. So as I said, we were talking about ROI measurement difficulty. Now that's not the case with digital. You can track everything. Try to understand guys, I can also track. So let's say when you hover on a website, okay, you do hover on a website, right? I can exactly track where Rahul is spending his time on the website. I can track that as well. So let's say I observe that Rahul, when he's scrolling, he usually spend a lot of time in the middle section. I can track that as well. Don't you think it is fascinating that you can track at that deeper level? Correct. So I mean, don't you think it's very interesting that I can really find out where you're spending, and accordingly I'll make changes to my website. That is what our thinking process is. Right, why I want to track where Mahalakshmi, it's a page, right? How does it matter where Mahalakshmi is spending his time? Because accordingly I'll understand her pattern, right? Not just on what page she's visiting, on one page also, if she's spending her time in on one banner, I can understand her behavior over there, right? So that's the minute level of tracking that we do. We go as minute as possible. Great. So that is not possible in traditional. How would I understand in traditional that, okay, on the billboard, what is that one part where I'm paying attention to? You can't do that, right? So hence I've mentioned that ROI measurement difficulties, limited interaction. Again, it is not a two-way interaction as well in most of the cases. The way we have two-way interaction in digital marketing, right? Lack of timely update. Again, it is a standard way of doing advertising. And God knows who nowadays read a newspaper or listen to audio advertisement out there, or not audio but the radio advertisement out there, right? And again, difficulty in targeting specific audience. This is very important. Okay, in digital marketing guys, okay, imagine if I just want to show ad to people who are residing in my pin code, I can do that. Leave city, we can do country, city, state targeting as well, but I'm talking about the area. Let's say I just want to show ad to those people who are residing in my area, my pin code, I can do that with digital marketing. So when I run ad, and I have done this, okay, I'm just not just saying this verbally. I'll give you one of the example. So I used to work with a brand who was into medical manufacturing devices. Okay, so they were manufacturer who used to create they used to manufacture medical devices. Now medical devices, do you guys agree, who are the buyers of medical devices? The hospital. Do you guys agree with me on this? Now I can't show ad to the entire city, right? I can do is it does it make sense if I show ad to the entire city? No. What I did on Meta was, so in India, all the tier 1 cities that we have, so the brand just wanted to target the tier 1 cities like Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune. What we did was, we we find out the cities, we found out what are the prime hospitals in those cities, and we found out the pin code of those prime hospitals, and we just targeted those pin codes. That's it. I'll tell you one more thing that we did over there. Now again, okay, I targeted the pin code of that area where that hospital reside, but again, in that pin code as well, there'll be some general audience also who would see my ad, right? Not everyone is a doctor, not everyone is the owner of that hospital. So we did one more filter where I just targeted people who are doctors, surgeons, MDs and all. That is the level of targeting that we can do in digital. I can target people based on their profession as well. I can target people based on where they work as well. I hope you are able to understand. So my targeting was that niche because my product was that niche. It was not a mass product that I have to show it to everyone. Right? I hope you're able to understood. So my targeting was those pin code plus people who are there in that pin code with the designation of doctor, MDs, or the owner of that hospital, so on and so forth. Like whoever is a decision maker, ideally I don't want to show ad to someone who can't take that decision, because someone, if someone has to buy a medical device, I should show up my ad to a decision maker, right guys? Would I show it to every other person who's there in that hospital? I hope you're able to understand from what concept I'm coming from. Do you guys agree when I say this, that I don't want to show my advertisement to everyone who's there in that hospital? They are patient as well. What would they do by seeing that ad? So I just want to show my ad to a decision maker. Hence, I had added a filter people based on their job titles. Yeah, so that's how niche that you guys can go. So, and you have to pay only that much. You are not paying to show. So basically, you are just paying your money, or you are just doing advertisement to showing the ads to those TG who really matters, not every other person out there. Like we can also target HNI audience with digital marketing. HNI is high net worth individual. Let's say my product is premium. It is not made for masses. I can do that as well, because again, it's digital. Everything gets tracked. The kind of pages you visit, the kind of content you watch, everything gets tracked, so your behavior is been segregated. And based on that, I can target who are HNI audience, who are non HNI audience. I can also target people who use iPhone or Android. You're understanding this, everyone? So that's the level of targeting that we do in digital, which you can never do in traditional. Make sense? Now the difference between your digital and traditional, I think whatever negative point I spoke about traditional marketing, those are all, how should I say, pros of your digital marketing. Okay, as I said, the target audience, it's very in depth. You can do a lot of tracking. You can just optimize your campaign for what you want. You want engagement, you can get engagement. You want leads, you can get leads. You want sales, you can get sales. Whatever sales funnel the user is into, you can track them accordingly. You can target them accordingly. And the good thing, I mean, the audience is there. You choose what platform you would want. Okay, so whatever negative point I spoke about traditional marketing, that is your positive point for digital marketing, ideally. Okay, now, but with traditional marketing, again, as I said, now one thing about traditional marketing that many people vouch for is, in you can target some mature audience or local market. I can do that with digital as well. I have done this. Okay, so there was a brand which was a massy brand. Okay, now I'll give an example. Now people say local market, right? We can do that as well. Let's say you have a massy brand, and if you know, I'm now right now I'm talking with respect to India as a location. In India, if everyone knows and if doesn't know, every state has a different language that we communicate. Do you guys agree? Right? Every state has their own language. Everyone, yes. Now, don't you think if it's a mass product, the communication, you should also use your local communication? And you can do that as well through digital. So, what I did was, there's a brand called as Bank of Baroda. Okay, it's a bank, it's a banking brand. And for this brand, because the bank is available everywhere in India, right? We were promoting our ads in 4 states. Okay, what we did was, and this was an ad on YouTube. So we just not did we created our video content not just in English, but also the regional language that is being used in that particular state. So we created a commercial in Marathi. Let's say if I'm doing promotion in Maharashtra, for example, or in Hindi for that matter, right? And this is not just for India, you can do for other countries as well. If you are a country where region by region the location or the language keeps on changing, you can show your ad in that regional language as well. So that is a fascinating thing again. And trust me, most of the time the regional language performs better than English, because people can relate to it. I hope you're understanding. Guys, do you guys agree that you relate more to your regional language compared to, let's say, obviously if your language is English, that would work. But let's say you have another, your main language, your mother tongue is anything apart from English, and if I show you an advertisement in that mother tongue, don't you think you'll be able to relate to it more? And that's what we can do in digital as well. I've done it so many times, it has always outperformed English. Correct. So that's the granularity that I can do. Which, can you do it on traditional? Yes, you can, but the tracking part will be difficult. So the thing that you can do in traditional, we are anyways able to do it in digital as well, is what I'm trying to say. So the local market thing, yes, it's there in traditional, but they're in digital as well, right? You rely again on local magazine, TV, radio ads, right? You try to influence some certain segments of society, but that can be done now in digital as well. It requires some significant investment of time. Yes, it does. Digital also needs time, well, because you have to do a lot of research, you have to create content, you have to find TG, whatever kind of marketing that you guys do, it needs time. Okay, but when I say time to launch that particular advertisement, or to launch that particular marketing, you'll have to do a research. It won't happen overnight. Okay, so digital also needs a preparation, but I would say traditional needs more preparation than digital out there. Okay. And one thing that in traditional, the two-way communication is very difficult, which is possible in our digital way. Okay, so whatever I've just discussed right now, it's the same thing used in the slide. I don't think there's point of me repeating that same line again and again and again. But did you understood the difference between both? As I said, digital is cost effective, but traditional is expensive. Digital, you have a large number of audience. In traditional, there's a limited audience. Digital, you can measure your result. In traditional, you can't. Digital, you can create some immediate communication. In traditional, you can't do that. Makes sense, everyone? So I hope you understood the pros and cons between the both. Right? And this is the fact. If you work with a bigger brand, guys, 70 to 80% of their marketing spend is digital now. 20 to 30 might be into traditional. Okay, so you can clearly see the stats, and I can see probably in the upcoming future it might go to 100 as well. I know many small, and so see, a bigger brand can afford traditional marketing, hence they spend whatever 20-30% they would want to. But imagine you're a small business brand, right? Let's say, imagine again, one of you, Megha or someone, has started a small business brand. Can she ideally afford traditional? No. So her 100% spend will go to digital only. So if I talk about the small or the mid-sized brand, for them their spend is digital, 100% digital. For a bigger brands, yes, they will focus on their some part into traditional advertisement. Make sense, everyone? So now when I talk about marketing strategies, digital and traditional marketing strategies are more effective when combined. Yes, it does. But it is, as I said, practically when you'll try to do this, let's say you're working with a mid-sized brand, you will say we have a 5 lakh monthly budget. Uh, the brand would focus they might only spend entire 5 lakh on digital, and because first traditional is expensive, probably they might not get anything for that 5 lakh in traditional too, because a mid size and a small size company are very ROI focused. They want to spend that money accordingly, right? So then the big show would not come into picture. But yes, you have a budget of crores, million and all, again I don't know, billion, million, then yes, you can probably integrate this. So how do you spend and how much money you have, that comes into picture with this particular strategy. Tracking, as I said, in digital, you have to track the campaign. You can track the campaign ROI very easily. Traditional, you can't do that. You have to wait for some negative feedback, and you have to pay to get to do that research. But in digital, you'll quickly know what how did it perform. Let's say you post one reel today, you will clearly see the way people are commenting. You'll understand how good reel you have created. Okay, I ask you guys, go create a poster for a brand and post it. There and there you'll understand by how people are commenting, reacting, engaging. You'll understand did it perform well or not, right? Does it take time? No, not at all. Email marketing, guys, as I spoke, email marketing is good because I'll tell you few things that are really good about email marketing apart from what's wrote in the slide. It goes to users DM. If you know, unlike normal marketing, like let's say, imagine guys, you are just seeing some ads when you're scrolling. It is ideally not personalized, but email marketing can be personalized, right? Don't you think so? Have you got, you might have got a lot of personalized email from brands, right guys? I get a lot of personalized email from a lot of brands. That is only possible with email marketing, not possible with any other way of digital side. Yes, you can do personalization, but not at that scale the way we can do it in email marketing. In email marketing, my email will start with personalizing with your name, right? Last thing that you did, a special offer for you. There's a lot of personalization that we do in email marketing, which is not possible in any other way of digital side, I would say. It is, but not to that level. I hope you're able to understand. And email marketing is really great to keep your customer engaged with your brand, because you can send them notifications, email about some new product launch, new offer that you have created for them specifically. Right? Lot of personalization that you can keep on doing and keep on sending them across to keep them hooked with your brand. I can probably so if I go to my Gmail, can you see I get so many promotion thing over here? Now there is some personalization that this people, can you see this Guruji thing, dear Jigisha, again Tata Click, there are so many brands. These are all very personalized email that they are trying to send it across to me. Okay, I mean Perplexity, Loom, Master Union, Delft Online. There's so many, Indigo. They send all those personalized email to me. Like Indigo keep on sending, because I'm the customer who have used their how should I say, to do flight booking and all of that. You can do all this kind of personalization, not possible with other brands, other platforms, right? Like I do get a lot of Canva is trying to do this with me, Meta, again there's so many brands. So this is not possible in any other form of digital, I would say. That is the USP of your email marketing. Okay, we'll go to lesson number 3, guys, now. 4 P's of marketing. Okay, right, which is nothing but product, place, price and promotion. This is basic of marketing, not just digital, but this is basic of your marketing overall. Okay, so let me cover some part over here. Okay, 4 P's of marketing or digital in general. We all know place, promotion, price and product, very important. Okay, starting with product and place. Okay, you should know what product you are promoting, but you should also know a place where would you promote the product. Okay, so first thing, now how do you decide the place? It depends on who's your TG. As I told you, I gave you a classic example. If you are a brand is Gen Z brand, but you are showing your advertisement, sorry, one second. But if you're showing your advertisement on Facebook, it won't work. So to find out the place, you should know the TG, right? So first thing, to find your place, recognize who is your customer, exam try to examine your customer's requirement, right? You have to fulfill. Now once you understand who's your TG, where they are, you can find out the place. Now you'll also understand what they need, and based on that you'll pick up the product as well, right? So when you examine your customer's requirement, you can understand what they need, and similarly you'll push the product, right? The alignment should be there, right? And then you'll choose the platform as well, where would you want to market, correct? So this both things are again interlinked to each other. Then then it comes to your price and promotion, right? Again, a very important role, because you have to find out, how should I say, you have to do some pricing strategy as well, which can help you to maximize your profit and reduce your cost. And you have to do some promotion as well, which will help you to attract your customer. I'll give you a very classic example of pricing, okay? um have you Has anyone experienced this, okay? All of you might have used Amazon, okay? Let's say right now, I'm not sure if I can do this right now on Amazon, or if I'm able to find it, but let me try doing this and I can show it to you rather than saying this verbally. I don't know, what do I need? It's, I want an iPhone, okay? Let's see if we could see that. I'm not sure right now, but I can quickly check. Okay. Yeah. Can you see this? Guys, I hope you're able to see this. So I think the product that I tried opening was Apple iPhone 15 128 GB. When I scroll down, what they're trying to do? They're trying to show me the upgraded version of iPhone. Yes, everyone. You might have seen this everywhere, whether what e-commerce website you are on, right? You see one product, but when you scroll down, they will show you plus 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 additional product. This is what a pricing strategy, I mean. This is what we call as cross selling and upselling. What right now Amazon is trying to do is do upsell. Upsell is nothing but, if you are buying, like, they'll try to sell you the premium version of the same product. Right now I'm trying to buy iPhone 15, but they're also trying to push iPhone 16 to me, the premium version. This is what we call as upselling. Now imagine, instead of iPhone 16, if they would have shown me to buy a AirPod or a iPhone case, that would have been cross selling. Basically, you are trying to ask your consumer to buy the complementary products along with your original product. Make sense? Now this is a pricing strategy, don't you think so? Make sense? Again, promotion, every brand does that with promotion. You don't buy the product, you go further for remarketing, 5% off, 10% off. um and when I say promotion, guys, promotion is not only about price, okay? Mind you guys, this promotion also means the freebies that they give you. Have you ever got a freebie whenever you buy a product? You might have seen a brand giving you some free minis and all. Nowadays there are many skincare brand who does that. Anyone who has experienced that? So let's say if I'm trying to buy a face wash of, let's say, a big brand, I don't know, any, it could be anything. They'll try to give me some freebies with it. Okay? Have you ever experienced that, everyone? So when I say promotion, I don't only mean that pricing would be less, they'll give you 500 off or 50% off. I also mean, in promotion, it's also giving freebies, also a promotion that they're trying to do, right? Now, how that would help? Why they give you freebies, guys? Correct, Mamath also give you, okay, AliExpress. I've never used AliExpress, Jonas, but as if you're saying, I'll agree with what you're saying. Now, why do they do that? Can anybody tell me why a brand give you freebies? What's the point of giving you freebies? So you have to now start noticing. If you know this is what you notice, you get all these insights when you notice all this. And I want you guys to notice each and every nitty gritty from today onwards, at least. Okay, whatever brand you are using, see how do they do it, what do they do it to make you keep on buying that product. Okay. Now, Again, the use of this 4P is: first one, you are trying to produce your product and service to be sold on any platform. It helps you to determine the correct price of a product or the service, and which will obviously impact your consumer. And you can showcase and promote the product or service on online or the offline platform. Now these 4Ps have evolved now that 4Ps has become 7Ps. Okay, this is more of like an extended marketing mix, which will help the marketer design some good strategies. Okay, now what are those new P's that we have? So you have people, you have process, you have physical evidence. Okay, but we will at least you should know now that apart from 4 P's, now we have 7 P's. Okay, and what are the remaining 3 P's? People, process, and physical evidence. Okay, um because again, user human behavior will impact your campaign, right? Hence these 3 P's are been involved. This will help you to understand the human behavior. Okay, now let's just quickly go to some significance and significance of your 4 P's of marketing, guys. um Try to understand your 4 P's of marketing will really help you to create some good effective marketing strategies. As I told you, all the strategies that I told you was because of the 4 P's that I knew, right? Whether you are trying to identify a product or a service, this 4 P's, if you think, you brainstorm, you can clearly create a good unique marketing strategy that no one would have ever thought of. Okay, again, this 4 P's will help you to find out who's your TG, where are they, basically where are they located, and how do you segment them, how do you divide your users. Because user to user, your promotion would also differ, right? The communication that you will use for an HNI audience might not be used for a mass audience out there. Okay, now we have the new 4 P's in marketing that we were discussing. So in this particular lesson, we'll just go to what are those new 4 P's and what exactly do they mean. Okay, now the new 4 P's of digital marketings, again, it is more about some fresh approach to address, to kind of address what your customer would need, and you are trying to just personalize your messaging to your audience. So what are those 4 P's, new 4 P's? It is nothing but your process, the platform, the people, and the performance. Okay, now again the terminologies have changed, guys. Honestly, this is more towards a theory, but when you practically apply it, the theory would also help you out. Okay, now it is this 4 P's are more of like a component of your traditional and the new marketing mix, which will interact with one another, and we'll go one by one. Okay, so your 4 P's, the new 4 P's that we spoke right now, they kind of focus more on, the product aspect that you have, some specification, rather than just focusing on some differentiators and the value you are trying to deliver. Okay. Now, what exactly do we mean by that? Okay. Again, your framework, the new four fee, the no, the new 4 P's framework that we have, or the new 4 P's that we have, it is more advanced and it is very customer centric. Why customer centric? Because as I told you, there's a lot of competition in the market. Whatever marketing approach that you create has to be customer centric. You can't create now, you can't follow what was following back in the days, right? So this new 4 P's will help you to attract some prospects, convert your prospects into your customer. When I say prospect, they are the people who are at the stage to buy your product or service, not necessarily they have bought it. Okay, so it it will really help you to produce some valuable and some shareable content which is more aligned with the customer journey. Okay, now this particular framework that we have, okay, it is clearly related to the current marketing environment, and the full form of save goes to you. Ideally, you don't have to mug up this. No one, I don't think no one would ask you save full form and all of that, but basic you should know. Okay, so save stand for solution, access, value, and education. Okay, when I say solution, you are trying to solve your customer's problem. Access is nothing but where your product is available. Value, and so value and education are very related to each other, because see, nowadays, um if you would have seen a social media page of any brand, now this is where I'll give you an example. They they create a lot of content which is more towards educating you guys. Have you ever observed this? For example, Okay, imagine guys, there's a skincare brand. Okay, I'll go back to a skincare, a men's specific skincare brand. Um, Now let's say if you're launching a very a new age skincare brand, don't you think because nowadays the market there are so many options, it is very important for you to educate your customer? Do you guys agree with me on this when I say this? You have range of products, right? I'll give you a classic example when I say educate your customer. Okay, see this. I'll so there is this I'm not sure if Amazon is writing any blogs, but again, there's this brand called as um, Nika. Okay, so Nika is like your Sephora and all who sell beauty products, skincare. They have ideally everything now. Now they have a section of blog, and in this blog they educate customer all about skincare, makeup, clothing, and 10 other things. Why do they do that? What's the point of doing this? Right, they're just the point is not educate. See, because the customer has so much option, they are confused. If I ask you guys right now, okay, right now I'll tell you, I want to, let's say, I've just discovered I need a sunscreen because I'm getting tan, and I go on Google and I see there are 20, 50 sunscreens in the market. Which one should I buy? How would I understand? That's when a brand has to educate the customer, right? I hope you're able to understand. And if you would see this happening, you go and check the social media pages of brands out there. They create so much content just related to educate their customer, right? Because now there's so many options. Back in the days where you just had 2 or 3 brands in the market to use a sunscreen, I didn't have to worry so much. I could have just picked any one, but now I have 20 options. Which one should I use? 50 plus, 40 plus, I don't know, 10 other ingredients. How would we know? Do you guys agree with me when I say this? So education is very important when we talk about that's where the safe framework came into picture, because that E of education is very important. And this is not just to skincare and cosmetic, this is applicable for education, this is applicable for real estate, this is applicable for, I don't know, any other industry out there. Because there are so many options, the customers right now are very much confused compared to what they were in back in the days. Do you guys agree with me on this? Yes? I hope you're able to understand with what I'm trying to say. So the safe framework mein education is very important. Content creation mein education is a kind of content type that we have. Educational content. It is part of a content type that we have as a content marketers now. Right? So as I said, solution, product that a consumer would select, and they should get satisfied, and they should be satisfied by getting that solution. Access, basically you have to emphasize your access to reach a broader customer base. Basically it should be available in the remote area as well. That's what I mean by access, right? Not just tier 1, probably tier 2, tier 3, whatever cities that you have or the locations you have. Value, are you able to create a high value product? And education, because you have to create a bond with your consumer when you're trying to promote a product or brand, or a product for that matter. Okay, I hope we all are clear over here. So when you do your marketing, it should be solution based marketing. This is your consumer, guys. Your marketing strategy always focuses on your consumer, the end user benefit, and the product sector. You have to create your marketing in a way where you're providing that solution as well. I'll give you one more example, okay? Something that you will be able to relate to. So there is this company called as Hostel, okay? They are basically a chain of hostel for backpackers, and they have some really good properties. Right now they also have a blog section. Now what do they create a blog on? Very interesting, they create blogs on different locations, places. Now they're only there in India's, but they talk about place. Again, Airbnb might be doing this. I guess Airbnb might also have blogs and all. I'm not sure though. They have tech blog. They have host blog and all. So similar, like this brand is not exactly Airbnb, but they write blogs on places I should visit in India. If you could see, can you see? the soul of South India, and they are talking about so many places over here. Now, why? What is the catch over here? There's a very big catch what they're trying to do, and it is very difficult for a normal person to understand this. I mean, person who doesn't. When I say normal person, a non-digital marketer to understand this. Okay, see this. Let's say if I read this blog about Thailand. Okay, let's talk about Thailand. I'm not sure if they're there. Okay, here they are. Okay, here they are purely trying to educate you guys. Okay, I can't see that they're trying to ask you to buy the product or service. They might have done some, so they might have done some, collab, or might have got paid by all this destination to promote and all. Otherwise, they might not give. They would never give link to such kind of websites and all. They might have got. They might have done some dealing. Okay, but see this. Mm-mm. We'll talk about Himachal Pradesh. Which one? Okay, we'll talk about Himachal Pradesh. Now, see this. They are trying to tell me where should I go in Shimla, so and so thing. Okay. And can you see this? In middle of now, anyone who's reading this blog, let's say I'm reading this blog, there's a good chance I'm planning to visit this place. When I'm planning to visit this place, stay is a very important thing. Whenever you travel, stay plays a very important role. That's where these people are trying to promote their properties in middle of that. See this. Can you see? So they're trying to say if you're visiting this place called as Mashada Ground and Lake, around 4 kilometer, there's a place of this particular company's property where you guys can go and stay. You understood this? So that's where your solution based marketing. I just gave you an example right now of a blog, right? Similarly, you can do it with the help of brochures, some white papers, put some social media channels and all. Okay, in social media also channel they would do it. There are many brand, all this traveling brand, they create a video places to visit in US. Let's say the you could be Airbnb, could be Airbnb. Let's say I'll talk about Airbnb. I'm not sure if they're doing that, but they'll create a video places to visit in Europe, and then they'll promote the property within that. Right, a person might see it in a way that, oh, they're trying to just talk about the places I should visit in Europe, but the residing place that they're trying to promote could be an Airbnb property. So they're putting the product within that educational content as well. They're not just blindly educating you. No brand would blindly educate you. There will be some promotion within that. Now, what should you focus on? So, as per your 4 P's, and now we are replacing it. Now, instead of place, guys, you should always focus on access. Okay. Now, I'll quickly again, I'll make you understand what exactly do I mean by this. Right. So, when I say focus on access instead of place, what I'm trying to say is many business would depend on some uninterrupted fast internet connectivity. Okay, it is very important for your brand to be accessible, so you have to make sure you are doing cross channel integration in nowadays. What do I mean by cross channel integration is what I'm trying to say, you as a brand needs to be there everywhere. Okay, you have to be accessible when, where, and how the consumer would prefer, rather than focusing on one specific channel. You can't say I'm there on WhatsApp, that's enough. No, you have to be everywhere, or at least you have to be there. You have to be in those platforms where your consumers are there, right? So that's where your cross channel integration comes into picture. Cross channel integration is you are there on search engine, you are there on social media, you are there on OTTs, you are there on e-commerce platform, you are there on all the payment platforms out there, because that's where your consumers are. So hence you have to be there everywhere nowadays, right? You can't just say I'm there on one platform and that's it. No, won't work. It will, but not to that extent that you have thought of. So, as I said, you have to be accessible when, where, and how the consumer would prefer, rather than you choosing it. Okay, so you have to do a lot of reorientation of your delivery system. You have to do a lot of after sale guidance, where it will be very essential in addressing some new markets out there. So as per your safe framework, where A stand for access, here is the centerpiece of some new solution selling strategies, right? Like, it's not that once the person has bought your product you leave it. No, you have to give some after sale guidance as well to your consumer. Now, instead of price, you should always focus on value. So we have talked about the place. Instead of place, you'll focus on access. Now, instead of price, so I'm just trying to tell you, these are the new 4 P's. The 4 P's that we discussed, the SAFE framework is a new thing that you should focus on. So product, so place has replaced by access, price has been replaced by value. Okay, you have to make sure your product value is reflected in the price. When I say value, it, the person should feel it is it worth buying or not, right? You might have felt this, are this product is, that this product is not worth buying. Correct. So you have to know who's your competitor, what are their advantage, what is your product, and who's your target market, because your pricing should also be something that is justifiable. You should justify that product pricing, why this is a price. Is it adding, actually adding the value or not? So because we, that price will break or make a product. Price will define the value of the brand and the product. So it is very difficult, uh, you know um like, if you would see that, okay, I'll put the pricing so high, I'll see if they buy or not, there's a good chance later on, if you even depreciate the pricing, the customer might judge your brand. Don't you think? Again, I have experienced it, that I've seen the product price been so high, after some year I've seen the price has been changed. I Sometimes it comes into my mind thinking that, is the product value depreciated, or the quality has depreciated? Is it because of that the pricing has depreciated, right? So you can't even do the strategy that I'll increase the price then I'll depreciate, because you don't know how the consumer would think, right? I hope you're able to understand what I'm trying to say. So when you fix the pricing, that time only you sit and think, is can is this can someone justify this pricing or not? Okay, is it worth buying? You can't play around, I'll increase the price and then I'll depreciate. The the brand perception would change for sure, and people will question the quality then, right? So you have to find the right pricing. Yes, if it's expensive, great, but is it expensive because of the value? Because nowadays customer also look after the experience, right? So if you're giving that experience, if you're giving that value, person would buy high product pricing product as well. Okay, they won't think the prices, so I won't buy. No, if the product is can justify the value, yes, then the person won't think that this should be cheaper and all. Do you guys agree with me on this? Right? Again, I mean, I'm seeing this trend everywhere, not just in India. I've seen this trend, because I worked for other global market as well. I've worked for UK, I've worked for right now I work for the Japan market. So I've seen the trend over there as well, being the same thing. If my product is able to justify the pricing, the people would buy the product. You might have heard about this brand called as Crocs, right? Everyone might have heard, right? So I've worked for Crocs few months back. Do you guys agree that people are buying Crocs? Why? Because the product quality is so good, right? Because the product quality is so good. At least I'll talk about in India. Okay, uh, so in India the pricing stands for what, 3,000, 2,000, right? People are still buying it because they feel, okay, the product quality is good, it's comfortable. Same goes with Birkenstock, right? Yeah, clock is durable, comfortable, 10 other things out there, I mean. Great. So that's what I mean by value, okay? And again, you should show that value proposition, that why the pricing of your product is so high. What is the reason behind it? What exactly are you providing that the value has been increased? Right. The quality, there are people, now you have 10 other justification you'll give, because I'm sourcing from this location, hence the value has increased. It is premium, there's no adulteration, I don't know, there's no mixing, it's pure. So you will have to also tell that why the pricing is so high, right? Now cost cutting, again, like, try avoiding cost cutting in your product. Again, it depends what kind of audience you're catering to, but the pricing should be just like the pricing should justify itself, right? Like, why I should buy the product. Now, instead of promotion, as I said, now promotion is getting replaced by education, and I've exactly told you why. Nowadays, you can't just show an advertisement. See, this is my Crocs, buy it for 50% off. No, it won't work. But if you create an educational content, that your leg needs some proper spacing, a good padding, right, will which will help you to support your leg properly. You can walk for a longer duration. See, I create two commercial would be what, 50% off on your Crocs. It's a promotional thing, right? But imagine I create a video where I say why one should buy a Croc, or I create a video what things you should look after whenever you're buying a footwear. What do you think, what will work more? The later one, right? Because now education is very important. So hence your promotion is getting replaced by education. Makes sense, right? So you have to focus on learning. Your customer would respond to content that will teach them something new. Understand this. So your focus should be on idea of education, not of idea of promotion. Your organization all should always prioritize it over the promotion, because education will help you to build some trust and loyalty and give you some better result for sure, right? So hence promotion is getting replaced by education. In promotion, you are just trying to succeed when people are interested. But in education, you are trying to provide knowledge, you are giving demonstration, webinar, right? You are creating that state of mind as well. Because when you educate, you are trying to convince them, right? You are trying to demonstrate them, you are trying to give them a right that okay, this is how your experience would be. Education, so promotion got replaced by education, right? Your price got replaced by value, and your place got replaced by access. Now we can't replace a product, for sure we can't replace a product, but even if you're creating a product, create a solution oriented product. Okay, clear? How your 4 P's are different now. Now your 4 P's are more of like a same framework. So it has replaced because the user have replaced, the channels have replaced, the options have replaced. So some real life example of your same framework, guys. You have Red Bull. So if you all know, Red Bull is a consumer, it's a very energy widely used energy drink which started in 1987, right? So they have very popular energy drink. They have might have sold 100 billion cans, right? They held almost 43% of the market share. Now what is their strategy? So they use their product as solution, right? So they have a product which says sugar free, zero, right? So they have a different kind of energizing beverages. So their product is more of like a solution. Their place is access. How? Because it is easily accessible to customer in so many countries, in so many demographic, in so many geographic. So it's accessible. Place is replaced by accessible now, right? Price is replaced by value because they have quality. I mean, that's what they cater. They say they have quality, they have dominant market share, hence 43% is that they have, right? And they also call them sometimes a premium pricing strategy, right? And promotion wise, yes, they educate. They have a tagline which says Red Bull gives you wing. Now again, this will educate the customer about how do they use it. It has high risk or energy activities which will make you feel more young mind, thinking it like from a young mind, you got that energy. So that the tagline also says in that way, right? Red Bull gives you wing. Correct. Similarly, you have Airbnb. Now again, we all know what is Airbnb. It will help the travelers find some lodging. We all know the valuation of Airbnb, which is again around 100 billion dollars. Now for them, what is the solution? The product is their solution. They are giving you private and shared rooms, entire place, or probably a house as well. They are accessible everywhere in India, other countries out there, right? Because they host around 4 million hosts, right? No one would have ever thought that how hosting would work. Like, had anyone have thought in their wildest dream, we have thought okay, hotels would be there, but Airbnb was something different altogether, right? So they have made themselves accessible everywhere. They are across more than 1 lakh cities, and you can, with an internet connection, can get a Airbnb listing, right? So you can be available from both the side, as a customer, as a seller as well, right? Again, they show value, because if you're a homeowner, you can establish your prices based on seasonality, what are the lead, the local, how popular that location is. And they do promote, they do lot of education. At least Airbnb does that a lot. They are there on social media, TV commercial. They put they get some hosts, they they give some uh, incentives for travelers who are looking out for accommodation. If you're a travel vlogger, they do a lot of influencer marketing connect as well. So ideally, that's where, now if you could understand how your 4 P's got replaced by the same framework. Clear? So I hope you understood what are this new four this are like how your 4 P's have got replaced by same framework, and how exactly brand are able to utilize it. Now, here the lesson number 5 is all about the strategies, the 5 P's of strategies. Okay, and there are some strategies that we would be discussing: the Mintzberg strategy, then you have Porter's 5-4 analysis, pestle analysis. Again, all this analysis are ideally done when you do a research. Okay, so this usually helps in your research stage. Okay, um, now you have the Mintzberg 5 P's strategy. um, now this stands for ploy, pattern, position, perspective, and plan. Okay, this is more of like a perspective and a method based approach. um, again, this will help you to understand some vulnerabilities and strength of your brand. So you have something called as a pestle analysis. Now again, all this analysis or all the strategies that I'm talking are more towards the research stage. This is where you do your research. Okay, now in this strategy or in this framework, you understand what are some environmental factor, macro environmental factor, which which will help you understand what are your company's strength, weakness, and forces which will affect your business in general. Okay, these are more towards the environmental, macro environmental factors. Okay, to understand where does your business stands and what are the factors that can ideally affect your brand. So P stands for political, E stands for economical, L stands for legal, S stands for social, E stands for environmental, and T stands for technological. Okay, now ideally, see, you have to find out, okay, what are the factors, are there any political factor that will impact my business. When I say political factor, let's say that could be, again, I'm giving a random idea, your product might not work well for a specific location because of they might have boycotted it, they don't use that product. So understand what is the political factor. Economical is more about the pricing side of your product. Would you face is does your business or does your product will face some legal problems in future, right? Social is more towards your people out there too, or the TGs out there. Environmental is how does your brand impact the environment, like the packaging, right? Let's say your brand packaging is something which is not eco-friendly. So if again, I'm just giving you one example, there could be other environmental factors as well. And technologically, where does your brand stands, or what is this a strength of your company or is it a weakness? So again, as I said, all this analysis are usually done when you are at a research stage. So in marketing, you have a topic, not digital marketing, but in general in marketing, you have a topic called as market research. That's where you do all this analysis. This is where you apply this analysis to find out where what are your strength, what are your weakness of your company. Okay, and what are some things that can affect your business. Okay, so I'm not saying this is something that you'll apply directly when you are doing into digital marketing. This is basic for all the marketing efforts out there. Okay, and usually used for the research stage. So pestle analysis is, as I said, it's more about the macro environmental factors that makes you understand how it impacts your brand or a business. SWOT analysis is something that you all would have heard of, right? I'm pretty sure SWOT analysis is something we all would have heard of. Now, SWOT: strength, weakness, threat, and opportunity. Have you ever have you guys ever heard about SWOT analysis? Have you heard this word for the very first time, SWOT analysis? So basically, you find out what are the strength, you list down what are the strength of your brand, what are the weakness of your brand, what could be a threat, and what are the opportunity. For example, I'll take an example of I don't know, Coca-Cola. Okay, let's say Coca-Cola strength is they have wide distribution. It's available everywhere. Their weakness could be that because nowadays consumers are getting so health conscious and they don't have that kind of healthy beverages to provide, so could be their weakness, right? Threat could be, now there are so many new entrant who call themselves healthy, right, who are trying to add some different variants, so they could be their threat, basically their competition, and opportunities where they could grow. So they can grow with their packaging, they can grow with their healthier alternatives. So that is what we mean by SWOT analysis. You just try to put where what are the strength, weakness, strength and opportunities of your brand. Okay, so let me, and there's one more analysis, so I'll just take you through that analysis. You have something called as Potter's five force model. Again, these are three analysis, guys. Again, this three analysis, all the three analysis that I'm just mentioning right now. Now, the Potter's five force model is also something on those lines. It will help you to understand or support the computer analysis and help you to get some better result for your business. For example, in the Potter's 5-4 analysis model, you have to find out who are your existing rival. Okay, what are the threat of new entrants, like do you have any threat of new entrants or not, new companies, new competitor? Do you have some bargaining power as a supplier or not, like can you bargain as a supplier? Can you do some negotiability to your buyers? And what are some threats for your proxies? So again, this framework will help you to understand, do you have some threat with your competitors or a new competitor, right? Or you as a buyer, or sorry, basically you as a supplier, can you make sure that there can be some, do you have some bargaining powers? Or to your consumer, um, can do they have that negotiating ability or not? So again, this is part of the research stage of your marketing. This is not something the execution stage, this is more part of your research stage. Make sense? Porters, pestle and SWOT analysis, guys. Again, ideally you should just know what exactly this are and what do they mean. In let's say, if I talk from interview perspective, people would just want to know what are the full form of SWOT, pestle and porters, and what exactly do they mean, and at what stage of marketing do you use this analysis. So now, guys, when I talk about video marketing, okay, I will take you through what are different kind of video ads we run on YouTube. Okay, I'll show you the dashboard as well, ideally, that how exactly do we work on the setup part and all. Okay, and then we'll discuss, what video ads are run for, what kind of objectives, so on and so forth. Okay, so now starting with video marketing, again, we know that when I talk about video marketing, I'm not only talking about ads, guys. It also has some organic relation to it. When I say organic, basically you have a YouTube channel where you post your video, or you have an Instagram channel where you post your video. So when I say video marketing, I'm talking about the organic plus the ad part of it. Okay, now before going, I mean, rather than going to the PPT, we'll directly go to YouTube to understand this. Okay, let me just quickly open my YouTube where we all can go through it together. Okay, so this is my YouTube. Now, try to understand, guys, on YouTube. Okay, we have different kind of ads keep that you will see. Okay, so what exactly does this talk about? So this will help you out to understand what are different kind of video ads that we have, which are run on YouTube. Because when I talk about video marketing, the one of the most popular platform is YouTube. Okay, now, let's try to understand each of those ad format one by one, and let's try to see them. Okay, so in total, guys, you have all this six ad formats. Okay, something that you might have to mug up for your future interviews and all. But you have skippable in-stream ad, you have non-skippable in-stream ad, you have in-feed ad, you have bumper, masthead, and you have YouTube short ad. Okay, apart from that, we also have one more thing called as outstream ad. Okay, I'll talk about outstream later. Now, how do this ad look like? We'll go one by one. Skippable in-stream ad is the most common ad that you might all have. Have you ever seen a ad that comes when you're playing a video, and within that you can skip that ad in 5 seconds? Have you ever experienced that? So right now, I'm not sure if I play a video, I'll see any skippable ad or not. But let me see right now if there's any. This one. So this is, yeah. I could skip it in 5 seconds, right? Could you see it was like it hardly lasts for 5 seconds, and I have an option to skip. So this is my skippable ad. Okay, the first one that I talked about, this one, skippable in-stream ad. You all have seen such kind of ad. Now, this is one of the most used ad format, and one of the reason behind it is the cost per view. Okay, basically, do you agree that whenever you watch a video, you will watch a, if you, let's say you have 10 videos to watch, you will probably watch that video which has a good amount of views on it. Okay, so now what many brands tend to do is, and I have done this personally, so there was a company who was into mutual fund. Okay, and they had lot of youtube on youtube they have created lot of playlists about how to invest in different mutual fund. But the problem with their video was the video was very boring. Okay, like hardly they were able to get those organic views. Now what did the client do was, the client came to us and they gave us 1 lakh INR, okay, for each video. So they asked us to spend 1 lakh INR on each video and increase that view count. Now when we run a skippable ad, so that's where skippable ads have been used. Skippable ads are usually used to increase the views on your organic video. Let's say Ramya is planning, she has a YouTube channel and she has posted a lot of videos, but she's not getting that kind of views. She can take that video and run that as a skippable ad, and that will help her to increase her views. Now, in India, the cost per view, okay, ranges from 0.50 paisa to 1 rupee. So don't you think it's dirt cheap? Like imagine if I spend 1 lakh INR, I can get 1 lakh, or if the cost per view is around 50 paisa, then I'll get 2 lakh views. I hope you are able to understand this. Yes, so this is damn cheap, and this is one of the most favorite, how should I say, ad amongst the advertiser out there. Like there was one news in between. Okay, I believe last to last year. There's this one very popular singer in India called as Badshah. Okay, now it was told that this person has bought subscribers on YouTube. He has bought those views on YouTube. But ideally, what this guy did was he ran a skippable ad, and which helped him to increase his view count and subscriber and all of that. I hope you understood. Right, so it is damn cheap. You can increase your view count, and whatever view count that you see below the video, it is not just organic, it has the paid promotion view count as well within it. So it is very difficult for any normal consumer to differentiate, okay, was it an organic view or was it a paid view. I hope I'm clear. Then you have something called as a non-skippable in-stream and bumper. Okay, now try to understand. By the way, the skippable in stream, the non skippable in stream, and the bumper, all these three ads are played within the video. If you could see the screenshot as well, the screenshot says that this is played within the video, right? This one. Like when you're seeing a video, between that, this ad would appear. Now, the non skippable in stream and bumper ad, both of this ad, you can't skip. So you might have come across a lot of video ads that you can't skip at all, right? Like you have to watch the entire ad. You won't get that option to skip. That is what these two ad are. But then how do you differentiate that which is non-skippable and which is bumper? That is based on the duration of that ad. So your non-skippable ad will last for somewhere around 15 seconds. Okay, and the bumper ad will only last for 6 seconds. So let's say if you see a ad which is very short in duration and you can't skip, that is your bumper ad. But if you see a longer ad which you can't skip, that is your non-skippable in-stream ad. I hope I'm clear. Now we usually use a bumper ad when we have a very short video. Like 6 seconds is a very short time duration, right? So if the video length is, you want to just give a short message, you run a bumper ad. And bumper ad usually perform better than the non-skippable ad, because see, a user can bear that 6 second ad, but if I ask someone to watch a 15-second ad, they might get annoyed, if and especially if the video is also not great, right? So if you are running bumper ad or non-skippable ad, you have to make sure the video is really great, right? The customer should enjoy watching that ad, they shouldn't feel bored about it. I hope I'm clear. Now the bumper and non-skippable ad will also help you to increase the view count, but the view count, the way skippable ad can increase, you can't see that kind of growth with non-skippable and bumper, because you have simple answer in front of you, right? In skippable, the person gets an option to skip the ad in 5 seconds. quickly you can garner the view, but in non-skippable and bumper, the person has to watch the video, right? So there's a good chance the person might go back again, right? They won't play the video, they might go back if they're annoyed, and so forth, right? So not the first, the best ad is skippable ad, then the bumper, and then the non-skippable one. I hope I'm clear. Okay. Then you have something called as, now, in feed ad is something that will appear on your feed. Like, this won't appear within the video, it will appear when you're scrolling on your feed. So right now I'm not sure. Okay, by the way, this is not your in feed ad, okay? So what happens, people tend to get confused. Like, if you see any ad on YouTube which doesn't have a video, that means it is not a video marketing ad. This is also run through Google Ads, but the ad format is not video, it is something else. This is called as a discover ad, okay? I will show you how does the in feed ad look like. Let me see if on my YouTube I have that, if it plays somewhere. Oh, by the way, see this one. Can you see this rather than, okay, let's talk about this one. This ad is called as masthead ad. Okay, guys. Very, very important ad on YouTube. Okay, this will always appear at the top, and it will cover, if you like, because right now it's on desktop. This covers the entire, this particular line. Even on mobile, if you see any um at the first ad that you see on your mobile, that is also your mastered ad. Okay, now can anybody guess, guys, if I want to run this mastered ad for one entire day, how much I might have to pay YouTube? So I want to run a mastered ad for Simply Learn for one entire day. Can you guys guess how much I might have to pay to YouTube for India location, let's say? So imagine how much YouTube is earning out of it. If you guys know, Google's 70% of revenue is through ads. Okay. Now try to understand what YouTube does over here. Okay. So there are two situations. See this. For a mastered ad, okay, either you have one entire day slot, okay, for which you might have to pay some crores. Okay, now the price keeps on changing, so I don't want to specify the number, but let's say Rahul want to run this ad, but Rahul doesn't have 1 crore. Then what he can do, so you have one more option where um you can run ad on masthead, and YouTube will commit you around 1 crore impression. Okay, impression is, as I told you, number of time your ad has been shown to a consumer. Okay, now for this they might charge you around 10 lakhs or probably 10 point something. Okay, like it is not that expensive, so 10 lakh 50,000, something on those line. Okay, now the price keeps on changing, so I'm giving you a ballpark figure. Now what YouTube does is, okay, first thing, you let's say you can't run this ad through Google Ads. Okay, like other video ad, like skippable, non-skippable, bumper, all those ads we can run through Google Ads. But if I want to run a mastered ad, I can't run it through Google Ads. Okay, what are the two options? Either you will have to reach out to Google team 30 days prior, okay, to do the booking. It is not something that I'll go to Google team right now and I'll tell them that tomorrow I want to run a master ad. No, I have to do the 30 days prior booking, because there are many brands who are in line to run this particular ad. Okay. Or you can run it through DV360. I told you, right? DV360 is the programmatic platform, premium platform to show ads on premium inventory. So mastered is ideally a premium inventory ad. I hope you're able to understand now. So this is where Google Ads and DV360 are different. Both of these platforms are owned by Google only. Google owns Google Ads, Google owns DV360. But in DV360, as I told you, premium inventory, premium ad. So mastered ad is a premium ad. Hence, a user can run it through DV360, or they have to reach out to Google directly. They can't run it through Google Ads. I hope you're able to understand what I'm trying to say over here, right? So now let's say if I go and do a 30 days prior booking, what Google does is, and Google is very smart on those lines. uh let's say, okay, so we have Mahalakshmi, So I'll write Lakshmi. Ignore the spelling error, guys. And she's working for, let's say, Amazon. Okay, Amazon is a brand, and she want one entire day slot. Okay, so obviously YouTube will give her one entire day slot. But now we have Rahul, it's me, we have Jonas. But imagine, and 10 plus six more people. Okay, so six more brands over here who can only afford that 10 lakh slot. So what YouTube does is, YouTube is very smart. YouTube will give one day slot to all of them. So basically in one day YouTube will run ad of all these 10 brands together, and again YouTube will end up earning 1 crore. So people like me, Rahul, Jonas, Ramya, who don't have 1 crore to spend, and we have taken that 10 lakh package or whatever it is, what YouTube will do? YouTube will give one entire day to all, for all this brands like me and Rahul, like who only can spend 10 lakhs. And probably in a day they will allot such kind of brands, like in a day 10 brands would be allocated, and again YouTube would end up earning 1 crore, or probably more than 1 crore. And the only commitment, so what will happen, at start Rahul brand's ad would be shown, then later on my brand's ad would be shown. It's not that continuously my brand's ad would be shown. Like in the entire day, sometime like after every 1 or 2 hour, the brand would keep on changing. And YouTube is just committing you impression, that in like if you're spending around 10 lakh or something, will give you like around 1 crore of impression. They are not even committing you that they'll give you sales, or they're not even committing you that they will help you to increase the view count. It is just for impression, just to show the ad. So it's a very expensive ad, not every other brand can afford. And ideally, if you ask me, is it a good ad to run? Like if you have a lesser budget, no, not at all. It's better you run that skippable ad and garner the views rather than just showing the ad to someone, right? So when I say impression, I've saw the ad, right? This is impression, but when I play it, they are not even committing that the person will tap on it and will increase the view count. I hope I'm clear now. Now when I, like if I refresh, probably the, okay, now still it's Royal Enfield. So after some time it might be another brand whose ad would be shown. Now one more thing of skippable ad, okay? So if you have a video length, let's say you have a video of till 10 minutes, you will be able to garner the views quickly. As your video length increase, it is very difficult to increase the view count. So YouTube usually gives you a recommendation that if you want to run a skippable ad, right? Like if you could see, it says no max length, but 3 minutes is recommended, because as the length of the video increases, yes, you will get views, but it will take some time to garner that views then. For example, I have a video of 10 minutes, I have a video of 20 minutes. The 10 minutes video will quickly garner the views compared to the 20-minute one. The 20-minute one will also garner views, but it will take some time for it to happen. Make sense? So that is also one catch with the skippable one. Like I have run a skippable ad for a video length which was of 20 minutes as well, 10 minutes as well. The 10 minute, the shorter one below 10 minutes one quickly garnered the views, but the one which were more than 10 minutes, it took some time. Again, then you have your feed ad, in feed ad, is it something like you can try out running in feed ad, but my experience wasn't that great while I ran an in feed ad. But again, you can try out, see, brand to brand, the experience might change. Okay, this ad will appear on your feed, so right now I'll have to scroll a lot to see if I can see an in feed ad. But this is my feed, right? On phone it would look one below other. This is not a in-feed ad, okay, by the way. Because it's not a video, it is not an in-feed ad. So people usually get confused. There are people who will call this as an in-feed ad, but no, it is not an in-feed ad, because it is not a video, it is a banner. Okay, this is a different ad format, and I don't want to get into it right now. I'm just trying to see if I have any. Again, this is not the in-feed ad. Let me see. I'll try to scroll a little bit. If I see, great. Otherwise, I'll refer to some screenshots. So right now, I'm not able to see a lot of infrared. Wait. Let me show it to screenshot only rather than scrolling through. So ideally, it appears on your feed when you scroll, and it will be in a video format only. Okay, it should be in a video format. For example, this one. See this. Like if this is ideally a video, if they play it. Okay. I hope I'm clear. And then you have ads on shorts. So you all know, like when you're scrolling through your shorts as well, nowadays you come across some video ad, so that now YouTube short is like a new placement, hence it's added. Apart from all the 6 ads that we discussed, short, masted, bumper, in-feed, skippable, non-skippable, you have one more ad called as outstream ad. Now what exactly is an outstream ad, guys? So imagine, you think that okay, I have covered everyone on YouTube, I've been like, probably I have a good reach on YouTube, people know my videos on YouTube, I want to reach people outside YouTube. That's when we run an outstream ad. Okay, so outstream ad is more of like, okay, have you guys ever heard about this platform called as Google AdSense? Anyone? Okay, basically where you can monetize your website and apps, right? I hope you might have heard about this. So now, if I so see those web, so okay, what is Google AdSense? Basically imagine I own a website or an app and I get good amount of traffic, and now I want to earn some money out of this. What I'll do, I'll register myself on Google AdSense, where basically I'm trying to tell Google that, hey Google, I have a website and an app which gets good amount of traffic, and I have some free slots available, and I would want brands to show their ad on those slots, right? So what Google will do, Google will show some brands ad on those free slots that are there on my websites and app, and if someone clicks on that ad, some part of the revenue would be shared by me and some of the revenue would be taken by Google, right? So this outstream ad is nothing but this: your ad would be shown on those third party websites and app, and again, like, you are reaching out to a user outside YouTube. Okay, but I have a question to everyone, guys. Okay, like, try to understand. Let's talk about Zara. Okay, so like, do you agree Zara website will have good amount of traffic, right? So if I go to Zara's website, not just India, the global one, okay, we do you all agree that they have a good amount of traffic on their pages, right? So that, why Zara, like, you people, I'm not sure how many of you do shop from Zara, but do you guys agree Zara website and app has good amount of traffic? So why Zara doesn't allow register their website on Google AdSense and allow some advertiser to run the ad on their website or an app and earn some money out of it? Like, we all agree Zara has good amount of traffic on their website or an app. Let's say not Zara, H&M as well. Any all of this popular e-commerce brand, they have a good amount of traffic coming up. Okay, it will see for Zara, H&M brand like this, they don't want to um disturb the user experience by showing ads between that. See, yes, they can earn some money from Google AdSense, but that money that they'll earn will, it doesn't even contribute that much to their revenue. Like, imagine if I have a good website, I have good customer who come to my website, buy the product, and I disturb their user experience. Yes, I might earn some money from Google AdSense, but the people who were coming to my website to buy the product, some of them might not, might leave my brand because the user experience is getting hampered by it. So for Zara and H&M, they can't, just to earn some penny amount of money, they can't disturb the user experience, right? So all this big e-commerce brand, they will never allow Google AdSense. They will never allow Google to show the third party, to show any brands ad on their page. Yes, if you are a blog website, you can, because blog may, in blog, a user is just running the reading the content, right? They are not purchasing anything. But in e-commerce, the user experience really matters a lot. I hope you understood what I was trying to say right now. Like, for them, it's like earning money from Google AdSense and earning money from what the customers are purchasing. The second one is better. Yeah, they all are betting apps and sites. They allow brands to show their ads on Google Ads, because for them, like, for them, yes, the user now, the bigger betting apps and all, again, yes, they are earning a lot of money through Google Ads. Now again, they have a lot of restriction with the. I think the betting apps are something. You can't. They have been stopped by the government, at least in India, as far as I know. The last news that I read, Dream 11 and all of them, they are closed right now, right? As like the last thing that I heard. How Google allows it? Google will allow. You see, Google AdSense, if they have registered themselves on Google AdSense to show ads on their website and app, Google can't do anything about it. The brands are targeting it. No, Google is not asking them to show their ads on those betting apps. The brands are the one who are targeting those websites and apps. So when I create a campaign on Google Ads, I can choose on what website and apps I want to run, I want to show my ad. So the advertiser themselves are choosing those apps and website where they want to show their ads. I hope you understood this. And now, at least in India, the betting apps are not there, so the chapter is closed ideally. Me as an advertiser, all those brands who are trying to show you ads. See, and again, there's a lot of remarketing feature involved in it. Because Rahul, imagine, let's say right now you're on Mintra, you bought a product, you add a product to cart, but you don't purchase. Now, you, hypothetically, I'm saying that you're playing in that betting app. Through remarketing, you are seeing that ad over there. In remarketing, we can't, I mean, I can control what apps and website I don't want to show my ad on, but brands never get bothered about it. We just want to follow wherever you are going. So if you are there, after doing that, you go to a betting app to play, I will show my ads over there directly, because that's where you are also there. I hope you're able to understand. There was a very funny incident. And you guys must know. Okay, so there was so there's a website in India, IRCTC, which is used to book trains. Okay, now I think last year there was one user of IRCTC. This guy went on Twitter and they tagged this brand IRCTC. And so basically, this person, when he went to IRCTC, he could see some rubbish ads, okay? Something that he really didn't like. When I say, I mean, I really don't know, the content wasn't great of that ad, something on those line, okay? And this guy got very frustrated and he tagged IRCTC and he told them that why are you allowing such kind of brands to show their ad on your website, right? This is what this guy did, and it was there on Twitter. Now what IRCTC replied was, see, we are not allowed, see this, you are seeing this rubbish content not because we allowed them. Try to understand, they are doing remarketing to you. Just because you saw that rubbish content somewhere, they are just trying to show that again to you. I hope you're able to understand. So in remarketing, you can't control this. This guy thought that IRCT is allowing such brands to show their ads, but ideally that ad was shown to him because he watched that kind of content few days back. And this brand was trying to do remarketing to this person. I hope you're able to understand what I'm trying to say. So, like, if you tag those brands saying, how do you allow such bad brands to show their ad? Ideally, it is not the brands, or it is not the website who's allowing it. There could be a good reason you saw that rubbish content or that rubbish product, and wherever now you're going, they're just trying to do remarketing to you. So, ideally, it's not fault of IRCTC as well. Right, the fault was with the person. He saw that bad content, and now they are doing remarketing to him wherever he goes. Right, so ideally, I mean, in remarketing, it's very difficult to control. But yeah, you can take some control that we don't want to remarket on some sensitive website where things are talking about violence and all of that, because that will impact your brand image as well. No, like imagine, guys. Okay, for example, I'll tell you. I'm someone who shops from Zara. Okay, and now I didn't bought the product and I go to Meesho. Meesho is basically a brand in India which sell dirt cheap product. Okay, now imagine I go there and Zara is trying to do remarketing on that Meesho app. Don't you think it will impact Zara's image, right? Because where is Zara and where is Meesho, right? In such instances, the brand image will get hampered. Like imagine you guys are saying that Zara is doing you remarketing on Meesho's app, it will impact the brand image, right? So all these bigger brands, there are times sometimes that they exclude showing ads on, even if they want to do remarketing, they'll exclude such kind of websites where their brand image can be hampered. First thing is, create your video, upload it on your YouTube channel, connect your YouTube channel to your Google ads, and then you can run that as an ad. But now this is a new feature that YouTube has introduced where I can run a partnership ad. Partnership ad is like, because nowadays there are a lot of videos that influencer creates for a brand, right? And now that brand want to run that influencer video as an ad, they can do it. Outstream ads, we can refer to some Google images then, because how should I say? It is very difficult. Like randomly, if I start scrolling, it's very difficult to find them. But like this, see this. This is a website where Neutrogena is showing their video ad. Can you see? How did I understood it's an ad? It says advertisement, and this sign is of Google. So if I tap over here, it will say run by Google Ads. Make sense? This is a banner ad by, so this is a banner ad by Google. This is a video ad by Google. Both are run through Google Ads only. Okay. I hope it's clear for everyone. I mean, I can see there is one website where I see a lot of ads that pops up. Like now here, it will take some time to load, but here also, like, can you see this advertisement? So it takes some time to load that particular ad. Again here, somewhere in the down here also there'll be a, now it could be a video, it could be a banner as well, but it takes some time to load. Like I can keep the site open if it loads quickly. Yeah, see this. Now this is what, this is a banner ad. But this is remarketing, because recently I visited this website to buy a bag. Now they're trying to do remarketing to me. Imagine the way it's showing it in a banner format. It can also show, they can also show it here in a video way. And how do I understand this is added by Google? Let's say here. Can you say if I go to this sign, I can see say this as well. Stop seeing this ad. So it clearly says this is ads by Google. Similarly, if I scroll down here also I might see this. They are trying to do remarketing to me. This is remarketing because I just like, this was also one of the bag brand where I just visited recently. Now they are showing this in a banner format. So in remarket, like in outstream, when I if it's a video ad, that is basically an outstream ad. This is a banner ad. But in similarly here, if they would be showing a video, imagine that is your outstream ad. Okay, now I hope you understood what are different ads, how do they look, how does it work, right? Okay, let me go back to the topic. So I have discussed all the video ad formats. How are they? How do they look like? Okay, now I'll quickly go to the PPT and take something which I haven't discussed. So let me just close this. And now you understood also the differentiation between DV360 and Google Ads. So DV360 owned, again, like this is very, like this is something that you should know. Google Ads and DV360 and SA360 is owned by Google only, but Google Ads is for all the mass audience. DV360, SA360 is like more from the premium side. I just gave you one example of how premium it is. With Google Ads, I can't show ads on mastered ad, but with DV360, I can do it. Similarly, with Google Ads, if I want to show my ad on some OTT, I can't do that, but I can do it through DV360. Right? So hence programmatic is like premium brands, premium platform. Okay, so we'll quickly discuss the theory part, guys. Okay, so now when I talk about video marketing, I've covered the ads part. We'll talk about the organic side as well. Okay, and we won't we can quickly cover it because now you have understood the concept. So when I talk about video marketing, guys, it is more about your marketing approach where you plan, you create, you edit, you publish, and you promote your video content. Because see, whenever, why do we run a video ad? Because I want to create an awareness. The one of the cheapest way to create an awareness is to run a video ad. So whenever a brand is asking me that, Jigisha, we want to get as much awareness as possible, I would always pitch them a video ad because it is visually appealing. The cost is also not that expensive. Like I've told you, right? Skippable ads are so cheap to run, right? So whenever a brand would approach you to run some awareness based campaign, you can pitch them a video ad, whether it is on Meta or whether it is on YouTube. Okay, why Meta and YouTube? Because these are the most popular platform which has that kind of audience reach as well, right? So when we get into video marketing, like see, ideally your job, if you are into the, so if you are towards the ad size of the business, guys, you won't get involved into the video creation. There will be a team who will give you a video. But let's say you are towards the organic side of marketing, like organic social media marketing, that is where you will get involved into creating that video. There'll be a video editor who will edit the video for you guys. But if you're working with a smaller brand, they might ask you to help them out. You are the one who will publish the video, you will promote it through ads and to different on different platform, right? And you will see how exactly it has performed. So if you're towards the organic side of social media marketing, guys, yes, with respect to creating the video, you will get involved. Editing, not really, there are editors out there. Publishing, you have to publish on the platform, you have to promote it in different way, and then you have to see how it's performing. Okay, and I told you, YouTube is one of the best platform for your video marketing because there are around 1 billion hours of YouTube videos daily. People tend to watch that, right? Average user is trying to spend around 40 minutes per day watching videos on YouTube, right? The other one, as I told you, the most popular is Meta. In Meta, it's Instagram, where people upload around 95 million photos daily. So you are trying to do video marketing on two most popular platform, YouTube and like Instagram, which is part of Meta. Correct? Now, as I told you, impact is really great. It will help you to attract your audience, engage the community, help you to get some revenue as well. You can share some unique story, you can create some business opportunity. I mean, as I told you, awareness, you want to reach out to a large audience. YouTube, video marketing, and YouTube is one of the way to do that. and it is cheaper as well compared to other ways to do it. Okay, like rather than running a search ad or a banner ad, video ad is cheapest when it comes to awareness. See, video ad, it won't commit you conversions, or it might, you would get leads, or you would get those conversion or end action that you want your consumer to take, but the numbers won't be that great with respect to those line. But let's say your client want to get reach, they want some impression, go ahead with video marketing on YouTube. I hope I'm clear now. So keep this in your mind when I talk about awareness. One of the first thing that should come in your mind, whether it's organic or whether it's ad, video, and that too on YouTube and Instagram, right? Now again, the marketing funnel, I have already said, we all know what is a marketing funnel. We want awareness, we want people to convert, and we want them to retain. So now what people do is, I'm not saying they don't use video marketing at all the three stages. Yes, they do it, but the kind of video they create is different. Okay, for example, in a awareness, so when I talk about awareness, let me write it over here. You can use video marketing, but the content would be different. For example, for awareness, I can create some education content, because first I'll have to educate the consumer on my product or service. Okay, in conversion based, like I want them to convert them, so what I'll do, I'll show them some testimonials, right, some case studies kind of videos, right? Or yeah, that should work. And when it comes to retention, I'll create some offers, special offer kind of videos, so the communication would be different now, right? So the videos also that we create at each stage will differ. And hence, if you would see, there are a lot of videos on YouTube which are related to education side. They focus more on awareness and testimonials, or then or showing them some specific offer related video. If you see, like any brand, for example, I mean, again, I'll have to go back to YouTube to show you that, but they use YouTube. Now see, can you see right now there's another master ad, this is by Cadbury. So that means that Royal Enfield has not taken one entire day slot, they have taken a slot to get just as many impression as possible. I hope you understood it. How does it work now? If I could see just one brand's ad the entire day, that means they have taken the 1 day slot. But now they haven't taken the 1 day slot. Clear? Now I hope you are able to map it to what I was telling you theoretically. Okay, I was trying to show you something. So let's say, I don't know. So there is this brand called as Grow. Now, see, there's this company called as Grow. Okay, now they are into investing. They have a app where person can buy equity, mutual fund, and other things. What they do, they use YouTube to get people aware about how to do financial planning. If you see all their video, it is all about educating them about financial planning. So they are using YouTube as a channel to create awareness about investing. Nowhere you would see them saying that go, go and invest to grow. No, directly they would never say that. You see all their video, they are all in education purpose. I hope I'm clear. So you would see YouTube or Instagrams are usually used for awareness, the video part, okay, and the content is very much focused towards the educational side of it. They won't directly educate you, so in like they will, in middle of that they might promote their product, but the content is very clear. They want to educate the consumer on the whatever product and service that they are trying to sell. Okay, I hope I'm clear. Now, there are a lot of metrics that we track whenever we run a video ads or we are doing some video marketing. Okay. First, we see how much traffic we are able to get, organic traffic. Okay. Then we would want to see what is the engagement. Engagement is nothing but how many people have liked my video, disliked my video, tried to share that video, or who have commented on it. That is what we call as engagement, whether it is on YouTube or Instagram. Then you would want to see how many people have subscribed to my channel, or how many people have followed my page. That, because video marketing will impact those subscriber count as well, right? Now we would also want to see audience retention, like how many people are keep getting, they are watching my video for multiple time, they're coming back to my channel. By the way, all these numbers, at least on YouTube, you can check under your, there's an option of analytics where you can check all these numbers. Okay, then you would want to check the watch time, which is what is your total viewing time for your video. Then you would want to see a conversion rate as well, that after watching the video, did the person went to the website to buy any product or service. Okay, and then bounce rate is nothing but the person came to the video but they just went back in like 1 or 2 seconds. That is bounce rate, like they didn't stay for a longer duration. Okay, so people who visited your video or your website but they leave the website or the video in like few seconds and they didn't do performed any action. So because you're doing video marketing, you will have to also track how it is performing. You create a separate video that would work. But imagine in one video you're trying to do awareness, conversion, retention. No. Clear? Okay, so guys, these are some metrics that one should check. I'll come to, so I have talked about what are different kind of video ads. I've covered it without the slide only. Okay, but now you would want, so on your Google search engine. Okay, see, apart from YouTube, your video, so let's say I want to say, right, can you see there are some short videos that have been shown? Sometime you'll see some videos as well, like not just short but some big length videos as well. Now if you want to really improve the ranking, you want your videos to appear at the top. You, that is what we mean by SEO, right? Without running ad, you want your video to appear on the top of your website or on the search engine result page, or even for that matter on YouTube. There are some things, there are some, how should I say, um optimization that you can do with your video. Okay, so first thing is, you can add your video under your sitemap. Now what exactly is a sitemap? Let me okay, let me try to explain this to you. I'll talk about sitemap later on because it's a very long explanation. But one thing, within your video, please add the timestamps. Stamps are nothing but where the user can see at what minute what kind of topic has been discussed. So you are just trying to break down your video and create some good description. You have a description part in your YouTube, right? So give a good description, add some important keywords within that video, so your ranking would be better. Now, when it comes to the sitemap, guys, what exactly is a sitemap? Let me make you understand that. Okay. Um, please try to listen carefully what I'm trying to say over here. Okay. So, okay, imagine I'm a brand, I have a website, I have a YouTube channel, and I want to improve its SEO ranking. Okay. SEO is like, I want my website or my YouTube video to be shown whenever person search for any query related to my brand. I want my website, my video to be appeared somewhere towards the top, right? That is what our goal is. Now, what happens is, whenever you create a website, try to understand this. Uh, let's say, let's talk about only Google right now. Google, what Google will do is, let's you create a website. For Google to rank your website, Google will first have to scan your website. Okay, like I can't just vouch about Mahalakshmi. See, let's say it is like, you are asking me to vouch about how good Mahalakshmi is with respect to digital marketing, but I couldn't do that without me not knowing how well she is into it, right? So I'll have to do some test with Mahalakshmi to vouch for her, right? Similarly, it's the same thing. For Google to rank your website higher, Google will first have to scan your website. What exactly do I mean by scan your website? They'll check how well you have created your website. Have you done all the SEO checks or not? Again, it's a very lengthy topic of SEO check. But one of the thing that Google, so what Google does is, whenever you create your website, Google has some bots and crawlers who come to your website to scan it. Okay, they'll scan each and every page of your website. And when they scan your each and every page of your website, one of the part that they check is called a sitemap. Now what exactly is sitemap? Try to understand. Okay, right now imagine I am that Google's bot or crawler. Okay, and I want to scan, let's say it's Amazon. Okay, it is not any other random brand, but it is Amazon. Now let's say, hypothetically, imagine that Amazon has created their website, they are new in the market. Now Google bot, which is me, who have come to crawl this website, don't you think it will be very confusing for me to know where should I start crawling, how should I proceed, what is the last page, what is the first page? Do you think crawling would be also difficult? Like, like how should I proceed, because there's so many pages on the website, right? There's a good chance if I scroll it by myself, I might miss out some pages. Do you guys agree with me when I say this? Do you guys agree with me if I ask you that you go crawl, check each and every page of Amazon? Are you do you Can you guarantee that you won't miss out on any pages? No, you can't. You will miss out on some pages, right? Because there's so many pages, each page has so many products, right? That's where sitemap comes into picture. Sitemap is nothing but a roadmap of your website that you upload on your website. So the person who creates your website, you have to ask him to upload a sitemap as well. It is like a map that you are trying to give it to Google, that you start from here and you end it over here. So in that sitemap you cover all the pages of your website, right? And this is what I'm trying to tell it over here as well. So whenever you create a sitemap, in that sitemap also mention some important videos that you want the Google to crawl. Okay, so sitemap is nothing but a map of your website to, and you have to give each and every URL in that sitemap. So Google won't miss out on scanning any of the page. They wouldn't miss out on any of the page. I hope I'm clear now what is sitemap. This is one of the SEO check that Google does. If you don't have a sitemap, Google will miss out on some pages or the video to be scrolled. If you did, if they don't crawl that page, they won't even rank that page. I hope you understood. So imagine Mahalakshmi would just tell me, ma'am, like I've asked Mahalakshmi to tell me what all she knows. She said I know SEO. So I'll only vouch for SEO. I can't vouch for her when it comes to ad. It's the same thing. The pages that Google will crawl, Google will only help with ranking those page. The pages that they're miscrawling, they can't show that page anywhere on the search engine. I hope you're able to understand this concept. What exactly is a sitemap, and what is the importance of this sitemap? Okay, so if you upload a sitemap, you have a timestamp and you add some text description, this will surely help you to improve the ranking of your video as well organically. Okay, now when I was talking about video ads, I have discussed, I was talking about Google Ads, okay, and I have already discussed what are different video advertisement that you can do through Google Ads. But Google Ads also offers you other kind of ads, okay, search ad, display ad, shopping ad, and YouTube ad, okay. So I'll just take you through. YouTube ad is something I've covered. Let me just show you search, display, and shopping. Display, I've already shown you the remarketing banner on Pink Villa's website. That was your display ad, because display ads are in a banner format. Okay. Search ad, shopping ad, I'll just quickly show it to you. So your search ad, can you see the sponsored result? All this one, two, three, four are all search ads because they come under the sponsored result. Sponsored result as in you're paying money. This all these brands have paid money to Google to show their website at the top. And these are your organic result. Anything below that is the organic result. How does your shopping ad would look like? These are your shopping ads. Can you see sponsored result? These are all your shopping ads. Shopping ads are only for e-commerce brand where they can display their product. I hope I'm clear. So through Google Ads, the major ads that you can run is ads which are run on YouTube, your search ad, your shopping ad, your display ad. Apart from this four that I've mentioned, guys, you have one more, which is what we call as discover ad. Okay, I'll talk about it. So okay, let me mention it over here. Google Ads, important ads are search, video, display, shopping, and the last one is your discover ads. Now what exactly is discover ad? These are also banner ads. Okay, these are also banner ads, but they appear on, now if you notice when I was scrolling on YouTube, I think I did showed you that. I mean, so wait, this one, this is my discover ad. So if you want to show any banner ad on YouTube, you run it through a discover ad. Okay, so first thing, it will appear on your YouTube feed in banner format. Then this ad also appears on your Gmail promotion section, and they also appear. So how does it look like? I'll have to open my Gmail to show this quickly. I'll go to promotion tab, allow it some time. Not this, all are not the ads. Okay, I'll have to refresh. Oh, okay, it appeared. Let's wait for 2 seconds, it will appear. Yeah. Can you see this sponsored? Google Ads and Rohan Builders. This is run through Discover Ad. The others email that I can see in promotion is done through email marketing. This is not done through email marketing. These are my ads that have been shown with the help of Google Discover Ad. Okay. I hope I'm clear. So it will appear over here, and it also appears when you open Google on your phone and you see some news, right? There also your Discover Ad can be appeared. So to summarize this, your Discover Ad would appear, see this. One, it appears on your YouTube feed. Sometime it can also appear in a carousel format. It can be a single image, it can be a carousel as well. Carousel is nothing but multiple cards. Okay, so this one is your Discover Ad. It also, now what is this section? If you open in your on your phone the Discover tab where you see all the news, in between of that news you will see such kind of ad, and then you have your Gmail section. I hope I'm clear. So out of all this, so many ads that I've mentioned, me as an advertiser will decide what kind of ad I want to run. For example, okay, if I want to do some awareness, I will run a video ad. If I want to get some traffic on my website, I will run a display ad. If I want to get some leads, I will run a search ad. If I want to get some sales or purchase, I will run a shopping ad. Okay. Now, Discover ad is usually run for everything. Like Discover ad will help, apart from awareness, Discover ad will help you with traffic, leads, or sales for that matter. So, based on what is your objective, you choose what kind of ad you want to run. Make sense? So you as an advertiser, you have to decide what kind of ad you have to run. Google won't tell you anything. Yes, you can take Google suggestion, but try to understand Google suggestions are always with respect. See, Google want, at the end of the day, Google want the advertiser to spend as much money as they can. So their suggestion would also be on those line only. So you can't blindly follow what Google is saying. See, in future, if you're working in this department, you will have a Google team who will reach out to you, they will guide you. But when Google team reach out to me and when they try to guide me, I don't blindly follow what they're saying, because for Google the end goal is to ask their advertiser to spend as much as they can, right? So their recommendation is also aligned towards those lines. I hope you understood. So you should know, hence I told you, right? Out of all this ad, for if you want awareness, you run a video ad. If you want website traffic, you run a display ad. If you want some leads, you run a search ad. If you want people to go to the website and buy your product, like if it's an e-commerce business, okay, so shopping ads are only for e-commerce, you'll run a shopping ad. And if you want a mix of all, this is more of like Discover ad is usually used to do some testing. Okay. Now, um, again, for video marketing, apart from your YouTube that we have discussed, you have Meta. Okay. Now, if you know Meta, or in general, Facebook as well has 500 million people who watch Facebook every day. Right. Right. 80% of the consumer traffic is on video. Right. Again, there are 43% of the people who want to see your video content. 1200% there are more shares than images. So if I talk about what kind of videos, compared to image, videos do get shared a lot. So these are some of the stats which is trying to tell you that why you should choose video marketing. Okay, I think I've already told you what are the benefits of doing video marketing. I won't repeat the same thing again and again. Okay. Now, how do we exactly create a video marketing? Let me just quickly give you. So when I create my video ads, okay, like whenever I do my campaign creation, um, I'll quickly show you how does it look on the back end. Okay. So by the way, to do this, we use this platform called as Google Ads. I have a dummy account, so I can show it to you over there. See how fascinating it is. Okay. So by the way, this is how a Google Ads platform look like. Okay. Don't feel overwhelmed. It's okay when the person see the platform for the very first time, they feel bit overwhelmed. But it's a very would I say it's an easy platform to use? No, you need some experience, you need some hands-on, how should I say, experience to use the platform. But you guys, all of you over here on the call, can create their Google Ads account and do some practice if they want to. Okay. Now, how does a campaign setup looks like on Google Ads? I'll just quickly give you a run through. Okay. See this. So here, from here, we create our campaign. Okay. Now, as I told you, why do we run a video ad? For awareness. So Google is asking, so there are a lot of questions Google will ask you for your campaign setup. Like if you want to run that ad, there are a lot of settings that you have to select. And we will go through one by one settings, the important settings that at least you guys should be aware of. As I told you, the objective to anytime if you want to run a video ad, your objective should always be awareness and consideration. So I'll choose awareness. Now, can you see it is asking me what do I want to achieve by running my video ad? Do I want reach? Reaches, I want to reach out to unique people out there. Or do I want to increase my video view count? Or I want to increase my subscription, or people, I want people to get engaged. So the most popular subtype is usually video view. So I'll choose video view. And here can you see it is by default choosing my ad type as video. Okay, so I have selected, you just have to select the right settings. Okay, and I'll say continue over here. Now see this. Okay, campaign name, guys, is for your understanding. So for whatever, like, this won't hamper the performance of your ad, it is just for your understanding if you want to give a name. So imagine, guys, I want to do this for Amazon, and I'll just write video view ad. Okay, whatever I want to write. Okay. Now here Google will ask you what kind of ad you want to run. Skippable, infield, short. It's up to you. You can keep all three. Ideally, you can start with running all the three kind of ads. Okay. Then bid strategy is nothing but Google is asking you how they would charge you. So Google will charge you based on cost per view basis. For each view, you will get charged. Okay. So here the by default thing is CPV. I can't change this. CPV is cost per view. Now here Google is asking me how much I want to spend. So if you want to spend 100 rupees, you can say that. You can start with as low as 10 as well if you would want to. Can you see that is a good thing? So if I just want to spend 500 rupee right now because the account is set up in INR, it will say rupee. Okay. Or how, see, this can be daily. So there are two kind of option Google's give you. If you daily, if you want to change the budget, you can do that. Or if you want to run a campaign for 30 days, 15 days, you can do that as well, whatever you are comfortable with. Okay, if I want daily, I'll say daily. If I want for a duration, then here I'll have to select the start and end date as well. Like if my campaign is starting from 20th of September, I want to run it till 31st for October, and then I want to spend 50,000 for it. So I can give that kind of budget to Google. I hope I'm clear. And here Google will give you a forecast. Forecast is okay, wait. I have to confirm my identity. Give me 2 minutes. I'm just showing you a glimpse of how the backend look like. Okay. Now here. So here Google is asking you where you want to show your ad. So obviously you want to show ad on YouTube, so it will be there. Google TV is not for India location right now. It is only available for US. Hence, I can't do anything. And see this. This is where it is asking me if you want to run ad on third party website or app. So if I don't want to run my ad on third party websites and app, I'll turn this off. So it's up to you. Ideally, I just want to focus on YouTube right now. So hence I've turned this off. Okay. Then here Google will ask me the location where I want to show my ad. Do I want to show ad in all countries or just in India? Let's say you want to show ad. Now see this, here you put your location. Let's say I want to show my ad in some of the cities in India, or let's say I want to show my ad in Mumbai. I'll say include. I want to show my ad in Pune. I'll say include, and it will also show me how many people I'll reach in that location. Can you see this? So let me do it over here in the map. Now imagine, guys, this is very fascinating. Okay, see this. Um, so imagine you guys want to run your ad in entire let's say I'll talk about Pune because I reside in Pune. I know the location in better way. Okay, so imagine I want to show my ad in Pune, but I don't want to show the ad in my location where I reside right now. right? Like, because let's say hypothetically I'm saying my area is not that great to show the ad. Okay, I can exclude as well. So see this, I can, let's say I can write my area pin code, and instead of include I'll say exclude. Now see this, can you see this? So what this is trying to say is that my ad would be shown in entire city, but this is the area where my ad won't be shown. I hope you understood. This is what I was talking about, that you can do such level of granular targeting. Like you can go till pin code, not just, it is not necessary you have to target the entire city. You can target pin code, address, city, state, country, and as many as you would want to, right? Like let's say I just want to do pin code wise targeting, I can just remove this over here, and if I have a bulk location I can add it like this. So I know some of the pin code, I'll just add it over here. I guess something like this. I'll say search, and I'll say target all if I want to target both the location. Can you see these are two areas of Pune that I know, and it is trying to tell me that my ad would be only shown in this two area. So you can include the location, you can exclude the location as well. Like let's say I want to show ad in entire Pune, but I don't want to show ad in this two location. I'll do, I'll target the entire city, and I'll exclude those two pin codes where I don't want to show my ad. Make sense, everyone? I hope now you are able to how should I say, visualize how exactly this is done. Okay, reach is, you are reaching to unique people out there. So imagine, okay, 17 people. So if I say my reach is 17, I'm trying to say 17 each user, I'm able to reach out to all the 17 users who are there on the call. That is what I mean by reach. I want to reach out to unique people out there. Video views is nothing but one user might see your video multiple times. So imagine there's a good chance that my reach would be, let's say, when I say, okay, wait, let me put it over here. If I say my reach is 100, I am saying 100 people have seen my video, 100 unique people. But if I see my video view is 200, there's a good chance one person has seen my video multiple times. So reach is more towards reaching out to unique users. Make sense? By the way, I'll cancel this. I just wanted to show you how exactly does this look like, so you can keep on adding location. Now, language is also very important. Let's say Amazon has created a video in Hindi. I'll have to choose my language as Hindi. So what language video you're promoting, that language you're supposed to select over here. If my video is in English, my here language would be English. But my video is in other regional language like Hindi. Can you see? I can see an option to select Hindi. If it's in any another local language, I can choose that. So whatever your video is into, whatever language you have used to create your video, choose the same language over here. Okay, so right now I'll just stick to English. EU political ad, it is not for us, so I'll say no, this is not related to EU political ads. Now this related video thing is, see, if you want to create a playlist, let's say a user sees your ad, and below that you want to see something, you want to show them a similar ad or a similar video, you can create a series around it, is what they are trying to say. Okay, now this is where you do your targeting. Okay, before going to targeting, guys, I'll quickly show you how does the ad is created. Now see this over here. What I'll have to do is, to create my ad, I'll quickly go to YouTube, and I'll have to go to Amazon's channel, because I have to select, right, what video I want to promote. I hope Amazon has a YouTube channel. Okay, here it is. This is sell this is more toward the seller side. But let's say right now, for now, I want to use this only. Okay, and let's say I want to promote any of the one video of Amazon. uh Let me choose one great one, this one. Let's say we'll talk this one, because they have created, there's an Amazon Great Indian Festival 3 weeks ago, they have created the video. I'll choose URL, take this URL, put it over here. See this, can you see? This is how your ad would look like. So it will come in a skippable format. Okay, I mean, there are different format. In stream, this is how it will look. See how it would look in your feed. In your feed, this ad would look something like this. Like, this is how your feed looks like, right? So they are giving you a preview, and in shorts it would look like this. I hope you understood. This is the mobile view. You have a desktop view as well. So see, in desktop it would look something like this, and this is your TV. In TV, how this would look, right? I hope you understood how this works. So whatever ad you want to run, you have to first upload it on your YouTube channel. From there, you have to take the URL and you have to paste the URL over here. And then again, there are other details that we fill up here. So what did I do is I just put this detail, like I give the URL where I want to take the user to once they see my ad. I wrote a call to action like shop now. I gave a headline. I gave a description, and this is what it looks like in your ad. So you just have to fill the details basically, okay? And this is where you do the targeting. Now targeting is nothing but like to whom and where you want to show your ad, okay? So see this, I'll quickly take you through one by one. Placement targeting is, guys, you can choose on which YouTube channel and on which YouTube video you want your ad to appear, okay? So for example, I'll quickly open YouTube. I want to show ad on competitors. So let's say I want to show my ad on Flipkart. Amazon ad I want to show on Flipkart. Let's say, okay. So I'll have to search first for Flipkart channel if they have one. Yeah, this one. So let's say if I want to show my ad on Flipkart's channel, I'll take the URL, put it over here. If I go to channel, see this. So what I'm trying to tell over here is show my ad on Flipkart's channel. So similarly, you can choose what channel you want to show your ad. You can choose what video you would want to show your ad on. Let's say I want to show my ad on Amazon. Let's say Amazon versus Flipkart. There's a video of Amazon versus Flipkart. Let's say hypothetically, this one I want to show my ad on this video. I can just put it over here. Again, same thing. So you can add as many channel, you can add as many videos. I've just add one for to show it to you, but you can target any channel, any video of your choice. Did you understood what is placement targeting, guys? Okay, I'll just proceed. So that's how you do placement targeting. In topic targeting, you can choose what kind of topic you would want to show your ads on. For example, Amazon is all about shopping. So I'll go to beauty fitness and I'll see like whatever which has been sold on Amazon. I just have to select it. Now here I don't have to create anything. Google has created different topics. So any like if there's a YouTube channel where there's any discussion related to face and body care, there your ad would appear. So you are just choosing the topic over here. And in keyword, you have to give the keywords. For example, here if I put my Amazon's website, so if I just take this URL, put it over here, okay, it will suggest me some keywords. Can you see? So basically anyone who's searching related to any this kind of keywords on YouTube, or they're seeing any video which has this keyword, your ad would appear over there. So this is what I mean by targeting. You choose where you want to show your ad. Okay. Apart from that, guys, you can do some demographic setting as well. For example, see this. Can you see? So unknown is something that Google is not able to identify them because they might be doing their searches on incognito mode or they might be using VPN. So it's very difficult to identify this kind of user. Hence, they are into unknown. So I usually prefer to turn off the unknown because if Google is not able to identify, I don't want to take that risk by showing ad to such audience. Now, like you can choose which gender you want to show your ad, what age group you would want to show your ad to, like whatever range you want. Do you want to show ad to parent or not a parent? You can target people based on their household income as well. So let's say if you're promoting products which are very expensive, then you only show top 10 to 20 30% of income group, right? I mean, so and so forth. Cool. So that's all we had under the video advertising, which was very lengthy because I went towards the practical side of it. Let me go to the next one, which is our, where is now? Uh, let's try to discuss how technology has changed the marketing landscape. Okay, guys. Um, Try to understand that, see, technology and consumer demand will keep on growing and changing, okay? Like as I told you, as a digital marketer as well, I keep on saying seeing new platform integration, new consumer behavior. So what, hence we have to give exam every year because what I learned last year in Google ads won't remain the same. right? For example, there are a lot of targeting options which are very new to the platform, which were not there in back in the days, right? So as a digital marketer, you should keep yourself updated with the new technologies and how the consumer trends have been changing. Okay, now as like we all know, these are different kind of services that we have into digital advertisement, like email. We can create a website, we have social media platform, right? And within that as well, how we can promote the content with help of video, blogs, article. Now whatever, like I think I've already discussed this particular part, that it won't remains the same. Okay, like you have all this option, but you have to keep yourself updated with it. By the way, how do you keep yourself updated with it is a very important question. Okay, like because do you agree, if you go to Google, there are so many websites who will give you an information, but you don't know which website you should rely on. Do you guys agree with me? Like let's say right now, if you go on Google and search for Google ads update, how do you know which website you should rely on, right? So let me do one thing, I'll give you a list of website that you should follow to keep yourself updated into digital marketing. Okay, so if you want to keep yourself updated with respect to Google ads, okay, let me quickly give you, you follow this page, skillshopwithgoogle.com. Okay, then if you have other website, like you have WordStream. Quickly I'll give you the URL again. So WordStream and all these are third party websites, but they keep you updated with the new trends of digital marketing. Okay, you have Search Engine Journal, and I also follow them, like till now I follow them to get all the updates, because you these are the reliable sources website. Okay, Search Engine Journal, Search Engine Land, you have PPC Hero, you guys have HubSpot. So they have their not the academy part, but HubSpot blogs. Here you will get all the trending topic again. Even if you follow this much, it's enough. Okay. And for Meta, you have Meta Help Center, where you can understand what are some new updates on Meta as well. Even if you like keep yourself updated on all this page, you will be updated as a digital marketer. Okay. I hope I'm clear. Now, see, when I talk about channels with respect to marketing, I think I don't want to reiterate the same thing. You have video, you have banner and all. We'll go to the next slide, where what are there's one more thing which we call as virtual events. Right now here you are trying to do some online meetings or activity which will involve people interact with in a virtual atmosphere, like this right now what we are having, right? There could be a webinar, right? There could be some virtual conference that you can do. Again, this really helps you to how should I say, convert the customer. For example, let's say, okay, I'll give you a hypothetical example. How does this help? Now I want you guys to enroll to my digital marketing program. Let's say hypothetically, what I can do is I'll create an ad where I will say that, I won't say buy my course, I would tell you, or let's say simply learn can also do this, that they won't directly tell you to enroll for the course. They will say, probably, let's say, see, we have a webinar this weekend of 2 hours of how what exactly do we teach, like a demo session. You join this session, if you like it, you convert, right? That's a better way to advertise. So this webinars, this virtual conferences really help to convert the customer. Okay, so you can conduct some team building exercise, you can participate, you can do a lot of online games, you can explore different platform for this. Okay, then you have search campaigns, which I've already discussed. Like search campaigns are nothing but your search ad, paid text ads that appear on your search engine result page. Okay, now one good thing about this search ad that you all should know is, okay, have you guys ever observed this? The ad that you see on YouTube is randomly bombarded to you, right? Like let's say you're watching a video and you'll randomly see a ad coming up, right? Let's say when I went to that Pink Villa website, I didn't search for that remarketing ad, it was just shown to me. Do you guys agree? When you're scrolling on Instagram randomly, you have been bombarded by the ads. Yes, so that is your push advertising, correct? Now your search ads are not push advertising, they are pull advertising. Always remember that. The My favorite ad, if you ask me, is always been a search and shopping ad. Your search and shopping ads are pull advertising. Okay, why this are pull advertising? Because this ad will only appear when a user would search for it, unlike your display video ads, which are push advertising, which would be shown to the user when they're scrolling and all. Okay, they didn't ask for it. But over here in search ad, like see this right now as well, when I, if I search for a because I search, okay, right now there's no ad for headphone which has been running. I'll search something else. Let's say a trouser. No, not as, this is not an ad. It will say sponsored ad, okay? Because if it is not saying sponsored ad, that means, yeah, this one. Can you see this four ads have only appeared when I search for a trouser, right? So this is what we call as pull advertising, and hence because this is pull advertising, it has higher conversion rate, because if a user themselves who are searching for the product and they see the ad, they will convert more easily in your search and shopping ad compared to your display and video ads. I hope I'm clear. Now there's also one concept, something called as marketing localization. Now what exactly is marketing localization, guys? Basically, you have your product and service which will reach, um, and will be targeted in local markets as well. Now why exactly we want to do that? Because we want to make sure, we want to customize our product as per the local requirement, irrespective of what is the source, right? Again, it really works well. So you can do market localization mostly with the help of digital marketing, where you can, you can create some regional based content, target the local market in their language, and you can bring some good result. The way I did it right now when I was creating the campaign for Amazon, you saw, right? I was just targeting my localities. Now imagine I'll show ad in my area with my local language of this area, which is Marathi. Don't you think that will perform well? And the product that I will push is also something which are very popular in Pune. Don't you think that will perform well? Okay, so imagine, right now in Pune, the most popular product is bhakar badi. It is an ingredient that we, it is, how should I say it, it is a savory, not sweet, but how should I say, a snack. Okay, now it's very popular in my area, in my city. So imagine in Pune, uh, through the, I want to promote those bhakar vadi which are sold on Amazon to Pune city and in that local language. Don't you think this is only possible with the help of digital marketing? Yes, I just shown you like example when I was doing that video campaign. Correct? So that's what I'm trying to say. Marketing localization, I've done this, right? I told you. But to do marketing localization, guys, your product should be massy as well. Right? I mean, imagine I'm doing marketing localization for a trouser. It won't work well, right? When you do this localization, when you're promoting the regional product or it's a massy product, makes sense. You can't do this for every segment. Okay. Now guys, as a digital marketer, it is very important for you guys to adapt to new scenarios. Okay. um because there are a lot of changes in the consumer behavior, there are changes in the lifestyle pattern, the spending tend to fluctuate a lot. There are a lot of changes with the marketing dynamics as well. For example, now we have Diwali coming up in India, right? Now because this Diwali, we'll have a Black Friday sale that will come up. So that is the time when a brand would do a lot of promotion, will give lot of offer, because that's where the spending will fluctuate. I'll tell you how this works. So imagine when we had that COVID time. In COVID time, first the offline was closed. The brands were only relying on online sales. but online also did affected a lot because the consumer was not in that mindset to spend, because they were scared because of covid. They were skeptical how the next future situation would look like, because there was lockdown and 10 other things, right? So in that time, that's where the user behavior changed. Right now also, if there's any one news related to covid or any virus that is getting spread out, you will see people will stop spending. Their purchasing power, even they have money, they won't spend, because in that situation they want to save their money for something that will safeguard them. Make sense? So you have to, as a marketer or as a digital marketer, you have to adapt some to new scenario. You have to keep yourself updated with how the dynamics are changing, how the consumer behaviors are changing, how the spending is also getting affected. I hope you are able to understand this. Yes. Okay. Now guys, let's start with voice search. So voice search, guys, it is getting popular nowadays, okay? Because see, as a consumer, we know there are a lot of there are a lot of users who are a bit lazy to type, and the classic thing that we do is we do a voice search. Okay. Now in traditional, back in the days, what we used to do, we used to give command on our search bar. Okay, like you might have seen many people try doing that, but now that has been changed to voice search. Like, I'm not saying people still don't search, but now here we use that Google Assistant, or you have Meta AI, 10 other features on your WhatsApp and all of that, where you do a lot of voice search, right? Now, how the behavior is different between both is, whenever you do a normal search, typing the text search, you use very short tail keyword. Now, what is short tail keyword and long tail keyword, guys? Short tail keyword would be, I am searching for buy tote bag. It's a short tail keyword. But then what is a long tail keyword? It is buy black tote bag with laptop compartment. Now imagine if I have to type such a long keyword, it's better I do a voice search and get the result rather than. So usually you will see that people who do searches, they use short tail keywords, but whenever they do a voice search, they use a lot of long tail keywords. I hope you understood what's the difference. So in a short tail keyword, there will be around 2 to 3 words. A long tail keyword will have more than 4 to 5 words in one sentence. So this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, around 8 words. Sorry, 7 words, right? Now when it comes to voice search, because see guys, again, there's a rise in technology, you are using a lot of different digital platforms out there. Voice search has become very common, okay? Because it is easier to use, right? You have Google search, which works more of like your voice command, which are again very specific, and voice search is more conversational, right? In unlike your traditional search, where we do mix of several keywords and we get some search intent. Okay. Now, um try to understand, in voice search there's something called as dialogue system. Dialogue system is nothing but it is designed to interact with a human voice. Okay, so here, um, the command and the control dialogues are usually in two parts. One is your speech recognizer, and the second one is text to speech converter, right? So this is nothing but a program which is created. uh, every voice search would have this feature, which is created to have a casual conversation where you incorporate some text, speech, graphic, infographic, and other mode of communication, okay, to make it as like a conversational agent. Okay. um, Again, a dialogue system is more of like a form of your computer program, which will interact with the human using a natural way, similar to your voice search does with your smartphone and digital system. And again, now we have a lot of AI and machine learning into it. Okay. So, um when it comes to voice search, guys, um in a simple thing, what does the user do? They are trying to process, or they're trying to inquire or search using their voice command. Okay, where a user will inquire for any query using their voice command. Mostly they use mobile device. I have hardly seen people using their laptop to do their voice search. Okay, because it is not, or should I say, comfortable to do. It is using mobile is more comfortable compared to your desktop to do your voice search. Okay. Now in your voice search, you interact with your smartphone, and there are other digital system involved, which will use AI and machine learning into it. Okay. You also have nowadays something called as automation speech recognizer. Okay, this is nothing but, we also call this as an ASR technology, where this is designed specifically for the human being out there to use their voice to interact more smoothly with the computer interface like a normal human conversation. Okay, again, this is an advanced AI technology, um, which will help the voice to analyze, transcript the spoken statement, create some accent as well out there, right? This ASR usually uses some advanced processing method, which we also call as your natural language processing, which will permit the interaction with the human, and use some much machine intelligence in a very good way. Okay, so and it also has an accuracy of around like 95 96 to 99%. See, guys, this is all theory that you should know what is NLP, what is automatic speech recognition. You won't ideally work on creating all this. Okay, try to understand. Your job is not to create an NLP and all of that. Yeah, you, because obviously you get a better result when you get a long tail keyword, because that is specific. See, whatever we are going through under voices, these are some technical terms that you should be aware about. In, if you ask me, would I create an NLP, would I create all this automation part? No. There are some IT people, there are some proper technical people who are sitting out there to do it. You should just know these jargons because you are part of digital marketing. You should know what is going towards that side of business as well. Okay. Now, um, voice search, yes, it is expanding a lot. I've already told you why is that so across the globe, because phone is accessible to everyone, right? It is a natural way to interact and inquire, and it has been it. We have seen an upward trend where approximately 41 to 50% of the population are using voice search globally, and majorly with the smartphone, as I said. Again, um, there has been a 7% growth of online global population, and three times more likely to be specific to certain locations out there. Okay, one of the most common platform that you guys would have used is Google Assistant, right? So with Google Assistant, you can locate your Google Assistant on your device. You can download and optimize the app setting, understand the behavior of the device. You can use voice search on the Google Home app as well, right? Because you can search in real time, understand how and where to find your Google Assistant in your smart devices. Okay. Now, how in marketing are we using this? Okay, um try to understand. We There are many brands, what they do, because they know that there are consumer who are searching through voice as well, so they do SEO for that as well, right? Where they create some very in-depth content. They, what they do, brands specifically focus on long tail keywords. So they know that, see, if they want to optimize their website to rank on voice search, they know long tail keyword is something that they should focus on. So they make sure that those long tail keywords are integrated on the website. See how Google gives you a ranking. Try to imagine. See this. Now I'll show it in a text way, but same applies for the voice search as well. If I search for health insurance for family members, this is a long tail keyword kind of, right? Google will give ranking to the users based on how they have used this particular keyword in their website. Can you see? Right, those websites who have utilized this keyword properly, they'll get a higher ranking. So same happens for the voice search as well. When you search by voice, what brand do, they optimize their website to rank when a person is searching for a long tail keyword. What do I mean by optimize? Whatever long tail, you have to find out now all the permutation combination that the user might use, and that keyword needs to be incorporated on your website content as well. That's where Google will give you a better ranking. If a user is searching for health insurance under 500, you have to incorporate that keyword in your website, and that's when your ranking will improve. So because the person should feel it relatable, right? If a user, what the user is searching for, it should also show on your website. I hope you are able to understand that how Google gives you a ranking. Google's check that what keyword the user has searched for, is that keyword incorporated on your website or not, whether it's through voice search or text search, right? So there's a lot of keyword optimization that you have to keep on doing on your website, and it is a lengthy process. It takes a lot of time. Imagine there are so many permutation combination of keyword that you have to utilize, and not necessary you have to cover all the keywords, you just have to cover the most popular keywords. By the way, how do you improve your voice search? Few things that you have to know is you have to create some good content, you have to use long tail keyword in your website, you have to kind of analyze how your consumer behave. um, you have to create an FAQ page as well, frequently asked question page, very important. Okay, and you have to make your website mobile friendly as well, because for voice search, how did the user come to your website? Through mobile. So the website that you create should also needs to be mobile friendly, so you have to use your mobile device to perform your local queries, and whatever website you create, make sure it is mobile friendly. Okay, let's go to the tool now, because as I told you, for voice search, the most important thing, even whether it's a voice search or a text search, your how should I say, keyword is the base, keyword is the hero of SEO. Okay, so for SEO, your hero is nothing but your keywords that you're using. Even voice search you do SEO, for text search you also do an SEO. So what first, the basic thing that you should know is how to do the keyword research. Okay, I'll show it to you. By the way, key for keyword research, again you need to refer to this platform of Google Ads. Okay, and see this, how do I do it. Very very interesting tool it is. Okay, and you should swear by only this tool, don't use any third party tool, guys, because see, the tool, the platform where you want your website to be ranked, it's better to use their own in-house tool. Why you want to go to a third party tool, right? So when I go over here in the tool section, there's something called as planning, and there's something called as keyword planner. Okay, now here I do my discover new keyword. Now see this. Okay, I'll do a keyword research for all of you. Let's say I want to do keyword research for HP. So first, what whenever we have to do keyword research, we have to visit the website. Okay, I'll visit the Indian one. Now it's all about, now guys, first thing, whenever you do keyword research, you have to do separate keyword research for each category, because for each category the key, okay, why you can't do keyword research for the entire brand at one time? Because it will get very cluttered. Imagine your keyword list has laptop keyword, mobile keyword, printer keyword, it will be very cluttered list that you will get. So first thumb rule of keyword research is that you do keyword research for each category separately. Okay, first, that is first thumb rule. Let's say I want to do keyword research for um gaming laptops. Now this is one of the category, subcategory, not just category. You have to do separate keyword research for every subcategory. Okay, so I won't just do keyword research for laptop, I have to do separate keyword research for student laptop, gaming laptop, because again I have to segregate them. Okay, so let's say I'll just focus on gaming laptop right now. Okay, I hope so far you're clear. You have to do keyword research separately for each category and subcategory. Can't do combine for the entire brand, because it will be very cluttered otherwise. Now, there are two way you guys can do a keyword research. One is where you can give a prompt. Here you have to give prompt to Google. Um, uh, and maximum 10 prompts you can give, and Google will give you similar keyword. And the other part is start with a website. Now here if I give HP website URL, what Google will do is Google will, like, I just have to give my URL and Google will fetch the keyword from the website itself. Okay, what one you should proceed with? See guys, if you know the brand, if you know the category, it's always better to start with a keyword, because here the kind of list of keywords you will get will be diverse. Whereas if you start with a website, because Google is just is picking up keyword from your website, the number of keywords you will get are very limited. When I use this feature of start with a website is when let's say so imagine I don't know the brand. Let's say I don't know anything about HP. I don't know anything about laptops in general. How would I give prompts? I won't be able to give prompt. That's when I use the website thing. But ideally, if you know the brand, you know the category, start with keywords. Okay. Now I'll give some prompts over here. By the way, guys, keyword research are divided into three types. So let's say first one is I've told you category. I'm taking gaming laptop. Okay. Now for gaming laptop as well, I will have three keyword list. Those keyword lists are generic, competitor, and brand keywords. What do I mean by that? What is generic keyword? If someone is searching for gaming laptop under 50K, this is generic keyword. What is brand keyword? If someone is searching for HP gaming laptop under 50K. What is competitor keyword? If someone is searching for Dell gaming laptop under 50K. I hope you understood. So when I'll do a keyword research for gaming laptop, I have to create three lists: one for generic, one for brand, and one for competitor. Are we clear so far? In generic, basically, you don't use any brand term. In brand keyword, your own brand name should be there. And in competitor keyword, your competitor name would be there in that particular query. Now see how do first I'll do generic keyword research. Okay. Now I'll give some prompts over here. Gaming laptop. Okay. Gaming laptop under 1 lakh, because I'm doing this for India. I'll just write 1 lakh. Um, I can think of any. See, guys, maximum 10 prompts you can give. You can start with one prompt as well. Not necessary you have to give all the 10 prompts. Okay. And then we'll say get results. Now see this. This is for India. Okay. You can do this for other location as well. You just have to change the location. Okay. Now, can you see we have got how many keywords? 3,357 keyword by just giving three prompts. Can you do this manually ever in your life? Now, you can't get such amount of quantity keywords when if you do a manual, you write it through pen and paper. That is one thing. Now what are other stats? Now I told you, right, I want proof. How would I understand these keywords are popular or not popular? By seeing this average monthly searches. So Google Keyword Planner would tell you on an average in a month how many people are searching for those keyword. This is specifically for India location. Let's say if I change this from India to United States, this number might change. Okay, it will take some time to reflect. So again, area to area, location to location, this average monthly depreciate. For example, right now if I change it from United States to Mumbai, see this, you will see some, can you see the number has dropped because country and then city, obviously the city monthly searches would be lesser. So this gives you an idea how popular that keyword is, right? Then here it will, here you can see the trend as well, that month on month and year on year, have you seen the keyword search volume has increased or decreased? Okay, like right now, see this, for this keyword year on year, the search volume has decreased by 90%. Lenovo IdeaPad Gaming 3 for this keyword. Okay, competition is how competitive the keyword is, like high competition as in many people are trying to use this keyword. Medium competition is like less people, and then low is like more less than that. And this is where you understand now what is this top of the page bid, low range and high range. Here you can understand that if I want to run ad on gaming laptop as a keyword for Mumbai location, how much Google would charge me for each click. So minimum they'll charge me 0.89, but maximum it can go to 5.71 as well. This is for each click. So if whenever my ad appears, if a user click on my ad, how much Google would charge me? This is the range that they're trying to give you. Now, don't you think all these stats are very important for us? Before choosing any keyword, you have to see all the stats and then you decide what keyword you should proceed with. Make sense? How do we do keyword research? We see all these numbers and then we pick our keywords. See, out of this 3,500 keywords, not all keywords are important for me, right? I'll start with 10 keywords, then I'll add more 20 keywords. I'll keep on adding keywords. First, I'll take the 10 most popular keywords. I'll make sure I'm ranking for those keywords. Then I'll take 10 more keywords. At one time, I can't rank on 3,000 keywords. Now, okay, let's do this. So like with this way, we got 3,357 keywords. With website, let's see how many keywords I would get. Will take some time. Lol. Okay, wait, there's some issue with the URL that I've taken. I think I went through ad. Let me go organically and take the URL. Wait. So I'll go over here. Where is the laptop part? Okay, we had a gaming page. Wait, explore gaming. Let me take another URL and see what do we get, because this URL is through the ad section. Could be because of that. Now it's up to you. Do you want to get a key? So there are two options. Do you want the keyword to be fetched only from this URL or from the entire site? If I want the keyword to be fetched only from this URL, I'll say this URL. Or else if I don't get lot of keyword, see this how many keywords I've got. 1126, only 1126. Yes, if I take entire site, the keyword, I'll get much more keyword, because here they are crawling only one page, here they are crawling the entire site. Ideally it should be more. Let's see. I mean, can you see? But still the count is not as high as what I've got with the prompt one, right? I'll go back to my prompt section. Let me just quickly do this quickly. Gaming laptop, I was searching for gaming laptop, right? Now see this, try to understand, guys. All these keywords that I've got, see, not all are generic keyword. It will have some brand keyword, it will have some competitor keyword as well. So it is very important for us to remove those competitor and brand keyword. Now there is one way: you download this keyword and you shortlist in Excel, but Excel may it will takes lot of time. So what we do, we shortlist here only. What we do, we go to this section here. So your non-brand keywords are your generic keywords. Others are all your competitor and brand keywords. So what I'll have to do, I'll have to turn this off, because these are competitor and brand keyword. Okay. So I'll turn this off. I'll turn this retailer as well. I just want pure generic keyword. I'll turn other brand as well as off. And now, whatever, now out of this 3000, the generic keywords were only 342 related to gaming laptop. I hope you understood this. Now imagine here it happened so quickly, but if you have ever used Excel in your life, in Excel it would have taken 1 hour for me to shortlist this. I hope you understood. So on the tool, it's easier to shortlist the keyword. Do this same thing on Excel will take minimum 1 hour. I'm damn sure about this. Right? So ideally, my generic keywords are and this is not only 342 are also lot keywords just for one subcategory, guys. This is only for gaming laptop, not just laptop, but gaming laptop. We have only 342 keywords. Right? Imagine if I would have done a keyword research for laptop in general. Okay, see this. I'm removing gaming word and I'm just trying to say laptop and I say get results. How many keywords do we get? Okay. So they are 2594. Let me make this to India and not Mumbai. Right? I'll again do this. Now see how many keywords. Okay, I'll have to give more prompts. So let's say laptop for students, gaming laptop. Let me give some variation. Laptop for office work, laptop for heavy tools. I don't know what are the permutation combination I can give. Laptop, affordable laptop. The more options, the more prompts I give, I you'll get more keywords. So 2594, say, let's see how much. Can you see? Earlier it was 2594. Now it is 5784. Why? Because I gave other permutation combination of keyword. And now I have almost, how many generic keyword do we have? 2.5k. If I give more different prompts, this keyword list would keep on increasing. Guys, I hope you understood. More the prompts, more the list of keywords. And trust me, at a time, you can't cover all the keywords. You have to start with the most popular keyword. Once your ranking improve for this keyword, you add more other keywords. Now, I hope it is clear. So I'll turn off company again. I'll turn off retailer and I'll see only generic keywords now. So it will show it to you over here. Like, can you see now it is telling me out of 5784 keyword, 2527 are generic keyword. Now I can just download this in my Excel file. This is for India location, guys. If you want to promote this brand for another location, please change it, because this numbers will change. If I make it to Mumbai, the numbers would change. If I make it to United States, the number would change. Location to location, all the stats would change. Okay. Now see this. I want to put a filter. Okay. Now see this. How would I find out what are my popular keywords? I just have to shortlist this by highest to lowest. So these are all your popular keyword, which has almost how many average monthly searches? 5 lakh. Then the one with has which has 50,000. The one which are more popular, you will take those first, right? Now imagine, guys, okay, I'll just give you one example. Now this list that we have got, not necessarily all keywords are correct for you guys. Why? Imagine your laptops are not at all cheap, they are at 1 lakh. You shouldn't target a keyword which says cheap laptop, because you don't sell a cheap laptop, right? Imagine you might get some keyword. See this. See this, look at this. Okay, so there are people, see, at least in India, people do some very weird searches. Can you see this keyword? Best laptop under 1000, gaming laptop under 500. Would you really target this keyword? So, not necessary all keywords are correct. You have to go through all the words and you have to remove the incorrect keyword. You know, in your wildest dream you would never get a keyword for 1500 INR. Then why would you select those keyword? See, now in India people do such kind of searches and you have to remove it. I hope you understood. So it is your responsibility to go through all the keywords, and there'll be some keywords which are not relevant for you. Please delete those. Because if your client sees this keyword, they'll bash you for it. That why have you kept a keyword which says buy a laptop under 500 when we don't have a laptop which is sold at 500 price? Right? Can you see this? I'll just put 500. I'll get list of keyword for this. See this. See here. See this. See this. See this. Would you want to show ad on such keywords? No, right? Would you want to add this keyword on your website? No, even on website, chuck ads. Even for your SEO, you won't use this keyword. I hope I'm clear, everyone. How does this work? Because now the topic is very interesting, which is influencer marketing. So, but before jumping into the tool part, first let's understand the theory of influencer marketing. Then we'll jump what exactly is influencer marketing. Okay, influencer marketing, we all know influencer marketing wasn't there back in the days. Ideally it started um, during, from your COVID, before COVID, I would say 1 year before COVID or something. But before that we didn't had that kind of hype for influencer marketing, right? Now with influencer who has really large followers, we do a lot of paid partnership. Brands usually do a lot of paid partnership to kind of market their product. Because imagine if any popular person is vouching for your product or service, the people who at least follow that influencer would test it out, would use it. See, there are many consumers out there in the market who blindly follow what the influencer does, and hence influencer marketing is so popular. Now when I say influencer marketing, before it used to be only your celebrities. For example, I mean, you might have seen advertisement. For influencer marketing, we used to have celebrity endorsement, right? Where the brand used to take some big celebrities, they used to create some TV commercials. But not every other brand can afford celebrities, right? Because of their pricing. That's when your influencer marketing came into picture, where small small size, mid size and big size creator came into picture, who had their niche followers. Not necessary, when I say influencer marketing, I have to reach out to an influencer who has 1 million followers. No, I will take an influencer who has 10K follower as well, because the audience follow that influencer would have would be very strong, right? Brands, again, based on how much money they have, they also reach out to small influencer. Not necessary you have to partner with a big influencer. Okay, so um we know who's an influencer: a person who has a lot of followers, and that kind of influence help, the kind of influence to help in selling up or promoting any product or service on their channel. And they will charge you something, or they'll do a barter deal. Okay, so now, um, with influencer marketing, exactly, it will help you to reach out again to broad audience, increase your conversion rate, influence the users to do take their purchase decision, retain your traffic as well. Because see, people who blindly follow an influencer, they will be retained with that influencer, right? So if that influencer keep on promoting your brand, same brand, that consumer would keep on buying, right? And also it helps you with increasing the awareness for your brand. Okay, now the reason influencer marketing has grown so much is social media channels. Like, I mean, TikTok came into, we just had Facebook, then we got Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest. I mean, social media platforms are keep on YouTube, right? YouTube was there, but still, like, because there are so many channels, new social media channels, the rise of influencer has also increased, right? Again, it is a very innovative approach which we didn't saw back in the times, right? And the contents are very cutting edge content with respect to new trends, new content type, right? Short form, long form, webinars, right? So hence the influencer marketing has grown so much. Now, um how, like, the most popular channel also when it comes to your influencer marketing is Instagram and YouTube. Then you have Snapchat, Pinterest, Twitter, LinkedIn, and other channels. When you think about influencer, either they're popular on YouTube or they're popular on Instagram, then they will be there on other channels as well, but I won't say they spend that kind of time over there. Okay, why YouTube and Instagram? Because that's where most of the audience is. Correct. um Now, how does influencer create an impact on your customer is they guide them to buy the right product on the right platform. Okay, the consumer feel more connected to the influencer than to the celebrity, right? Because see, celebrity would, how should I say, they have been endorsing products for a while, but we also know that there are a lot of celebrities who endorse a product but they might not be using that product. We all might have heard that kind of case studies where whatever, let's say, a celebrity is trying to promote a maski product, not necessarily they consume it. Plus they have a very they there are some celebrities who might reach out to the local audience as well. But now, because imagine there's a celebrity and I have a influencer who's very known in my area, people know him, people follow him very thoroughly, there's a good chance they'll get influenced by him compared to the celebrity out there. Okay. Now, um when it comes to the content that the influencer create, earlier it used to be text and image, but now it is more towards the audio and video because you have high speed internet, which has created this transition. See, I'm not saying that brands, influencer don't put a post. So there are many influencer, see, and the charges also changes. If you know, if let's say Ramya is an influencer, Ramya would charge me much more lesser. So Ramya would charge me lesser. How the sequence would be, she would charge me the least amount of charges she can charge me is for a story, then for a image post, then for a video. So as the content changes or as the format changes, the pricing also changes because story would only last for 24 hours. If the story is gone, the promotion that she posted would also go. So that is the least amount of money she'll charge you for a story. Then she'll charge you for one post that she's creating. Then for a video, she'll charge you probably much more higher, right? But nowadays we have seen a shift that a brand are approaching the influencer to create more video compared to an image. Okay, so you have to use different kind of content. Now we also have something called as live shopping. Here, it is one of a correct trend in influencer marketing domain where you can do some live chat, you can interact with the influencer, which will help you to again boost the conversion rate, promote your product and service. So the live shopping is more of like a latest trend which we have in influencer marketing domain, where it is a marketplace which is organized virtually by the influencer, where they can give you a real time interaction with the consumer and the product. Okay. Now try to understand. Okay, rather than going to the PPT, I'll give you some example of how influencer marketing. I have seen many brands who didn't had, see, for influencer marketing also you need money, right? Now there are many brands who don't have that kind of money in their pocket to afford big influencer. What they do, they reach out to micro influencer who might only have 10,000, 5,000 subscribers or followers. Now I'll give you a classic example which brand has done this. Okay, there is this one brand, I can show it on YouTube. How did they do it? So, if you know, when it comes to bag, the most popular topic with respect to bag is what's in my bag. And there's this brand called as Zook. Okay, it's again a Indian brand. They could hire a big celebrity as well, but they wanted to test it out. So what they did, they created lot of video with small influencer. If you see, they don't have like 1.2k. If you would see all these influencers out there, They all have created, and not that like they are someone who are creating for different regional languages, okay. They all, what Zook did, there's a good chance Zook would have not even given them a money. They have given them their bag for free, and they have asked them to create a video related to what's in my bag, where they are showing the Zook bag. And that's how this bag got so popular amongst Indian consumer, because all the small influencers were using the Zook bag, promoting it, right? So people got influenced by it. See this, what's in my bag by Zook, what's in my bag by Zook. Zook didn't pay them any money. They gave them their bag for free for collab and asked them to create a video. If they are, if they are an influencer with much more higher followers, then they'll give back, plus they'll give some money as well. So this is a classic example that not necessary you have to reach out to one big influencer and promote it. You reach out to 10, 20, 50 small influencer of different location. Because if your brand is massy, so Zook is trying to become a massy brand, okay. They want every woman should use a Zook bag. So they found out 10 influencer from Maharashtra, 10 influencer from Karnataka, 10 influencer from some another location. I hope you're able to understand this. Not just in India, in outside of India as well. I know, let's say right now I work for Adobe Japan market. So we do influencer collab where we take some Japanese specific influencer from different region, because they have much more how should I say, convincing power to try to convince the people who are trying to follow them and use a product that they are trying to promote, right? I hope you understood what I was trying to say. Now there is one tool, at least there are a lot of tools, but the most one of the most popular tool, at least for the Indian location, is this one. Okay. Now here, like, see, you would want to know, how much the influencer would quote you, the pricing of an influencers and all. How do you understand that? So there are two way. One is you have to reach out to an influencer marketing agency. So they're like digital marketing agencies nowadays. We have influencer marketing agency who handle this influencer. You have to call them, you have to tell them this is my requirement, they'll give you the quoting, but again it's a very long process. So in this tool, a very important tool, okay. Now here you will, and this tool is not just for influencer. If you want to run ads on airport, you want to run some outdoor based ad, you want to run ad on some magazine newspaper, they'll give you quoting for that as well. But I'll just talk about influencer now. See this, can you see I'm getting list of influencer with their pricing, what is the minimum spend. Now they give me an option of what kind of influencer I want. Let's say I want to target a micro influencer which has only 50K followers or subscriber. So I can put a filter and I can see how much they would take. I can also put a filter of category, that let's say I'm a brand who's into food category. So I want a food influencer, right? See, a food influencer can vouch for the food product. They shouldn't, ideally you should take influencer who are from your category. See this. Can you see? These are all small influencer and how much they are quoting. Now there are some which will let you know by request, but there are some which will tell you the pricing. Now see, there's this one. She's quoting very less. She has 27, around 27,000 follower subscriber. If I open this, it gives me an idea. She's from Dubai. Not necessarily she's from India. She does some international collab as well, right? How much she's charging, what's her engagement, how many comments does she get, how many likes does she get in average. You get all the stats. Make sense? How much she's taking for per reel? It somewhere around 8,000. Guys, I hope you understood. Now I can, let's say I want a little bit bigger influencer. So I'll remove this. I want an influencer who's macro, 50K to 5 lakh. Now see, there are so many. You know this guy Kunal Vijaykar, he has a lot of videos on YouTube as well, right? There might be some international one as well, but I'm just like scrolling around to find out. I hope you understood. So we use this tool. One of the tool that we really use, at least for the Indian location, is, but there are other tools as well which will help you out to find the influencers for your location, for your country, with their pricing, with their quoting, and you get all the detail, like their engagement, their reel play, their view. If you scroll down, they'll give you what location they have dominance into. So this guy has a lot of dominance in Chennai, Coimbatore, and Bangalore location. right? So if you're a brand who's focusing for that location, choose that this particular influencer. Okay, so I hope you understood what are the tools that we use for influencer marketing, guys. Now try to make sure that, guys, whenever see, whenever you're working with an influencer, make sure you have some long term partnership with them. Okay, it will increase some trust, opportunity, and quality of creative decision that the influencer would create. Okay, so brand usually prefer to get with ongoing partnership with influencer instead of on and off project. Okay, because it will help them to create a long term relationship with that content creator, which will kind of build trust from both the end, right? um and whenever your influencer is trying to create a video for you, you have to make sure that the advantage of getting a creator aligned with your marketing goals are very important. And some of the goals that you can tell them is create a better product positioning, try to get us more customer, try to retain those client as well. So you might have seen there are many influencers, if they're promoting any product, they'll ask you, if you refer to my link you'll get 20% more off. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen such kind of videos? So, like right now, mm, if I'm not sure if this is a paid collab or not, but let me see this only and I'll let you know it. Yeah, see this. So she's giving you some, can you see discount code for 15% off? So what Zook does is whenever they collaborate with such influencer, they give them a specific URL and a code. Let's say if you guys, okay, buy with using her code. So let's say I'm trying to go to Zook website and I'm using her code to buy the bag. The brand can track how much revenue the influencer is trying to bring in the picture. So the brand are tracking that. A brand would not blindly just allow the influencer to promote the video. They'll also track how much revenue they're trying to get for that particular brand. Right? Protein brands, any clothing, cosmetic, accessories, they do this a lot. Not just this, even a financial brand, like if you are an app who helps you to invest in stock market, mutual fund, something on those, and even that they will give you an option. If you use my coupon code, you might get the service for free for 1 month, so on and so forth. So brand, they can track at the back end that how many people have used their coupon code to do that transaction, and based on that a brand decide is should we keep on working this influencer or should we reach out to other influencers as well. Make sense? So let's say, imagine I've given Rahul, I am trying to do a paid partnership with Rahul. I'm a protein brand, and I have given him 50,000 to create a video on YouTube and a code of 15% off. I'll track how much revenue Rahul was able to bring into picture. So let's say Rahul was able to, with the help of Rahul code, only in next 6 months only, I've got a revenue of 1 lakh. So that means 2x of return of ad spend. Matlab, like after spending 50,000, I've got 1 lakh of revenue. That is 2x of ROAS, right? So if I have an influencer who's giving me a better revenue, better return on ad spend, I'll choose them over Rahul. How do we decide? So not, we won't, brand won't blindly just give influencer creative video. They'll also check, they'll also track business wise how great those influencer were. If they are working well, they are getting good business, they'll keep on continuing working with that influencer. Otherwise, they'll make sure to get some other influencers on board. Clear? So um now you have all the social media platform. We know the most popular is Instagram and YouTube, but there are some influencers who are very popular on Twitter because of the kind of posts that they tweet. Facebook, ideally, I mean, not that popular now to do influencer marketing and partnership ads. So I won't majorly talk about Facebook, but yeah, you, so now see, there are some influencers which are popular on Instagram, there's some influencers who are popular on YouTube. So you have to choose influencers separately for each platform. The influencer which is popular on YouTube, not necessarily they'll be popular on Instagram as well. Okay, there could be some, the macro one are someone who are popular on both the platform, but the micro one, they are the one who might only first cover one platform and then they'll go to the next platform. So you choose your platform and choose that influencer who's popular for that platform, not in general. Okay, apart from that, now you have other social media apps and site as well. You have Spotify Live, Twitch, Clubhouse. If you know, if you would have ever seen, guys, on Mintra as well, you seen creators video on Mintra's app. Anyone have you ever observed that? Like when you are buying from Mintra, below that there will be some creators who will show their video of how they have bought the product, right? So there are some influencers who only work for Mintra. They are not there, they might not be that popular on YouTube and Instagram. They will review all those products which are they are using on Mintra and all, right? So e-commerce wise also now there are different influencers, right? There are influencers who are very popular for Savannah, Little Box, Urbanic, all of them, right? um Again, what are different kind of content we all know: fashion, food, travel, photographer, blogger, sports, health. Again, you find influencers who are known. So whenever you're shortlisting a influencer, what are things that you will look after? First one is whether they are micro, macro, and like whatever the range are, you have to choose. They have to be popular in the industry, and they should be popular for the platform as well. So you have to find whether it's micro and macro, are they popular in your industry and are they popular on the platform where you want to promote, and then you choose an influencer. Obviously pricing and all will also come into picture, but these are three basic things that you have to look. Also then you have to do some basic hygiene check of that influencer. Language, what language do they use, how their content has been in the past, do are they someone, what is their reputation, that also matter. There are many influencers who ideally buy followers. See, there are many influencers who will buy followers to increase, show that increase in the number count. So you have to check their engagement as well. That's where the engagement rate is very important. If you see of influencer who have 1 million follower, but the engagement rate is hardly 2%, that clearly means that most of the followers or subscriber they have bought it. That is not organic. So there's no point of collaborating with such influencer. I hope I'm clear, right? So that's where in that media and tool you saw that, right? That why they are giving you, why they are telling you what is the engagement rate. What's the point of telling you an engagement rate of an influencer? Because if the engagement rate is very poor and they have good amount of followers or subscriber, that means most of the followers and subscriber that they have are they've purchased them, right? Like for example, Prajakta Kohli, if I just check, she's very popular, so she has a good engagement rate. 6.14 is not bad, right? Her likes are also good, her views are also good, her reach is also good, right? So I can choose her, and she's a mega influencer, 1 million plus. So please check the engagement rate as well. Okay. um Now, there is something called as performance based deal. What is performance based deals? I just told you. You try to convert the like into the performance result. Basically, a brand is also tracking is that influencer is doing. So performance based deal is, I told you, right? Is that influencer trying to bring business or not? It is not only getting like, comment and share. We want the influencer to bring business. And I told you, how do we track, how do we get the if we just track how many people have used that coupon code to do the purchase, and then we understand how much business they have generated. If they are not able to generate the business, but we are getting like, comment and share, I will still not take that influencer on board for the next video, right? So that is what we call as performance based deal. I just spoke about it, it's just that the terminology is different over here. Okay. Because if performance wise they are doing well, you can do a long term deal with them. Okay. I hope I'm clear. Now there's something called as affiliate marketing. Have you guys ever heard about affiliate marketing, guys? Try to understand, influencers are very essential part of your affiliate program. Okay. Because they are kind of interconnected, because they do both of they need a public domain or a digital platform to promote a brand that they don't own, right? Like you become that, Amazon has their affiliate marketing program, Flipkart also has an affiliate marketing program. You would have seen all of that, right? So now, the similarity between your influencer and affiliate is that both are outsiders. They promote product and service online to their followers in exchange for some commission, right? So this makes it very effective marketing strategy where both of them would collab with each other. Okay. um influencers have to be responsible. Now it is very important that influencer also needs to be responsible, because they should know who are their audience. They have to keep on connecting with their audience. They have to make sure they are also pitching the right product to their consumer or to their followers. I have seen many influencers, um like especially in the finance segment, if you would have heard, there are many finance influencer who are being banned by, at least in India, there's something called as SEBI, who have given them a warning that please don't circulate wrong news. Right? Like all this segment, like insurance, finance, banking, these are very health. Right? They have to be very careful with what they are promoting, what they are saying to their to their followers, because that can have some serious repercussion as well. For fashion, it's all good. It's okay if you are promoting some brand here and there, but for health, for finance, for real estate, for housing in general, and all of these segments which are very sensitive, the influencer has to be very careful with what they promote. Do you guys agree with me when I say this? Imagine an influencer is promoting a health brand, a healthy food brand, but ideally it's not healthy, and in future, if the consumer face some problem, ideally the influencer is also responsible for that. Right? There can be some strict action that a consumer might take. Correct. So influencer also has to be careful, and you also as a brand has to be careful with what influencers you are collaborating with. You have to see their image as well. Right? um as I said, um now influencer connect with their audience in different way. They do vlogging. We know vlogging. They create a video of how their day looks like. They write blog as well. They do affiliate marketing. They do guest blogging as well. Okay, guest blogging is more of like they write content. You sometimes write content, uh, showing you as an unknown audience out there. Okay. um Now, the who are the best influencers, guys? The one who are really passionate about their role. Okay, they use their niche content, which is very informative, very engaging, and they tend to upgrade themselves, upgrade their consumer as well. Right? So when you choose an influencer, guys, make sure you find out, are they catering to the TG that you want? Do they have a good conversion rate? Do they do good endorsement? Right? And how is their social media? Not just the subscriber or follower, but their engagement rate as well. And this table is something that you guys should mug up. What are different kind of influencer and how many followers they have? A mega influencer is somewhere around like more than 1 million. A macro influencer for 500K to 1 million. Mid tier influencer 50K to 500K. Micro influencer 10K to 50K, and a nano influencer is 1K to 10K. I know that Zook brand that I was talking about, they reached out to several nano plus micro influencer. Okay, so based on your budget, you choose your influencer. Here in nano influencer, no guys, not necessary. You have to pay them money. You can do a barter deal. Like you give them your product for free and ask them to create a video. That is a barter deal that you do. What that is not even a paid deal, it's a barter deal. You're giving them your free product, they are creating a video for you. Probably the micro influencer to mega influencer, you'll have to give some amount of money, but the pricing range is very different altogether. Okay, so you only have 50,000. Collab with do all in nano influencer collab rather than going to micro to mega. Right? I hope I'm clear. So nowadays, brand collaboration with your influencer will for sure increase your revenue and support your business growth. I'll tell you my example. Okay, so when we run ad, not just organic, now with ad also we are seeing this impact. Okay, back in the days we used to run a normal single image video ad, but now on Meta and YouTube has got a feature of running a partnership ad, because they also know that a partnership ad performs better than a normal video. Imagine I have created a normal video where it's a proper commercial video where there are 4 to 5 people, they are using the product, there's a proper storyline, and there's one video where there's one popular influencer who is giving a demo on how to use the product and all. The partnership ad will perform better than your normal video commercial that you have created. Hence, earlier it was only for Meta. Meta had this partnership ad feature for a while, which we also call as UGC ad, user generated content, okay, the full form of UGC is user generated content. But YouTube has just got this feature introduced now. Like on Google Ads, we didn't had this feature to run a partnership ad. Few months back we have got this feature. I still haven't tried it because I'm still waiting. Now I'll be trying it in this month, so I'll let you guys know how is my experience with running a UGC ad on YouTube. But on Meta I'm doing this for a while. So on Meta I run two kind of ad, a normal video ad and a partnership ad. I have always seen a partnership ad performing better than a normal video ad, and hence my brand has completely switched. Like 80% of ads that I run are partnership ad. Where the what do I mean by partnership ad? It would look something like this. Wait. Um, so you will see the influencer name and the brand name. This is called as partnership ad. See, if you don't see sponsored below that, that means it's a normal collab that brand and influencer has done. But if you see this and there's a sponsored mention, that means that influencer created the video for the brand, they did a collab, and now brand is running that particular video as a ad. So this kind of ads are performing really well compared to a normal ad where you won't see that influencer name, you'll just see the brand name and it shows sponsored. Now same thing will be happening on YouTube as well. Right now, I mean, it has just introduced, they have just introduced this feature. I will, when I'll test, I'll get back to you on this and on how was my experience. This is your partnership ad on Meta. Okay, so if you don't see this sponsored word, that is a like collab, that basic collab that a brand and influencer does. So now what brands are doing, the collab video that they have created, they run that as an ad, which is what we call as partnership ad. On Meta it is there, on YouTube it is pretty new. So once I do it, I'll let you guys know how is my experience. See this influencer and the brand, and it should show sponsored below that. Are we good with influencer marketing? So guys, now I'll take importance of visual content first. Let's start with what is the importance of visual content. Okay, now see, visual content is nothing but which is visually appealing, right? uh, Ideally, what are the requirements of a good visual content? Okay, first thing is it should ideally represent, you have to create your visual content which can represent your TG and should impact them. Like when they see it, they should get attracted to it. Okay, it should show your brand identity as well. What do I mean by brand identity? The logo, the color, the theme, the font style, right? So that should be as per your brand, right? It should align with your marketing purpose and business, right? So the CTA, the button, the text that you use, that should be aligned with your marketing purpose, right? It should give some preference to the audience on their personal choice as well. And ideally, it should align with your strategy. Now, if you really have a good visual content, first thing, it will have a good first impression. Creating a strong first impression, right? It creates a non-verbal communication. Your website is a non-verbal communication, right? It is creating that impact in users mind. Again, if you have a good website, a good visual content on your website, it will help you to grow your business, increase your brand recognition. Correct. Now try to understand what I think we all know what is brand awareness and visibility, but because it's part of our slide, I'll just reiterate again. When I say brand awareness, you are at the stage where you want customer to recognize the product name. At least they should know what exactly the name of the product is through different marketing channel. And when I say brand visibility, it is more about the exposure that the brand enjoy when it comes to their competitor, right? Like how visible your brand is compared to the competitors out there. Okay, so the customer will usually prefer known brand rather than an unfamiliar one. We all know that. A classic example of this is many small business owners, guys. Okay, let's say if Mahalakshmi is launching a new brand, she will first make sure that she has to become a bestseller on Amazon, because that's where she'll get the brand recognition. Imagine Mahalakshmi started a brand. Okay, she's selling on Amazon and one is on her website. What do you think, people will buy more from Amazon or more from her website? They are unknown, right? Mahalakshmi's brand is very unknown. So what Mahalakshmi would do is she would make sure she's on Amazon. She should be bestseller on Amazon. Now, if Mahalakshmi is bestseller on Amazon and she creates her website in next few days and she would push me as a consumer to buy from her website, at least I'll trust her. to make your unknown brand to a brand, first you have to be popular on aggregator platform like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra and all, right? Because we all know it is very difficult for a consumer to buy from an unknown brand compared to a brand from a known brand. So hence you have to create awareness, hence you have to create a good brand awareness so that your brand become that popular. And for a D2C brand to become popular, they have to be there on Amazon and aggregator platform. They have to make sure they are the top seller. For sure for sure the consumer would know your brand, and there's a good chance they will go on Google and search for your brand name. I hope you understood this. Okay. Now, how do I actually improve the traffic on my website? Because when I talk about visual content, there's a lot of relation to website over here. Okay. Now, what is website traffic? First thing, basically, you want to get as many visitor on your web page. When I say getting as many visitor on my web page, I don't just mean quantity. I want quality as well. Imagine I'll ask Mahalakshmi, I'll give you a URL, go and check it. But if the website is not that great, she will open it and in 2 seconds she'll go back. You understand this? So when I said website traffic, I just don't mean quantity, I mean quality as well over here. Right? And what you should do that you have, so when I say website traffic, yes, we want people to come to the website, but I want them to stay as well. I want them to check other product as well, right? Hence I gave you this activity that you tell me what are the loopholes with the website, and then I'll give you more idea about it, right? So what exactly you should do to get a good website traffic, not just quantity but the quality as well, right? Now first you have to do some optimization on your website which will help you to get some impression by the visitor, which will help you to increase your awareness, which will help you to increase the leads, which will help you to increase the conversion as well, right? Now when it comes to increasing your content website traffic, content plays a very important role, because if you have a relevant content, your ranking on the search engine result page would also go higher, and the visitor will also come on your page, right? If let's say, imagine guys, your website is about insurance, health insurance, but on your website, your brand is about health insurance, but on your website you're talking anything apart from health insurance, right? Ideally the content is not relevant. So if your content is not relevant, your search engine ranking would also not go higher. Try to understand this, imagine this. Okay, I'll give you an example. Now whenever I search for this keyword of health insurance, on what basis Google is giving ranking to Policy Bazaar, HDFC and Tata? Because not just over here they are mentioning health insurance, their website content is also something related to health insurance. So you can't, it is not that you can manipulate Google over here. There are many people, what they tried doing it, on here they'll write health insurance and 10 other things, but when I go to the website they'll direct me to something wrong page only. So if you as a brand are trying to do this, your content is not relevant with what you're saying on the search engine result page, your ranking will for sure drop, and Google will not even allow you to do this, right? So the first important thing is relevant content, relevant keyword, relevant content. Find out relevant keyword, create a relevant content around it. When you create a relevant content, your ranking will also improve, and the quality of traffic will by default improve, and the people will stick to your brand, they will get hooked to your website. Okay, I hope I'm clear with this. There are other things as well, guys, which help you to improve your website traffic. Now, when we talk about visual content, you can do some visual storytelling as well, which can really help you to boost the conversion. Nowadays, see, uh, the digital content which are very visually empowering use storytelling to increase the conversion. Storytelling is like you are not directly promoting a brand, you are creating a story around it, right? You have seen lot of brand commercial who does that, correct? And there are many brand who do it in a very wrong way as well, right? So how actually you should do your visual storytelling? Example, let's say you are trying to promote an anti-aging cream, you have to talk about it, you have to talk how your anti-aging cream will help that consumer, right? Which it might help you with clock pose, or remove dead cell, or remove blemishes, or remove fine line, right? So as a marketer, you need to focus on creating a story around the advantage of your product and service. You can't just give a story and you leave it. Like, you might have seen many commercial of a face wash. Let's say you as a brand has launched a face wash. Now you will create a story. A girl is facing a lot of problem of acne. There's another girl who will come, who will tell, and who will tell her that, see, you can use this face wash for so and so reason, that works well, right? But imagine, and she will also talk about the USP in that storytelling, that looks great. But imagine she would just wash her face and she'll get rid of acne, and doesn't talk about what is the reason that face wash can solve that acne problem. It is not a good storytelling. You have to talk about the ingredient. If you would see, nowadays brands are talking about the ingredient that they use in their face wash, like niacinamide, salicylic acid, 10 other things. Why do they do that? Because the consumer want to know, right? Makes sense. So your storytelling should always talk the advantages of your product and services, right? And the last thing of making a good visual content is, you have to make sure your brand is memorable. People should remember the brand, like the mascot. If I talk about McDonald, do you remember the mascot of McDonald? Do you remember that shape? If I talk about Nike, do you remember that tick mark shape? The tagline, just do it. If I talk about KFC, like, all this brand has created that image in your mind. You remember the logo, you remember the tagline, you remember the mascot, right? So you have to make sure your brand are memorable. So create that kind of logo, create that kind of tagline, make it sound authentic and reliable. When Nike say just do it, it is very authentic, it is very reliable. The tick mark sign, right? It is not that complicated as well, it should be simple. So again, LIC, जिंदगी के बाद भी जिंदगी के साथ भी, this is so, like, when they say this tagline zindagi, so Jonas, that means it is a insurance company which says that we are with you before your life, after your life as well. That's what the tagline mean. But it is impactful. If I listen to this tagline, zindagi ke साथ भी zindagi ke baad bhi, that means I can rely on that brand. So you have to create those memorable tagline, memorable logo, memorable color as well. Like in for example, Uber, you remember the logo. Ola, you remember the name, right? You don't have to create complicated name, complicated logo, complicated sign, not at all. The simple one are the one that people remember. The simple tagline are the one people remember. uh, that makes it reliable, that the logo makes it reliable, right? So whenever you do branding, you have to make sure you have a good company mission statement. Like, what is the mission, what is the vision of your company? If you check any website of any brand, they will show you the mission and vision of their brand, right? You have to make content or logo or a tagline in a way which can engage with your customer, right? It should have some unified brand choices. You should identify the right TG and your audience. This will help you with the overall branding. So when we say we want to do branding, I mean good tagline, good logo, good website design, font style and font theme also makes a difference. The color that you select also makes a difference, right? People use blue color for trust. Have you ever observed that the brands, the color that they choose, it has different meaning towards it? Blue color is the color that many brand use to make it as a trust factor, right? HDFC, yes, HDFC uses it. There are many other brand who use it. Okay. So when we talk about tagline, it should sound authentic, right? It should feel reliable, right? When Nike say, and it should be short and crisp, right? Like when Nike say just do it, it is so motivating, right? So that's why people like that tagline of just do it. Logo should be simple. It can't be a complicated logo. You see all the bigger brands out there, they have a very simple logo. Either they'll just keep the initial, or they'll use some very unique sign altogether, right? Now for this, ideally, to create a good tagline or to create a good logo, a digital marketer can not ideally create it, because to create logo you have graphic designer who does the work. To create a tagline, you have content writer who does the work. It is not ideally a job of digital marketer to do it. But a digital marketer should be smart enough to identify, is it good or is it bad? Do you understand, Jonas? It is not your job to create a tagline or a logo. For logo, you have a graphic designer who will do this work. For tagline, there are content writer who will do this work. But you should know, when you see a logo, as a user, as a digital marketer, you should know, is it good or is it bad? If it is very complex, when you see it, you don't understand it, that means it's not good. You have some gut instinct as well, right? You know, the gut, sometimes gut instinct works really well compared to all the technical terms that you learn, right? If you read a tagline, you can clearly understand, is it something relatable or not, is it superficial or is it natural, right? With tagline we understand, is it a good tagline or is it not a good tagline, with how superficial it is or how natural it is, right? This topic is called as UI and UX, guys, which is user interface and user experience. What did we check was nothing but UI and UX, but I didn't use the technical jargons. I used the layman terms so that you guys can understand it easily. Okay. So what exactly we'll understand is, what exactly is UI and UX? What are the roles of UI and UX designer? Again, guys, for UI and UX, ideally it's not part of digital marketing. There are different course altogether for UI and UX. Why this topic is there in digital marketing is because though you won't do the UI and UX part, the practical side, but you should know what a good website looks like, so you can guide others, because you can't execute. To do an execution, you have to learn UI UX separately. The way you have digital marketing as a topic, there's a separate topic of UI and UX and web development. What is the difference between both? Try to understand. The UI thing will majorly focus on overall appearance and usability. Okay, so if you could see, the logo, the font color, the font size was all about the appearance, correct? So UI is all about the appearance, the aesthetic side of the page, right? We really like, if you agree, the Maisha website was very aesthetic, right? The color, the tone, the style was very aesthetic, so the appearance was very good. But when I talk about UX is all about the interaction, your experience while shopping from that app or shopping from the website. Okay, so UI is more about the appearance and the aesthetics side, UX is more about how easy it is to use the website. Now when I talked about UI, it is more of like the face of your website, which will attract the user and which will try to retain them, right? Because as I told you, why did you like Maisha by Isha more than Pair Patola? Because the it attracted you, right? Because it was so aesthetic, it attracted you, and that was the first thing that you observed, right? Once you go on the website, the first thing that you will get a feel of is aesthetic. When you scroll and all, that's when you get the idea of the experience as well, right? So you are in UX, you will enjoy the experience, right? And when I talk about UI, you have to make sure, now this is one check that you should make sure is, it is easy for the user to find the information. Okay, it is easy to navigate. And when we talk about UX, you have to make sure how the user is getting engaged with the different design elements that you have on your page. So what are the roles? We'll just understand what are the roles of the UI designer. So a UI designer would do activities like, they'll create some user friendly interface, they'll do a lot of research and study the needs of the audience. So whenever you create a website, you don't just go and start creating the website. You do have to do a research to understand what does the user like. So you have to do a lot of competitor analysis, you do a lot of survey, like you try to ask question to consumers out there, why did you like this website? The way I asked you guys, like, why did you like Maisha over Pair Patola? Now imagine if Pair Patola would have done this survey, they could have really they could have created a very good website, right? So when you do survey, when you ask question the way I did with you guys, you get a lot of insights. Okay, not technical insight, but the user experience insight as well, correct? So you as a user UI designer will have to do a lot of research and study to understand how, like, what are the kind of website that your customer would like. Okay, you'll have to create a lot of prototypes, like you can't create, like, you will say, okay, the first website that I create would be the best. No, you'll create a lot of combination, permutation, combination, you'll create a lot of prototypes and wireframe to do the testing. And as I said, you have to, as a UI designer, because it's all about look, you have to look after the font, the color, the size, the branding aspect, basically the design aspect of it. Does that make sense? So you'll have to check everything, the typography, the color, the design, the elements, all of that is a role of a UI designer. Okay. Now when I talk about the UX designer has to focus more about the technical compatibility of the website. Okay, it is more about the technical side of the website. How how does it how fast the website is loading, right? How easy it is to scroll and all. If the user takes a lot of time to scroll and the website is getting stuck, they have to make sure and find out what is the reason behind it, right? So they are focusing more on creating the website in general, like the you are not like they are the one who will do the coding part basically. Okay, they will also do create your system, they'll build, again they also have to build some prototypes. They have to forecast how people will interact on the page, and lastly, as I said, all the technical things on your website are being handled by the UX designer. Okay. Now when I talk about behavioral marketing, basically what exactly do I mean? Okay, like, yes, it is one of the way you can promote and sell your product, but the thing is, you have this selling of product that you are trying to do is completely based on your users interaction, okay, with the brand, with respect to the ads, the website, email, social media page, and chatbot. Okay, basically in this, marketing channel will help you understand the multiple persona to get some better results from the consumer out there. Okay, so ideally in behavioral marketing, this particular marketing tactic will really help you in getting, like, kind of getting rid of those guesswork of kind of identifying which are some right target segment, or whom you should market, where you should market, right? So in behavioral marketing, you try to promote and sell your product or service, but completely based on the user interaction with your brand through different touch points. When I say different touch point, the user will, so now in digital era, a user get, how should I say, the user won't just interact with brand on website, they will interact with the brand on ads, on chatbot, on social media page, on emails, right? So in behavioral marketing, we use all of this, and we make sure we are present everywhere, so that the user can find it out us everywhere, and we can understand their behavior pattern. Make sense? Basically, yes, you're selling your product and services, but you are getting interacted with your customer on every touch point. Okay, some of the most common touch points that we use in behavioral marketing are your ads, email, social media, chatbot, and website, right? So you can understand the pattern. Clear? So in behavioral marketing, basically what exactly, again, the definition, the standard definition of behavioral marketing is something that I've mentioned, that it is a process by which an organization, or basically a company, can target their customer segment based on different traits, their behavior, their interest, their intention, their geolocation, their and other parameter, where, and they use different tools to do that, like web analytics tool, your cookies, the search history, and some customer data insight. Okay, so in behavioral marketing, apart from so when I say that we want to reach out to user at every touch point, how would you reach out to them? What are the nitty gritties that you would check are this, like you'll have to check their behavior, their interest, what is their intention, what, where do they reside, and you will find all of this with the help of, there are a lot of analytical tool like Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics. We can find out through search history, you have cookies, and you have customer data insights. Now, moving forward, guys, uh, see, what are some of the significance of your behavioral marketing is, um, okay, not exactly behavioral marketing, but your marketing data, right? So when you have data, guys, you can see digital. When I talk about digital, there are whatever campaigns that we do, whether it's your SEO, social media, ads, all of this are been derived with data. Okay, like we do a lot of data analysis, data crunching to find out where should we focus more, right? And that's how digital marketing is profitable compared to traditional marketing, right? So you have to be like, even if you are a creative person, guys, at some point of your career, you will get introduced with data and numbers, and you should get a habit of analyzing data. Okay, when I say analyzing data, what do I mean is, after probably the break, I'll show you one sheet and I'll tell you what do I mean by how do we analyze the data. But imagine I give you an Excel sheet of how my website is performing for the last 30 days. You have to analyze that and you have to give me insights that what can you get out of it, right? uh you have to, when again when you do behavioral marketing, guys, you have to make sure, see, traditional marketings makes a lot of into the offline research, where you want to connect with the customer and influence them to buy or sell the product. But um like traditional behavioral marketing would also help you with the digital marketing approach, right? Where you can understand your consumers behavior data and understand their preferences at the end of the day. So even if you do some offline research and do some guesswork, connect with some consumers in your surrounding, in your locality, that would also help. Okay, the modern day of behavioral marketing would be, as I said, you are getting insight from different section, which is the history, the browsing habit, the social media insight, your data from cookies and your IPs. Okay, you can track the IP address and all of that as well, ideally, is what I'm trying to say. Now, in behavioral marketing, the process is simple. It's three step. One is you collect your data and analyze it. You segment the audience based on the different, analysis that you have come into picture, and then you create your marketing strategy. Okay. So when I say data collection and analysis, let's say you got the data of how Gen Zs are performing and you got the data of how millennials are performing, right? You just segregate them and you create a different marketing strategy for both of them, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. So let's say it is Adidas, and Adidas found out with their data that millennials prefer more of sport shoes, whereas Gen Zs are very much focused on the sneakers, right? This could be their data collection and this could be their analysis. So they'll differentiate both of this audience, and for both of them, the marketing effort can change, the communication would change, right? I gave a very brief idea. Now, the first step, which is your data collection and analysis, guys, where do you collect your data from? Okay, so there are different ways you can collect your data from your website, from your app, from your e-commerce platform, right? There are a lot of CRM software, from your website pages performance, from the social media platform. Okay, now what are the different kind of details you can capture from all the sources? Basically, you can understand people are coming from what demographic criteria, like the age and the gender, right? How much time do they spend? What are the number of pages do they visit? How oftenly do they log in? What kind of purchase do they buy? So do they buy products which are high in value or low in value, right? What kind of content do they engage more from? Okay, and um, now how exactly is this done? Okay, like what, I'll give you a very brief example of this. See this. Okay, I'll talk about one very interesting thing that you should know, our computer analysis tool in doing all this. So like, see, to do analysis on the website, e-commerce platform, app and all, you should own them, right? Like, you right now we don't own any website and all, otherwise I would have shown you there. But let's say you are doing it for any third brand, or you're doing for any consulting or freelancing client, and you want to do this data analysis, the go to thing is you use some competitor analysis tool. Okay, some of the tool I've already talked about, which was your Google Ads transparency, but that was only for the ads part, right? You want to see other things as well of your competitors and get some analysis, and or you want to do analysis for your own website as well, right? There are some very prominent tool like SEMrush, Similar Web. Okay, I'll show you the most popular is your SEMrush and Similar Web. So I'll just open it. We, by the way, it's a paid tool. So in free version, we can't see all the details, but it can, you can still get a glance. Okay. So let's say this is my SEMrush. I'll deny the cookie. I don't want right now them to collect the data, and we can do this just for Adidas because we were discussing Adidas for a while. See, I'm not using my website. So I want to do an analysis for Adidas. I'm not using their website to do this analysis, nor I'm using their app, nor I'm using their e-commerce platform. I'm using a third-party tool for data analysis, which is SEMrush, and it's very popular in the industry. SEMrush and Similar Web. You close your eyes, you'll get data of all the kind, all you get inside of all different kind of things that you would need. For example, okay, right now it is trying to show me. that how many traffic do they get organically, what is their traffic share, how much ads, the traffic that they get from their ads and all of that, right? How many mentions do they have, mention as in social media, on an average how many people mention this particular brand. Okay, see this, you get country wise distribution, where are they more popular. So in worldwide, the 80% contribution comes from US, right? How much of them is paid traffic and how much is organic. So organic is very much like 17.3 million. Paid would be hardly barely something, like if I could see, right, compared to organic. Now if you could see, it is asking me to get topics and all. This is where the paid integration comes into picture. You have to buy the paid version of this tool. It will show you what are some popular keyword where the brand website is tend to be shown, right? What are different kind of keywords they use, like what are the intent behind it, right? Where is their position on the search engine result page, correct? Most of the time they come into 1 to 3, and then again they are just trying to give you that ranking over here, correct? um who are their organic competitors, if you could see, not ad competitor but organic competitor, correct? What are some paid ad keywords that they focus on, who are their paid ad competitor, right? So they have some offer.com, 10 other thing could be there, right? So where do they stand among their competitor, what kind of ad they are running, like imagine you can get such kind of, now this is like the data that I'm getting from the free tool. Imagine you have the paid subscription of this tool, it will give you end to end every detail of your competitor, right? So Adidas want to see what Nike is doing for now or how Nike is performing. They can use SEMrush and SimilarWeb to find this out, right? There was in the free version we had one feature to do the computer analysis as well. Right now I don't have it, but you have separate data for mobile as well. See this. So they are giving you performance for mobile and desktop separately. Can you see, you can compare the domain as well. When I say compare, like I want to compare, see Adidas with Nike. Now the problem is, let's see if I get the free trial. I don't want to give any card detail for free trial. No, I'm not doing that. But by the way, like now this is where the paid version of the tools comes into picture. um let's see the sample report if they have one, right? So they are their competitors, what kind of share do they have. This is like all the computer analysis. See where, what are the most, like how the keywords are getting overlap between the competitors and Adidas. So like obviously they'll give you much more details. Like imagine this, like these are all digital marketing analysis that you can do for any brand, right? Similarly, you have one more, like one thing in digital marketing that everyone should know is, people get confused when it comes to the computer analysis tool, guys. In general, people get confused, like because there's so many tools that we have in the market to do computer analysis. Like I've just given you 5 names, but there would be at least 10 names that I can give it to you right now. Okay, but then what is the problem? The problem is, it is not that more the merrier. You have to find one tool that you're comfortable with and just use that one tool to do all the work. You will open 10 tools on 10 different tab. Trust me, you'll get confused. Imagine I'm using 10 tools at a time. Don't you think my data analysis will get more confusing? So in when it comes to computer analysis, there's no such thing called as more the merrier. Like more the tools merrier your data analysis would be. No, I'm someone who's very comfortable with SEMrush. I hardly use any other computer analysis tool, because if one tool can provide all the detail, let's rely on that. Why you want to waste your time and go to 10 other tools out there, right? At least you guys who are a beginner, you should just know how the UI UX looks like. Ideally it's a computer analysis tool. You don't have to do anything, you just have to give the website URL, it will give you all the data. Okay, so not this is not a complicated thing that, oh, it will take some time for me to learn. Like if you know one tool, you can use all other tools as well. The UI looks the same. Like see this, if I open similar web right now, again, like you have to put the website URL over here. Now here, so this is a free trial. I can search quickly. So I want to do some website analysis. So let's do it for again Adidas, right? Again, you can do it for different domains separately. Let's see this. Can you see all the data? Where does it rank? Same thing, device distribution. They get a lot of traffic from mobile compared to desktop. 10 other things: monthly unique visitor, monthly visit, duplicated audience, how much pages does a user visit or at a time, how much time do they spend on an average 2 minutes 40 second, how many people bounce back 50.59%, right? Who are their competitors? Can you see? And where do they stand? So obviously Nike is ahead, like 328.9 million is too much, but still, right? What are the top countries where they are doing well? Channel wise, where do they perform? Where do they market a lot? So they get a lot of traffic from direct compared to organic or your social or your display or your paid. Direct as in because it's so popular, people directly go and check their page, right? They focus more on their brand keyword than non-brand keyword, right? What are some non-brand keyword that they focus on? Sambas, running shoes, right? What are some paid search keywords that they focus on? Referral, who are the website who are giving referral to Adidas? Like, they're doing their promotion to referral and affiliate program, right? Industry wise, who are referring them a lot? Can you see outgoing traffic? What are some top ad destinations? Social traffic, where they are more popular, so they are more popular on your Facebook, YouTube, 10 other things. Can you see? And I can keep on checking this over here: competitor, traffic engagement, like whatever you need, you will get it. So I mean, it's easy, no? You can do this analysis by yourself. You just have to give the URL, it will give you all the data. Do some comparison with other competitors and get some insights further, right? Like, see, this Nike is running at the top with respect to the global rank and all of that. Compare it with Nike and understand where does where does Adidas stands. What are the gap, like what are the things that Nike is doing that Adidas is not doing? You'll find it from this tool itself, right? So I mean, the tools give you everything. You just have to, you should be good with analyzing it. When I say analyzing, you see the number, the one which has better number, that is the better performing, that gives you the insight better. Simple, right? Like, what was the like, okay, see this. Simple, right? Like, you see desktop and you mobile, you can clearly understand the analysis from here is that Adidas get a lot of traffic from mobile compared to desktop. So you have to make sure at least your mobile website is created in a very great way, right? Now again, if I want to understand more further things, country wise, what are the countries that I should focus more on, right? Marketing channel wise, where I'm going wrong. So I think right now they should focus, they have a lot of scope to focus on social and paid part, because organic and direct they're still doing it, right? Email, they're hardly doing any email marketing. Look at that. Total email visit is only 49.8K, but they're doing enough referral as well, 4.7 million referral. So this is what I mean by analysis as well. You see the data, you interpret it, and this is a basic job of a digital marketer. So now we understood where do we get this. See, like, right now for me to do analysis of Adidas, I'll need the website access, I'll need the app access, I'll need the platform access, right? I'll need the landing page access. When I say access, I need the backend access. I don't have all of this as of for now, right? I don't have the social media handle access to get the insight. So the if I don't have all of this, still I can do the analysis with the help of the two tools that I've just mentioned right now. I'll take you to the next interesting tool that you all should know. We were talking now let's go to the audience segmentation part. What do I mean by audience segmentation? Basically, you're dividing your audience in two part. Could be their gender, could be their age, could be their purchase history, or could be what kind of product do they prefer. So basically, you divide people based on the demographic and the behavior characteristics. Okay, now what are some of the tools where, like, what do you do once you segregate the audience? What do you do about it? Okay, you tried with whatever insights and whatever data and whatever segregation, audience segmentation that you do, you use that data of your targeting to run ads on platform like your, when I say meta ads, that by default includes Instagram, guys, so you don't consider this separately. Instagram is part of meta now. The audience segmentation, okay, whatever audience segmentation that we do, that we figure out after doing data analysis, who's my audience, who's my TG, I take that audience and I target them through my ads. Okay, apart from this, we use one more tool called as Google Analytics. Okay, what exactly is the role of Google Analytics? Basically, what is Google Analytics? It is a platform, a free platform provided by Google, which tracks what does the user does once they land on your website. Okay, so what Google Analytics is a tool, it's a free tool. Google won't charge you for that. Now why Google, what exactly you do with this free tool? Basically in Google Analytics there are some codes that you place on the website. Now why do we do that? Because I want to track what exactly does my user does once they land on my website, and that data would be reflected on your GA account. Simple. Okay, so it will tell you again whatever insights that we could see on SEMrush and similar web. Imagine 10x level in depth insight, you will find it on GA. Okay, I'll show you the GA dashboard not today because it will be very overwhelming, but tomorrow I'll show it to you. Okay, so to successfully lead your classification, your segmentation, you have to make sure you plan the campaign very strategically, use those audience segmentation very properly, and put it introduce on the platform. Okay, now I think it's the same thing. Behavioral data is nothing but what are the platform that we use to get out the data from. But where exactly is this applicable? To optimize your campaign, to create that data and track the events out there, to analyze the reason why the user is interacting in a very particular way out there, right? So ideally, whatever data analysis you will do will help you to grow your customer, will help you to retain your customer as well. So first you acquire, then you grow, and then you retain. Okay, all these ways, all this behavioral data analysis that you will do will at the end of the day help you out to follow, make sure your brand is able to get the client, get the customer, and retain them as well. Okay, one of the example is by Netflix. Okay, so try to understand, Netflix has this behavioral data where they understood that the what is the monthly usage rate of a consumer. They identify how the customers with some low usage and what are the reason behind it, like why a customer is not spending a lot of time on Netflix. They give a lot of personalized recommendation. If you have ever seen that, have you? I hope you all might be watching a lot of web series on Netflix, and based on whatever you have watched last, they'll give you that personalized recommendation, right? Because they know that is your interest, that is your behavior data set, right? Like why do they do that? Because they want you to churn further, they want you to engage further. Correct. So ideally the data or one of the customer behavior data that decides and select the type of content or the recommendation that you guys see is completely to make sure they engage you, they acquire you. When I say acquire you, because you have to pay monthly, a yearly and or a monthly premium subscription on Netflix, so they have to keep on acquiring you every month, right, or every year, and that makes you retain with the brand. Now, because I talked about meta ads, let me show you how do we do it on meta ads. Okay, and this is very interesting. Now, how the ads that you see on on Instagram, on Facebook are run through a platform called as Meta Ads Manager. Okay, which looks something like this. Okay, and I'll tell you how fascinating is this platform. So all the ads that you guys see, this is the back end of that ads. Okay, this is where we do the setup part, and that's when you guys can see the ads on the front end. Okay, now, like, okay, whenever, so you have to create a campaign on the back end to run your ads, and I'll just take you through some most common settings. I can't take you to all the nitty gritties, but see this, like, uh, Beta would ask you what is the objective behind running your ad. Okay, let's say again based on your brand to brand the objective varies, but let's say the most common, I'll take the most common example. Okay, have you guys ever heard about this term called as boosting? So what exactly is boosting is, imagine me. Okay, I'll take my example. I want to become a influencer. Okay, so I started my public channel, I created my public page on Instagram. Now because it's a new page, do you guys agree, even if I post something, let's say I posted 10 20 posts for 1 month, okay, but do you guys agree I won't have that kind of engagement, reach, like, comment, because it's a new page, it's been hardly been a month, right? Now this happens for all the brands, all the influencer who create their channel for the very first time, and to grow that channel or grow that page very quickly, they do something called as boosting. So boosting is nothing but, let's say right now, today I post that I conducted this lecture for you guys and I posted about it, all of this. Now I want this post to reach out to as many people as possible, right? I will run that organic post as a ad, and that is what we call as boosting. So boosting is nothing but, if you are posting organic, any post, any organic post on your page, and you want to run that as an ad to reach out to as many people as possible, that is what we call as boosting. Okay, and that's the layman term, but here that is what we call as engagement. Engagement is nothing but, I want my post to reach out to as many people as possible, so my followers can grow, my engagement can grow and all, right? So you can choose your objective over here. Okay, and you can give a budget, how much you would want to spend. Guys, we won't go through all the nitty gritties, but the main thing that I want to show you on the platform is the targeting. How do we target an audience? Okay, so here we target the audience at the ad set level, and I'll show you in what way we do this. Okay, let's say on SEMrush, okay, with the help of SEMrush and 10 other tools that I have used, I got some insights. Okay, let's say I'm doing this for a brand called as Steve Madden. Have you ever heard about this brand called as Steve Madden? Everyone, you can call this not luxury, but yes, at least in India this brand can you can call this as a luxury brand. You can call them which have premium handbags and footwear, right? They are known, they are okay, so it is luxury. Okay, now for Steve Madden, guys, I got some insights. Okay, what does my insight says is that, again, this is my insight. Okay, uh, that people who tend to buy a lot from Steve Madden are those, let's say for India, they live in some premium cities. Okay, like let's say they live in some tier one cities. I'm talking about India for now, time being, guys. Um, I found out the age, that age group that buy a lot from Steve Madden falls from 18 to 40. Okay, and these are some HNI audience who buy the product because the product is premium. When I say HNI, they are high net worth individual. Okay, and one more thing I observed is device wise, most of the people who buy from Steve Madden are mostly iPhone users. But right now I've just came across this hypothesis that I have, with the paid tool I got all this insights. Now how do I put this insight under my campaign? Okay, see this. So here I do my targeting. Here I see my audience size, basically the targeting that I'll create, how much audience I can reach out to, okay, with the help of this. Now, let's say, as I said, I just want to target some tier one cities in India. So I'm just targeting, I'm just randomly adding all those cities name over here. Okay. I'll just add one or two. I won't, but you can keep on adding as many cities that you would want, guys, or countries, whatever you would want to. Okay. Now, age, as I said, I would want to target 18 to. By the way, whatever changes I make over here, it will reflect in your audience size. So I just want to target, let's say, till 40. Gender wise, I'm open for both, because see, not just only women would purchase from Steve Madden, but men would also buy from there for gifting and 10 other purpose. Okay, now this is very important on Meta, which we call as, this is where we add some interest, demographic and behavior characteristics. What do I mean by that is, see this, there are three options. Okay, and the thumb rule of doing this targeting is, so there's one thumb rule whenever you do this targeting, which is, so thumb rule to do the targeting is, first, target people who are interested in the product, and then add some demographic or behavior characteristic. Okay, now, what, when I say add people who are interested in your product, I mean first I have to add interest. Then I can add some demographic and behavior thing. First, priority should also always be what I'm selling. People should be interested in that, right? So I can either search over here, or I can go under it and find out what Steve Madden is trying to sell. So what Steve Madden is into, they're into footwear and handbags. So I can just go and find out something related to that. So I've got handbag, if you could see, and footwear I can just search, right, as interest. Now, by the way, how Meta finds out what is the interest of the audience? Like how Meta got all this data? Meta would track everything that you do on their social media handle. For example, okay, let's say Jonas is someone who follow a lot of car page, okay, on Instagram. That means he's someone who's interested in car. Imagine Mahalakshmi is one is there's a pattern that Meta found out that Mahalakshmi is someone who visits, a lot of makeup related pages, and she really liked those makeup related content. She's someone who's interested in makeup. So Meta also all this social media platform, they track what they're doing on you, what you guys are doing on the platform, what kind of pages you follow, what kind of content you read, what kind of comments you write. Everything gets tracked, and based on that, that data gets captured over here, gets segregated over here, and we do the targeting to you guys. Okay, so I have added what I'm selling. I'm trying to sell shoes, I'm trying to sell boots, I have different kind of bags as well. So I'm just first adding whatever I'm trying to sell. Okay, I can keep on adding. But now, what is the problem? Do you agree not everyone who has interest in your product can buy it? Do you agree with the statement? Let's say you like okay, I like Ferrari, Jonas like Ferrari, but can Jonas or me can buy Ferrari? So I like Yaj, but I can't afford it, rightly what Daniel has said. So hence we do the targeting. I just said that first we'll add interest, but now I have just added interest. I have to make sure my ad has been shown to those who can afford it as well. At least not everyone can afford it, but the probability of people who can afford it would be more. See, I can reach out to 1,000 people, right? But I know out of this 1,000 people, 500 people, there's a probability they can buy my product. So I'll reach out to them, right? Why should I reach out to all the 1,000 people out there? That's the same case. If I select people just based on their interest, out of all these people, only 20 people are the one who can afford Steve Bannon, or 20% are, there's a chance that only 20% of the audience can afford Steve Madden, right? So that is where I'll add some demographic and behavior characteristics, okay? Where now this is because this is a second filter that I'm trying to add to my targeting. I'll say define further, okay? Now, how should I target an HNI audience is a question, okay? There are different ways you can do that. Starting with, so I'll note it down over here for you guys. To target any HNI audience on Meta, okay, you can target based on what kind of schools and universities they have visited, okay, what kind of company they work with, and some of their behavior patterns, okay. Now imagine, guys, what I'm trying to say over here is, okay, we all are doing digital marketing right now, right? uh, Someone who's doing digital marketing right now, and someone who's doing digital marketing from Harvard, who do you think, who's the HNI audience? The one person who's doing the digital marketing from Harvard, and let's say it's me who's doing it who's learned digital marketing from a very small organization or a small institute in general. Who's the premium audience, guys? The Harvard one, right? That's what I meant. That if you want to target an HNI audience, target people not just who have interest in the product, but who visit some big schools, because they pay that kind of money as well. That's makes them a HNI audience, right? Imagine I just target everyone who's learning digital marketing. Does every digital marketer is a rich person? No, but someone who's learning digital marketing from Harvard is for sure a rich person. Makes sense. So hence I said we should target people based on in which college or schools they have studied. How do we do that? There's an option of demographic. In demographic, you have option of education, and there's something called as schools and universities. I can search similar like Harvard. I'll get other options as well. So if I go to here, can you see I'm getting suggestion of some big, so what, like, because people put there on their profile, right, that right now I'm studying. People who are studying in Harvard, MIT and all, there are good chance in their profile, in their bio, they will mention it. And hence Meta get this data that who are the people who are studying in Harvard right now. So don't you think I can target all these people who are studying at Harvard, Cornell, 10 other things? Again, if this is for US, this is for, if this is for India, the college would be completely different. But do you guys agree with me? Similarly, guys, imagine I target people. You tell me, there are two situations. One, I can target people who are digital marketing manager. But okay, so I would say let me just target digital marketing manager. But does every digital marketer manager earns that well? No. Okay. But let's say I target someone who's working at KPMG or EY or JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley. Do you, who has a more probability of being an HNI audience? The one who knows who's a digital marketing manager, or someone who's working at Morgan Stanley? The one who's working at Morgan Stanley, right? So what I have one more option to do is I can go to browse again, go to demographic. There's something called as work. So rather than targeting, why did I say digital marketing manager rather than targeting people on their based on their position, which is not even true. Okay, like in a small company, a person might call themselves a head, but hardly there are two people who that person is managing. So job title is kind of fraud nowadays. You target people based on which company do they work with, right? So I want to target people who are working at Morgan Stanley. See this. Right now, again, if I go to suggestion, I'll get employers. Can you see? JP Morgan Chase employers, as in people who are working at JP Morgan Chase. Now, again, how does Meta found this detail? Because people, most of the data is found out from your bio and all. Does this make an HNI audience? Now, if I say to Meta, show my ad to people who are interested in this product, and this is a and filter, this is a second filter, that they should either study in this college or work in this company, do you think the probability of the person buying the product would be high compared to just targeting people who have interest in bags? One is I show ad to people who have interest in bags. Second is I show ad to people who have interest in bag. Plus they are working at Morgan Stanley, which has a higher probability. The second one where I'm giving two combination. So these are some demographic characteristics that you can add for an HNI audience. Similarly, you have some behavior characteristics as well. When I say behavior characteristics, I'll show it to you quickly. So in behavior, we have consumer classification. Let's say you want to target US, then we have US as well. Now it's not there. It has been removed. But let's say I'm doing this for India, so I can show people, add to people who prefer high value goods. I mean, they have luxury taste. Okay. I have one more option, that I can target people based on traveling. So okay guys, imagine a person who travel international frequently and the person who travel. So if I just target frequent traveler, let's say if I'm just residing from India to India, I'm a frequent traveler. Even if I go to some another area in my same city, I'm a frequent traveler. But imagine a person on an average is taking one or two trip after every 6 months internationally. Do you agree they could be a richer audience, right? So hence I'll target an international traveler. You also have an option where uh, you target based on the purchase behavior, which is engaged shopper. Now, do you guys know who is this engaged shopper audience? People who frequently tap on shop now button on Instagram and Facebook are the engaged shopper people. Right? So even Meta is tracking that as well. Meta is tracking if Mahalakshmi is someone who always see any product that she sees, she will tap on shop now. That means she's part of engaged shopper audience. So I'm doing this right way, right? I'm targeting people who have interest in my product, plus I've added some criteria which make them an HNI audience. There was one more criteria I mentioned, which was I want to target people who use iPhone or something on those line, right? So here in the placement, first thing I'll say device, let's keep it open. But see this, can you see over here there's an option of device and there's an option of iOS. So what I'm trying to say is that I just want to show ads to those people who use iOS and not Android. That's the level of targeting that I could do. If I want to do more further, guys, let's see. I just want to show my advertisement on Insta. See, all are this platform that are handled on Meta. Imagine you guys just want to show your ads on Instagram, you turn off the rest of the toggles. And on Instagram also, guys, you just want to show your ads to be appeared on the stories and reels. Let's say you believe that is the best performing place for your brand. Here you can choose that. Can you see there's only Instagram stories and reels ticked on? If you just want to show your ads on story, you just keep story on. Audience number right now is, it is not that less. 49 lakh to 57 lakh is also enough audience, even after adding so many filter, because earlier it was in crores, right now it has come in lakhs. So before adding all those narrow HNI audience targeting, it was somewhere in crores. Right now it is in lakhs. How does it works on Meta? So whatever data you get from all this computer analysis tool, you feed it on Meta like this, because you have that insight, you know this will perform better. You are not taking any guesswork over here. And on this basis you see the ad. So if you are seeing any ad on any of the social platform, that means you are targeted on the platform. On platform you are selected as one of the audience, based on your characteristics, based on your interest, based on your demographic, or based on your behavior. Now, email marketing, basically these are the emails that you guys send when your customer would leave their item in shopping cart, because you first send an email to give them a like a reminder, then you do some follow up, right? You can also send them an email after 2 day or later, send them some email for some discounts, and also basically you're just trying to nudge your customer if they don't do any action, or in case even if they are your existing customer, you will still send them an email, because you want them to keep on buying from you. You do some personalization for them, right? Google Ads, a platform through which you can run ads on different Google property. Like you, if you want to show your ad on YouTube, you want to show your ad when person searches on Google, you want to show ad on some third party websites and app, you want to show your ad in the Gmail section. So any placement which is created by Google and you want to show your ads over there, we use Google Ads. um what are some sources of behavioral marketing data, guys? So basically, what are some metrics that you would check? Like for email, you would check how many people have signed up for your email, what kind of product people are checking, what kind of services people are checking, how many people have accepted for your newsletter, right? How many people are actually page views, nothing but how many people are actually checking your website. Okay, click doesn't mean checking website. Click just mean they have clicked on your ad, not necessarily they have landed over there. So hence we have a separate metric called as page view. What kind of content they are consuming and what is their purchase history in general. Okay, so these are some of the basic metrics that you guys tend to check. Okay, significance of your overall behavioral marketing operation is, guys, reiterating this again, you tend to understand your consumers behavior, which will help you to create better ads. I did show you, right? Whatever data I'll get, I'll put it on Meta accordingly, right? If you do that kind of precise targeting, you can form that relationship better with your customer. It will help you to give more ROI, more leads, right? So it's all based on you using some tools to understand who's your TG, taking that data and showing them ads with the help of all this platform like email marketing, Meta ads, and Google ads. Okay, you don't randomly guess that I'll target 18 to 40. No, have a backing why 18 to 40. Okay, now, what are the rules? Like as a behavioral marketing, try to understand the behavioral marketing will help digital marketing in what ways. One is, it will help to motivate the consumers to take some decision. Okay, because you have that kind of insight, you will give them some special discounts, some free products and all of that, so that can push them to buy more product. Better engagement on your website because they'll spend more time, and again the AOV would increase. Okay, improve your average order size, very important. You can also, again, you should know this metric. AOV is average order value, guys. Okay, basically this is nothing but on an average, whatever purchase happen from your website, what is the amount? Okay, like what, how much they are spending on an average from your website, basically. Okay, uh what are some pros of behavioral marketing? Again, it's the same thing. ROI, customer experience, engagement, um and some of the cons. Okay, so there are some cons as well. First thing is oversaturation of ads. Now I believe you all might have faced this. How many of you are tired with the kind of ads you get bombarded so frequently? You all are, right? You are watching some video on YouTube, you see an ad popping up. You are seeing, you're scrolling on Meta or Instagram or wherever, you see some ad popping up. So are you guys not frustrated by that? That is what I, this is like a negative point, that people get oversaturated by ads. Now we can control this as well, okay? Guys, I have a question. On an average, a brand should show you ads how many times a week? So in a week, let's say if a brand want to show ad to all of you guys, what do you think it's a good, is a good number in a week, not a day? 3 to 4 is the right way. You should show a ad to a consumer in a week 3 to 4 times. That's it. Otherwise, that apart from that, yes, if you have that kind of marketing spend, you want people to just remember your brand like anything, then obviously you can oversaturate them by showing it every day. But a good frequency, this is what we call as frequency is nothing but on an average how many times I should show my ad in a week. So 3 to 4 is a good number. Again, it requires some complete knowledge of the audience. So ideally, yes, you get data from computer analyst tool and all, but there will be some nitty gritty. See, you can't get the entire insight, there will be few things that you will miss out. So hence could be one of the cause. And um, again, you are juggling with so many different algorithm, because behavioral marketing mein you're using all these tools. You have to understand how Google algorithm works, how Meta algorithm would work, or any other social media's algorithm would work. The algorithm, the way LinkedIn works, it doesn't way it Meta doesn't function in the same way, right? So it is a complicated process as well. You are using so many different tools. Imagine, is apart from Google ads, Meta ads, and your email marketing tool like MailChimp, you're using 10 other computer analysis tool, your chat GPT for something, you're reporting for something. So many tools, more the tools, more the confusion. Okay, and more the algorithm you should get used to, like you should know how the algorithm work as well. Okay, so that's all we had under your behavioral marketing types and needs. Let's go to the next part, guys, quickly, which is your strategy for growth. Now, so when I said strategy, guys, see, the basic part of a digital marketing strategy is to find out what platform, what ad format, what digital marketing type or channel, content type performs well. Okay, because guys, in digital marketing we have so many things to do. As a brand, you can't do everything. Okay, like obviously if you're a bigger brand, you can spend time, money, everything. But still, why do you need a strategy? Because you have so many options, and you need to find out where should I spend my money, where should I spend my time on. That's where the strategy comes into picture. And one thing, you can't learn strategy theoretically. Okay, if you guys would ask me, ma'am, you have to teach us strategy theoretically, I can't do that. Strategy is something that you guys can learn with experience only. Hence, whenever you get started working in digital marketing, guys, you would every time you would see that you will get a lot of execution work in the initial 2 3 5 years of your career. Then you go towards the strategy, because to understand strategy, or to come to that conclusion of strategy, you should have that execution work experience. Makes sense? So anyone who's tell you do this, do that, no. Strategy comes with experience, not just digital. You talk about any industry, to strategize anything you should be a pro executor. Makes sense? You have never done execution and then you're giving strategy, it will fail for sure. ChatGPT can also not help you over there, because brand to brand the strategy would vary, category to category the strategy would vary. There's no standard strategy that one can follow. So if anyone would tell you, will give you a list of strategy that you should follow, and the person has never done an execution, please never trust what they are saying. Okay, never ever trust a person doesn't have an execution and they are giving you strategy. No, it won't work well. Okay, like, and let's say someone tells you that I worked on this industry 10 years back, don't even follow what they are saying, because their experience is 10-year old, right? Like if you would, again, this is not my personal like I'm not trying to, how should I say, judge anyone on this, but if you know, there are a lot of college professors and all out there who might have worked on the practical side of digital marketing 5 years back, but now if you ask them anything with strategy and all, they can't give it. Why? Because 5 years they have just taught. Okay, they didn't had that practical exposure, and in a 5 year time span things would change, right? So when it comes to strategy, follow and take opinion or take suggestion from those people who are working on it right now. And when I say right now, at least for the last 5 years they are doing that execution work. Okay, when we talk about strategy, guys, see, uh as I said, strategy is more about you focus on creating a plan. When I say plan, it would be on PPT, it would be on Excel, on an Excel sheet. But campaign is something where you execute that plan. Okay, so strategy is more about your deck. Like, you create all those strategy presentations, strategy Excel, and in a campaign you execute it. I'll show you an example. How does it look like? Wait, it might look very overwhelming, but I would want to show it to you. I'll just open one of my email example. Wait. So this is how a plan or a strategy looks like. See this, where you give all the stats, you give some targeting option. Can you see? Like, it in a PPT format, it would look something like this. Okay, where I've giving them all the targeting options that they can do. This is a strategy. Like in a digital marketing strategy, you don't do execution, you create a PPT or an Excel where you show or you give them some suggestions. Can you see? I've given all those suggestions over here, right? This PPT only is for targeting. Okay, these are all my targeting. Can you see how should you allocate the budget? I've given a deep idea of how should they allocate their budget on different platform, right? Some recommendation on creatives and ad copy. Can you see this? How can they optimize their campaign, right? This is a PPT way. Now, for numbers, the PPT is more theory, but for numbers, you use Excel. So, in an Excel thing, it would look something like this is a strategy. Okay, let's say again this is an INR. Let's say I have a budget of 50 lakh or 49 lakh 30,000. I'm giving a strategy on which category they should spend, what kind of budget allocation they should do, how much revenue they can generate, how much ROAS they can generate. Now guys, this is something that no one can teach you. This comes with an experience only. Okay, like practically no one can teach you. Theoretically people can tell you 10 other lines, but when you tell me that, ma'am, teach me how to create this plan, it comes with an experience only. Okay, see this, like, this is what a strategy looks like. I'm giving them figures on where should they spend. Like, see, on Meta only I'm giving them so much options, where they should spend, what is their allocation, what kind of numbers, ROAS, average order value, revenue, what is their transaction, like 10 other things. So there's a lot of numbers involved. Can you see? Now this is not something that I learned. Like, I didn't, how should I say, this is not something I learned in theory. This came with an experience. So actual strategy looks like this. And once this get approved, you do the campaign setup and all. That's the way to learn strategy. No theory can teach you strategy in detail. Okay, but when you create a strategy, few things that you have to keep a check on. Again, what is your goal, who's your consumer, analyze and decide the platform where you would want to advertise on, right? What kind of content you would want to push, what are different channel where you would want to show the advertisement, right? You have to monitor it, you have to maintain and do a lot of reporting as well for it. But before doing all of that, the first thing that you guys do is create a bias persona. Basically, what does my what how does my ideal audience looks like? Okay, so how do you create a bias persona? Again, you do research, you do survey, you interview, you find out, or you can see how your existing customer look like or how your prospecting customer would look like. Okay, then you find out your goals, like why you want to run the campaign, what is your goal. Engagement, awareness, lead, sales is the same thing. So find out what is your goal behind running a campaign. Then one very important thing, where would you want to advertise? Okay, so you have something called as own media, earn media, paid media. Guys, this is something that you guys will have to mug up, because this is the most common question which is asked in an interview. Okay, own media is, guys, something that the brand or an organization owns. Let's say website is something that you guys can own, you own. Your social media handle is something that you guys own. So that is what I mean by own media. Okay, earn media is something that you have generated because lot of word of mouth marketing. Okay, and paid media is something where you're spending money on the platform to show your advertisement. Okay, so this is a basic interview question, hence I have just explained this in detail. Own, earn, paid. Own is something that you guys can own, like website and social media channels. Earn is like word of marketing, word of mouth marketing. And then paid media, all those Google ads, Meta ads, where you pay money to show your ads. Okay, uh when you create your strategy, as I said, what you have to do, you have to evaluate which channel will perform better. For example, guys, I'll tell you how does this come with an experience. If one of you told me that, ma'am, I want quality leads, where I should spend my money, because I have an experience, I will tell you, guys, run a ad on Google ads, which is only search ad, the text based ad, because that gives you better lead quality. Now this comes with an experience, no one can teach you that, right? If you guys would tell me, ma'am, I want leads, but I want a cheaper, like I don't want to spend that much on the cost per lead. Okay, where should I spend my money on? I'll tell you Meta, because Meta has a cheaper cost per lead. Now this comes with an experience. Okay, and there are a lot of pointers that comes with an experience, which is difficult to list down. Okay, so um when you evaluate, you have to understand which channel you're proceeding with based on what is your requirement. Okay, then once you figure out your channel, you should also find out what kind of content you will use in that channel, what where would you take the user to, and again some other nitty gritties like your DG and all. Okay, one more thing, whenever you create your strategy, digital marketing strategy, always audit your own media. When I say audit your own media, try to see how the performance has been for your brand on the own media, like the one that you own. For example, see how much time a person spends on your website in the about us section. See how much time people are spending on reading blogs that you have posted, right? See what kind of engagement you're getting on your social media posts. See how many people are actually listening for your to your brand podcast, right? So when you do auditing on your own media channels, you get a lot of insights as well, which can be used as a strategy. Okay, so check your existing content, and based on that analysis you create a new content. For example, for own media, guys, let's say I posted something, I created an entertainment reel on social media, and I saw that people are hardly engaging to it, right? That clearly means in next time I'll try one more time creating an entertainment content. If it doesn't work, that means my audience is not as such, right? Probably I'm a B2B brand, and hence people don't like entertainment content, they're more towards the educational content, right? So that's what I mean by evaluating your own media strategy. Like, you just don't have to post your content, you have to see how it's performing. Okay, again, for earn media as well, guys, you can evaluate, like if I'm running ads on Meta, I will see what kind of age group has given me a good amount of traffic, or what gender is performing better, what interest targeting is performing better, right? So basically, see, in paid media, guys, there are 10 channels where we do advertising. When I say 10 channel, I'll give you a list in front of you. See this. Okay, these are all paid media channels. See this. uh, you have OTTs like your Netflix, Amazon Prime, right? You have some premium apps. All this are part of your own your paid media. Now, guys, you can't keep on spending equally on all this platform, right? You have to find out which platform is good for your brand. Okay, for some brand Google ads might perform better, for some ad Meta would perform better, for some ads for some brand the LinkedIn platform would perform better. So it is very important for you to find out the right platform where you should exist. because you can't say that I'll spend on all the platform. No, you will burn out of money then. Okay, like nowadays, at least in India, or there are many location, there are startups. Okay, trust me when I say this, there are startups who blindly burn their money on running all these ads. Okay, they don't see what kind of, like, they just want, like right now, because there's so much sale going on, this is a sale period in India. Brands are spending blindly on all this platform. They're not even calculating how much revenue, how much of return they are getting after spending their money on such kind of platform. And later on, there are many startups who got closed as well. Okay, at least in India, we're seeing a lot of trend where people are getting fired, like because the market, there's so much competition, they want to beat that competition. And one of the way to beat that competition is do heavy marketing. And one of the heavy marketing that a brand can ever do is performance marketing or running ads on all this platform. But the problem is, it's okay, you should run ads on all this platform, but evaluate as well, right? Find out which is your um hero platform, right? Makes sense. So, ideally, your strategy overall should be, you do everything in digital, okay, not just ad. So, you send out good email, you create some podcast, you create some webinar, you give some giveaway, create some contest, write a blog, run ads on all important platform that your brand would have. Focus on your SEO point and give as much educational content to your consumer as possible. What exactly is a race framework? Okay, the full form of race is reach, act, convert, and engage. Okay, this is like, again, see, try to understand, guys. In digital marketing, there are a lot of theory which might sound similar. Okay, this is nothing but, if I have to tell you in a layman term what is a race framework, you do awareness, then you take a person to consultation stage, and then you ask them to convert, and then you retain. It's just the terminology has changed, trust me when I say that. Okay, and ideally, no one would ask you in interview, tell me what is race framework. Okay, just because it's there in your theory part, you have to go through it. But if you ask me, does this, is it get asked in the interview? No. In interview, you'll get question more from the practical side of it. Okay, for example, in interview, people, the person might ask you, okay, tell me, what are the different kind of platform I can target with help of meta ads manager, right? So that are the actual question that anyone would ask you. But because you are still towards the foundation of your digital marketing, you should know this theory part as well. Okay, so full form of races: reach, act, convert, and engage, guys. Okay, what exactly is the prerequisite of this is, you find out your goal, you find out your communication, and then you find out your 3G. First thing, first phase of your race framework is reach, where you want to reach out to as many people as possible. Okay, so you want to get heavy traffic on different channel and your social media platform. Okay, then the second phase is act phase, where you want to generate and acquire some leads. Okay, so you want people, like, you want people to go to your website or buy the product, or you want people, if you are a brand who doesn't sell a product online, you'd want them to come to your website and submit their detail. Okay, so it is more of that you're focusing on, making your user to take the next step in the entire customer journey. Okay, then you convert them. Now, what do I mean by convert them? For example, like, let's say you all are the students whom I have converted right now. Hypothetically, I'm saying, first thing I'll do is I'll reach out to all of you. Okay, then I will show you a webinar where I'll give you a glimpse of how to do digital marketing. You might be interested, so you'll share details with me. Then I'll call you separately. I'll tell you what has been my past record, what have I done so far, and if that interests you, you will convert. So basically, you'll do a transaction with me. Whenever I use this word convert, I mean there's a transaction involved. The person has given that money for your service or for your product. Okay, now, um why it is recommended? Because again, it is data driven. There is, you do lot of goal based and result oriented marketing. It use lot of social media, and overall digital marketing gets involved in your race framework. Okay, there's one more part under your race framework which we call as customer lifecycle management. Okay, what exactly it is, what is customer lifecycle management here? with this you can determine the performance, okay, or you can analyze the data of your customer. What are the marketing system trends, right? What are some processes and functional data that you can involve within it? Basically, um, this involves some decision making which will make sure your customers are getting acquired, they are getting retained, and you are doing some cross selling and upselling to them. Customer life cycle is like the entire cycle. You acquire a customer, okay, so you reach out to a customer, you acquire them, you want them to retain. So if you want to retain them, you have to sell your other product, like you have to do either cross selling or upselling, and this cycles keeps on going and going. Ideally, the stages of a customer lifecycle management is, I've just explained this right now with the cycle phase. You do awareness, brand advocacy is like you are educating them, right? You give them a demo, which is what I mentioned, a webinar event, something on those line. Then they will engage, then they will evaluate this brand or that brand, and finally they'll purchase, right? So it's the same thing, but the terminologies are different ideally, okay. And lastly, how you can create a successful customer lifestyle management, guys. Map the entire journey of your customer, okay. Reduce your customer churn rate. What do I mean by churn rate? Basically, we don't want, once you acquire a customer, we you don't want them to leave your brand, right? Because see, you have already spent so much to acquire one customer, you would want them to retain with you, right? And lastly, use your analytics, like use your numbers, use your analytics for better sales. Simple. Okay. Now, what do I mean by marketing in post pandemic area? We all know after pandemic things have changed, okay. See, before pandemic as well, digital was there. I won't say digital one wasn't there, but especially during pandemic, when the offline thing was closed, the only way for a business to survive, especially the mid size or even the small size or even the big size, the way was through online. I mean, trust me, during COVID time, I have seen so many small business brand who have arisen in India itself. Not just India, but in other countries as well. Because they got that exposure. They knew that even if we have a lesser money, I can start a brand. I can sell it online. Not necessarily I have to run ads, but I'll do it or organically. Like when I talk about the post-pandemic marketing, basically, um you know because of pandemic, people realize that they, like, the people have actually started looking after more profitability. I remember before COVID there were so many startups, people were spending money blindly like anything, but after post COVID I've seen that trend, that brand wanted to successfully run their campaign by improving their efficiency and increasing their ROI. Before COVID they still had that leeway because startup had that kind of money in their pocket, they have that kind of investors, where they were not looking after efficiency and ROI, they were just blindly spending money on digital marketing in general. But after post COVID, one of the transition that I've also personally seen is ROI. Now brands are, if you know, at least in a lot of markets, brands are moving towards profitability more, okay. Now, again, some of the parameter after post pandemic, that marketing parameter that brand started focusing on was, look after their existing customer, because they know that acquiring new customer needs a lot of money. So while you acquire new customer, please make sure your existing customers are getting retained. You have a strong online presence, very important, because offline was shut. I mean, the only way of doing was marketing was online, and people were a bit skeptical that again if we get something kind of pandemic, we will only rely on digital, right? So they invested heavily in digital ads. They are still investing heavily in digital ad, good kind of offers. They are changing their communication strategies a lot and focusing um, on a few paid advertising platform, because now they want profitability. Not a brand can't just blindly sit only run ads, okay. Guys, okay, a quick case study, a very small case study which we have of Intel's marketing strategy. Now, one of the challenge again during the pandemic time, not exactly pandemic time, but this was one of the challenge that Intel had faced, that they used to get persuade, their IT decision makers to choose Intel, and they wanted to observe their customers' purchase pattern. Now, what I've been repeating for a while, how did they do that? They analyze their social media presence. Okay, they did something called as social listening. Basically, you see how is your brand emotion on social media. When I say social listening, you see how many negative comments you're getting, how many positive comment you're getting, right? That is what I mean by social listening. You listen to what people are writing in your comment. Are they writing good comment? Are they writing bad comment? If it is good, appreciate it. If it's bad, you have to address it. This is what we call as social listening. Yeah, and you have to do it very thoroughly. Okay, people think, how does that create an impact? It does. Imagine a person is complaining on your social media post that they didn't like your service or product. You have to respond to them, you can't ignore it, because that also impacts your brand image overall, whether it's a positive comment or a negative comment. It is very important for a brand to react to it, to engage to it, right? So that's what Intel used to do. They used to listen, analyze the social media presence, engage in the social issue and awareness. So they saw if people are commenting negatively, they used to go further and check what is the reason behind it. Okay, so ideally, they wanted to target a TAM to be around close to be around 300 billion dollars. And some of the approach they did was they use all the real time data to find out, create some good article, create some good ads, show the best content to their consumer and engage them, and improve their awareness. So when they did all this, they could see some really great numbers. For example, they could see that 40% of cost per acquisition has been reduced. For example, earlier if they were spending 100 rupee to acquire a customer, that got dropped to 48%. Okay, they got again 6 time higher engagement. They got again they created some lot of engaging content quiz where they can engage the customer and increase their the engagement on their overall channel as well. Okay, now, this tool will help you to stock what kind of ads your computers run on Meta. How do you do that? First, you select the country for which you want to see the ad. Then here you select all ads and search for the brand name. Let's say I want to see what kind of ad is been running by Zara's end. Can you see what exactly this is trying to show? This is trying to show me what kind of ad Zara is running for now in India location. Okay, and this is how we can stock. Now, how does this help, guys? You can understand, let's say you're H&M, you're competitor of Zara. Let's say I'm just saying randomly it's H&M. Okay, don't you think when you stock this, you can understand what, if you understand, okay, Zara is trying to push a lot of their winter collection now with what kind of offering, you can try not to copy but take some inspiration, take some insight from that. There could be some reason they are trying to promote this product category, right? More than that, you can also see on which platform they are running ads. So right now they're just focusing on Facebook and Instagram, right? Can you see? You can also see at what at on which date they have started running this ad. Correct. You can see their creatives as well, what kind of ads they are running. So I'll go back to Zara. See, I'll show you what are different kind of ads that we can run on Meta. This one is called as carousel ad, guys. Okay, carousel is you can swipe. Can you see? I can see multiple cards. This is what I call as carousel ad. This is called as single video ad. Basically, a single video is uploaded. Okay. This is called as an image ad. Okay. So, what are different kind of ad formats on Meta? Carousel, single image, single video. We also have something called as collection ad. Now I'll show you. This is my favorite ad format. Okay, see this, how this would look like. You might have seen this ad somewhere, I believe. Okay, let's see of only of Adidas because we are discussing Adidas for a while, right? So this is how your collection ad would look like. Obviously, if it's an ad, below the name you should show as sponsored. Now, how this ad is different? Okay, first thing, in this ad you'll see a main banner like this. Either it could be a video or it could be an image as well. Okay, and there you will see a catalog. This is called as a catalog ad or a collection ad, where they'll show you some product pictures. Now, ideally, in a normal ad like carousel image or video, if you click on an ad, it takes you to the website directly. But this ad, okay, the good thing or the USP of this ad is, if you tap on this ad anywhere on the ad, it will cover your entire phone screen like this. This is not your website, it has just expanded on your entire phone screen. And we also call this as instant experience. Okay, so this is called as instant experience, basically, where the ad covers your entire phone screen and it gives you a better UI, right? And then if you want to see more product, you can scroll. If you want to check out the product on the website, you can tap on it, then it will take to the website. So this is an additional step. Okay, and this is only for the e-commerce brand out there, like educational, real estate, BFSI. They can't run such kind of ad because you need range of product that a person can buy online. Apart from this, what all you should know is carousel. In carousel ad, because you have multiple image, you will have to add minimum 2 image. Okay, so I'll note it down over here only. Minimum 2 image or video, and maximum can add only 10 image or video. Okay, now in a carousel, you can create a combination of image plus image, as in all the cards can be image, or you can create a combination of video plus video, like instead of image you upload 10 different videos, and it, or it can be a combination of video plus image. Now there's one more ad, okay, which is very popular nowadays, and we call that as partnership ad or UGC ad. Okay, user generated content. Now what exactly is that? Let me show this to you. uh, I just saw a partnership ad. um, I'll take some. Right now only I was just trying to check something. See this. So this is on the way. I mean, guys, you might not everyone would know Nika. So the way you guys have Sephora and all in India, there's this company called as Nika. Okay, who sell their own cosmetic and skincare product, and they also promote other luxury brands in skincare and cosmetic. Okay, now what is a partnership ad? This is a partnership ad. Okay, basically, what is a partnership ad? Imagine, guys, I am Sephora, and um Daniel is an influencer. Okay, let's take a scenario. Daniel is an influencer, and I'm Sephora. I reached out to Daniel that, Daniel, you are a beauty influencer, or a makeup influencer, let's say, whatever he is. Can you create a video where you will get, you will feature Sephora into it? So yes, Daniel will create that video. I'll pay some money to Daniel to do that. Now I want to run that video that Daniel has created as my ad. I have to run a partnership ad. This is what we call as a partnership or a user generated content. Okay, and it looks something like this. So now here, instead of Vedika Mehta, I could show Daniel's name and with Sephora. Basically, the video that influencers are creating for your brand, and they have posted on their social media channel, if you want to run that as an ad, that is called as a partnership ad. And trust me, nowadays the best performing ad is a partnership ad, because imagine a normal image or a video where you're just talking, a random person is talking about your brand, and there's one video where a most popular influencer is talking about your brand. Which one will perform better? Obviously the one which influencer is vouching for, right? Nowadays people blindly follow what influencer does. Hence the partnership ad is the best performing ad format for the time being. You have also something called as a component. Now what is the component of your ad format? I'll just show you quickly. First one is your primary text, then you have headline, then you have description, then you have a CTA, and then you have a landing page. You also have one more thing which we call as, either you upload your image or a video, whatever it is. We know what is image and video, but what are this component, guys? You should know the technicalities of it. Okay, what is a primary text? Quickly we'll go through it. Okay, any text or any copy that you can see about the video, about the image, is called as primary text. This is a primary text. This is a primary text. So the text that you can see about the image or about the video is a primary text. This is what we call as a primary text. Okay, important part of your ad, because a user would get interested after reading this. Okay, so you write good USP, create some FOMO, add some emojis the way they are doing it to make it attractive. Your goal should be to make your primary text as attractive as possible. Hence you would see brand use so much emoticons, they talk about the USPs, offer and all. Why? Because this will push you to buy the product. Okay, so to write a primary text, add your USP, create some FOMO, fear of missing out, basically write some offer, um, add some emojis, not make it look text heavy, and write in pointer format, because again if you write it in a para format it looks very text heavy, right? Then we have something called as headline. How does a headline would look like? This is a headline. Again, it should be short and crisp. This is your CTA, call to action button. This is your URL, nika.com. Okay, so these are your component of your ad. Your primary text, your image, or it could be a video over here. This is your CTA, this is your headline, and the on top of that is your URL. How exactly do we create ad on the platform? It's easy, guys. You just have to fill up the details. Now for ad creation, see, all this creative pictures is again not a job of a digital marketer to create. You'll have a graphic designer. If you are working with a big brand, you don't have to create this picture and video. You have a graphic designer or a video creator, video editor who creates it and send it across to you. You can probably guide them, but the execution is done from their end, because again you as a digital marketer, it is not your job to create a picture or a video. There are graphic designers, video editor, video makers out there to do it for you. You can guide them, you can give your tips, you can give your opinion, but they are the one who will do the execution. Okay, now how do we create the ad? Quickly I'll just show it to you. See, when I go over here, see, this is how the ad level data looks like. Now this is your partnership ad that I was talking about. What is partnership ad? As I said, Daniel has created a content for Sephora. I want to run that as an ad. I'll have to go over here. Now Daniel will share an ad code with me, or the post URL where he has posted. I just have to paste it over here, and the content that Daniel has created for me will automatically reflect over here. Okay, that is what we call as a partnership ad. If you don't want to run it, you turn off the toggle. Okay, if you want to run a normal ad like a single image video or a carousel, guys, it's easy. Here you have to upload your picture or video, whatever you want. Let's say I want to create a image ad. I'll just upload my picture. One thing to remember on Meta, okay, because your ads are shown on different placement like stories, reel, your creative needs to be cropped as well. For example, this is for stories and reel. Can you see it is looking very bad? Why? Because my creative is in horizontal, this is vertical. So I have to create a creative in vertical as well. I have to ask my graphic designer to share me a creative in the vertical format as well, not just square. So I'll just mention it over here. Whenever create video or creative or image in 9 is to 16 dimension and 1 cross 1 dimension. So your 1 cross 1 will be for your feed, your 9 cross 16 would be for your reels and stories. Same creative, just the dimension would change. Okay, otherwise it will look this like this, it doesn't look good, right? You have to create a creative which is for this vertical mode. Okay, now here you put your primary text, the one that I was mentioning. So I don't want to write a primary text now. I'll just copy what is there. But this is where you put your primary text, and this is where you choose your CTA, like what you want people to do. So I want people to shop now, I'll say shop now. I'll go next. Now these are the AI integration of Meta. Like let's say you want to use some AI integration, let's say you want to add some animation, text improvement, you want to add some music and all. If you want, you can do it, otherwise you can turn it off. This is the AI integration on the platform itself. You don't have to use any AI tool to do that. Okay, I'll say done, and see, this is how my ad would look like. Can you see? So Google Analytics, guys. Okay, now when I talk about Google Analytics, try to understand it is a platform provided by Google. It's a free, not a platform, but it is a tool which is provided by Google. You don't have to pay any money to Google, that's first thing. But how exactly this platform works is that there are some, whenever you create your account on Google Analytics, basically the GA account will give you some code that you need to put it on your website to track how what exactly the user would do, once they land on your page. Okay, and no matter what department you guys are working with, let's say you're working with SEO department or SMM department or SCM department, this is one of the tool that you guys should know. Okay, so this is like the OG tool that every department should know. Okay, now when it comes to learning Google Analytics, guys, there is one challenge that most of the people usually face. That, see, Google Analytics, we have to analyze the data. Okay, to analyze the data, you should own a website which has the Google Analytic code placed on it, and you can go to the dashboard and find out the numbers and all. But in our case, let's say we all don't have a website, a current live website right now, then how should we learn Google Analytics, and especially practically, right? So what Google did was, um, try to imagine this, that Google, there's this website by Google called as Google Merchandise Store. Okay, let me try to open this website. So here we are. Okay, this is a website which is owned by Google, where Google sell their merchandise. Okay, now what Google did for people like you guys and people like me, I do have a G account but can't show because that's client's G account. So people who want to learn Google Analytics practically, what Google did was, Google has provided, like, this website also has Google Analytics close placed on it. Okay, so what Google has done, Google has provided a free access of this website's Google Analytics account, and everyone can access that. Okay, now that is what we'll refer for today. So whatever data analysis that we would do is for this particular website, because this is the only free G account that we have for now. See, to learn Google Analytics, you should own a website. That website should have a code placed on, the GA code that needs to be placed on the website. But in our case, because we don't own a website, because we have not placed any Google Analytics code on the website, we can't analyze the data, right? Hence, we are referring to the Google Analytics demo account. Now, what is a demo account? Demo account is nothing but Google's website, which is the Google Merchandise Store. What Google has done, they have placed some code on that particular website, and they have created a G account for that website, and it is available for everyone. So everyone can go to that G account and figure out the data, do the analysis work. So how we would open this demo account is, you have to go on Google and search for something called as Google Analytics demo account. Okay, now when I search for this particular query, can you see the first link over here? Okay. So can you guys also open this link? And when you open the link, I want you to hover down till this part. Now, what we have to do, we have to click on the first link where it says Google Analytics for Property, Google Merchandise Store Web Data. So I want you guys to click on that link. Okay. And you should see a Google Analytics account which will pop up. And it should look something like this. Let me know if you can see this. If you can't see this, let me know what are the errors that you could see on your screen so I can help you out. And by the way, guys, one important thing, okay? Your number and my number should match. So if I'm seeing 14K, 16K, 291K over here, you should see the same number, because we all are accessing the same demo account. Our numbers should match. If you see that my numbers are different and your numbers are different, that means you have landed to a wrong page. Okay, now this is how your GA dashboard looks like. But the important part of our Google Analytic, I'll first take you through. You remember I talked about the code. that Google Analytics provide, and which needs to be placed on your website, right? Can you see this, guys? This is basically a Google Analytics code. Okay, this is the code that every advertiser, whenever you create a website, the first thing that you should do is, like, let's say your website is ready, guys, you have to make sure you create your Google Analytics account, okay, and give this code to your developer and ask them to place it on all the pages of the website. Okay, by the way, Google also gives you the instruction at the top that where exactly you need to place the code. You can copy the instruction as well and copy this code as well and give it to your developer. Okay, one thing, every Google Analytics account, let's say my Google Analytics account, Jonas Google Analytics account, even Daniel's Google Analytics account, each one of us, the code would look same, but what is different amongst the code is this particular part. Okay, this ID that you could see would be different for every Google Analytics account. Okay, are we clear? So if your website is a coded website, let's say Daniel has created a coded website, and the first thing he'll do is he will also give this Google Analytics code. Now this is not our Google Analytics code, this is the Google merchandise stores Google Analytics code. This is the demo accounts Google Analytics code. I'm just showing you this for the reference perspective. But whenever in future you create your own Google Analytics account, guys, you will get a code like this which need to be placed on your website. I think I've discussed this. I'll close this part. Now we'll go to the main part, which is reports. Okay, how should I say? Report is the core of your Google Analytics. The reason people learn Google Analytics is to understand what are different kind of reports and what kind of data this report would present. Okay, we'll go one by one. What are different kind of reports? So, and you should know the meaning of each one of them. So, first one is your real time report. Then you have acquisition, engagement. Okay, uh, you have monetization, and then you have your audience. Okay, these are your core Google Analytics reports. Okay, and now the thing is, guys, you should first know that what each report would help you out with. Okay, so real time report, with the name suggests, it will show you real time performance of the website for last 5 minutes and 30 minutes. Okay, acquisition report will give you um, performance of different platforms and channel. Now what do I mean by this, guys? Do you agree, on a website a person might come to your website from different channel or a platform? Like, let's say Mahalakshmi owns a website, but how does people land to that website? Some might land through social media, some of them might land through the search engine, some of them might land through YouTube, right? So the acquisition report will exactly tell you, out of all the different platform and channel through which the user is coming on your page, which one is performing well for you, guys. Okay, makes sense. Then you have something called as the engagement report, which will help you with your website pages performance. Now, a website, a single website will have multiple pages, right? And it is very important for you to understand how each page is performing. That's when you understand. That's what your engagement report is all about. Monetization report, guys. This is all about your. Now, this report is only for the e-commerce brand, because this help you to understand product performance. Okay, so let's say you have 10, 20, or let's say 100 products that are getting sold out from your website. You want to know which products are performing well, which products are not performing well. You refer to the monetization report. Okay, and the last report, which is your audience report, or we also call this nowadays as user report. This will help you to get data like, you want some demographic and geographic performance. Okay, basically, let's say you want to understand the people who are landing to my website, they're coming from which city, or the people who are landing on my website, what is their age, what is their gender, right? That is what I mean by demographic and geographic performance. Apart from that, this report will also give you some tech details like, I don't know, it could be browser, could be what kind of device people are using when they land on your page. So imagine this is the kind of in-depth data you get if you just put that Google Analytic code on your website. That code will track everything. Once a user lands on your page, everything gets tracked with the help of that code. Hence, it is important to set a Google Analytics account. We'll start with the first basic report, which is our real time report. Okay, this is your real time report where you see real time overview. This is your real time report. Okay, can you see this active user in last 30 minutes and active user in last 55 minutes? This is what I meant. This report will only show you the live performance of your website. Probably one is like of last 5 minutes and one is of last 30 minutes. Okay, I have a question. Can you tell me in which situation you would want to check this lifetime report, real time report? Like, see, one thing is the hint is on daily basis I never check this real time report because ideally it is not that helpful. But there are some situation, there are some scenarios where checking this real time report would really save my life when it comes to my website performance. So, can you tell me on which kind of situation you guys would want to check the real time report? So during sale, during festival, during offer time, you get a lot of traffic on your website, right? And you want to see how it's performing. People are coming from which location. So accordingly, you can do some inventory management with that, right? You can understand is let's say if your website get crashed, the first thing you should know is you have to go to GA report, check the real time report to find out, right? So this real time report is only when you have some big event, festival or some sale going on. Otherwise on daily basis you are barely check this report. Now over here, what is the first thing you guys could see is that in last 30 minutes and in last 5 minutes how many active users we have on the website. Active users are nothing but unique users. Okay, apart from that, can you see a map somewhere in the behind, right? So here it is basically trying to tell you that people are coming from which city. Okay, now can you see there's one person from India? It could be me only, I believe. Okay, now no, it's not me because I've closed the website. But let's just see. Sorry, I've zoomed in a lot. Let me go back to that page. Not sure where it went, but anyways, I hope I'm clear what exactly this map is all about. Now if you scroll down, guys, it will also give you data like, okay, people are coming from they are coming to your website from what source. Okay, when I say what source, basically, are they coming through Google or are they coming directly or are they coming through SEO or through ads, okay, or through any social media? By the way, what do I mean by direct? Direct, the meaning of direct is that, okay, let's say if I go to Mintra's website like this, like right now, if I go to Mintra's website like this will be considered as Google. Okay, but if I go to Mintra's website like directly to the page, this is called as direct. So basically, you directly put the URL and you land on the website. Make sense? So again, this is trying to tell you that this is trying to tell you what kind of activity the users are doing on your page. This will tell you, okay, where exactly they are trying to spend time on your website. So again, for merchandise store, most of the people are spending time on home section, then the shop section, new section, and 10 other pages that they might have. Right, again, these are more specific event that they're trying to talk about, that how many people have checked any page, how many people have done add to cart, right? So the importance of real time report ideally, guys, is only with respect to if you have as Rahul mentioned, if you have any sale or something going on, that's when you ideally check the real time report. Otherwise it does not much of any use. Now apart from real time report, guys, okay, here you don't have to put any date range. Okay, no need to put the date range because obviously this is a real time report, right? But for all the other report, you need to put the date range because all this report will give you the past performance. Okay, apart from real time report, whatever remaining four reports that we have, it is very important for you to put a date range because you are seeing the past performance or you'll see today's overall performance. You can't see performance of last 30 minutes or 5 minutes. You can see today's overall day performance, or you can see any performance of last 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, depends on what kind of data you would want to check. Okay, now this is where the interesting part comes into picture. We'll start with the first report, which is your acquisition report. Okay, overview section, guys, we won't check because overview section is bit confusing for you guys, so we will directly go to the main report. Okay, overview report won't give you the detailed insights. Okay, and again it becomes very overwhelming and confusing if someone is looking it for the very first time. Hence, let's just refer to the main report. So in acquisition, the main report is your user acquisition and traffic acquisition. Okay, before I go ahead and explain you what is user acquisition and what is traffic acquisition, guys, let me walk you through the page first. Okay, so this is user acquisition report. This is the place where you put your date range. Okay, why the date range is required? Let's say I'll ask you guys, can you check the performance of last 90 days and tell me which channel has performed better? You have to come over here and change the date range, right? Hence this is the important of date range. So let's say I would want to see the performance of last 60 days. I'll just like put a date range and I could see the performance. Okay, now if I scroll down, guys, because this is an acquisition report, it will let you know which channels are performing better. Okay, so direct, organic search, paid search, these are all different kind of channels. Okay, now um before I jump into this, guys, there are few things that you should know. Okay, eh, not necessary there are only 10 channel performers. The reason you're able to see 10 channel over here is because if you could see here, the setting, the by default setting says row per page is 10, but you have to increase this. If you want to see performance of other channel which might be there, you have to increase this row per page part. Can you see? So this way some of the channel which were getting hide out, now they are not. Okay, so always remember to increase your row per page. And there are times if you have multiple pages, you'll have to hover around over here as well. Okay, but for now I've just increased the row per page section. Okay, now first thing, guys, this is called as dimension. Okay, in technical term we call this as dimension, and these are called as metrics. Okay, now this is your primary dimension, but there are many times when your client would want to go and find out more in-depth report. Okay, what do I mean by that? Now if I can see this normal data, guys, I could see that direct is one of the channel which is performing well. If you, because we could see this is the one which has given me the highest amount of users, right? 1,77,436. But let's say my client comes and asks me, Jigisha, okay, I understood direct is one of the channel which is performing well for us. Can you tell me from which city exactly these people are coming from through with the help of direct channel? So now my client want to break down this data. They want to know, okay, understood, direct is the best performing channel. Now you break down this direct report and tell me people are coming from which city exactly, right? So that's when you put a secondary dimension. So this is called as a primary dimension. Secondary dimension is nothing but the second filter to your report. How do you do that? Can you see the plus sign over here? This is where you put the secondary dimension. If I hover around over here, now let's say I talked about city, right? So I can search for city and I can tap over here. And can you see, now I'm getting city level data? So direct people coming from this particular location, direct people coming from New York, direct people with the help of direct people coming from Mountain View. So I'm just getting that data breakdown. Okay, now if this looks very cluttered because this report looks very lengthy, right? Your client just want to understand people, like what are the cities through people are coming from, but with the help of direct channel, here in the search bar you put a filter of direct, so whatever performance you would see would be only for the direct channel and not for any other channel. Can you see? Now this got filtered out. We could see only the city performance but for the direct channel. Now I'll just close this city part, and these are your metrics. Okay, so I'll take you to what are these metrics and what exactly do they mean. Okay, let me remove this as well. What is total user? The total amount of people who are there on the website. This is your sum total. Here it will you here you will see all channel wise breakdown for the same. Okay, then this total user is divided into new users and returning user. New users are basically people who have came to your website for the very first time. Returning user are those people who have visited your website in the past as well. Okay, then You have something called as average online active user engagement time. In a layman term, what exactly does this mean is, on an average, how much time a user is spending on your website with whatever the different channels are. Okay, if you could see, there's a lot of time spent by people coming from cross network and email as a channel. 3 minutes 37 seconds, 4 minutes. More the time they spend, better is your overall website basically. Okay, now this is basically on an average what is how should I say, session by every active user. I'll So what exactly is a session, guys? Let me explain this to you. Have you ever visited a banking site, and whenever you go to a banking site, let's say you log into that banking site, guys, and even if you leave that page the way it is for 2 minutes, when you go back to that page, it will tell you your session is over, you have to log in again. Have you ever experienced this? Especially with the banking sites. Okay, that is what I mean by session. So Google Analytic also captures the session. Okay, session is nothing but once a user click on your website and they land on your website, exactly how much time a user is trying to spend. Okay, now please listen to this very carefully. The by default setting of Google Analytic is that one session would end after 30 minutes of inactivity, or if the person comes to the website through different channel. Okay, now what do I mean by this? Let's take this as an example. Let's say I go to Mintra's website right now. Okay, right now it is 8 6 in India. Okay, now I go back to my this GA page and I'm trying to do some time pass. The page is open, but I'm not been active over there. Imagine, guys, if I go back to this page, okay, by let's say 8 6 to 8 16 26 8:36. Okay, so if I go to this page by, or let's say before, so visited the website at 8:07. Okay, if I go to that page again before 8 7 to 17 7 27 37, before 8:37, the same session would continue. But if I visit that page after 8:37, the first session would end and the second session would start. Make sense? So when I say the tab is also open, let's say I go back to this page before 8:30 8:37, my first session would continue. But if I come to this page after 30 minutes, basically my one first session would end and the second session would start. Another scenario is, let's say I came right now to this website through organic SEO, right? Let's say I come back to this site, I close this tab, okay, and I come to this website through another channel, a next session would start. Now, guys, this is a by default setting, okay? You can change this default setting as per your need. So this is the default setting, a platform, that one session would end after 30 minutes of inactivity. Okay, but you can change the time duration. This is the default setting, so you can change the duration. You can make it 5 minutes, you can make it 10 minutes as per your need. If you know the banking website, they keep a very short duration because they don't want, I mean, something can go wrong, right? If they give such a good timeline, like the person can keep that banking website open for 30 minutes, and if they go back after 30 minutes the website would still work. No, it won't. It will tell you the session has ended. You might have experienced this sometime, that whenever you open up, you keep a tab open and you go to that tab after a very long time, it will reload that page. So that is also one of the way for you to understand that the first session has ended and the second session would start now. So many people, many brands, they don't rely on clicks number, they rely on session, because session gives you a surety that yes, the person has visited your website and they are trying to do some activity over there. Going back to my dashboard, okay, now you have something called as event count and key event. Okay, event count is nothing but all this. Okay, there are different activity that the user is doing on your page. If you want to see performance of one specific activity, you can tap on it. Okay, let's say I just want to see how many people have done add to cart, then I can tap on it, and I can give the, I'll get the exact number of add to cart. Can you see the numbers as reduced? Okay, that is your event count. What a key event? Key event are some important event, the event that matter. For example, you would I mean, add to cart, purchase, view item, these are some interaction that really matters for you as a brand, right? So let's say I want to exactly understand how many people have purchased through direct or through all this channel. I'll have to tap on purchase over here, and can you see the numbers have decreased? So see this. Here I put a filter of add to cart. Here I am putting a filter of purchase. If you could see the number of people who have done add to cart, suddenly when they go to the purchase stage, the count has reduced. Let's say from direct, the people who did add to cart for the last 60 days were 34,187, but then it got dropped to ideally the people who purchased were only 3,257. So you can understand how many people are getting dropped off. I'll move forward, guys. I hope now you could have understood this better. So you have user acquisition and then you have traffic acquisition. Okay, what is the difference between both? The user acquisition token would give you the data from user perspective, unique people who are coming to your page ideally. But the traffic acquisition report will talk more about the session. When I say session, guys, session doesn't mean, let's say if there are 10 session, that doesn't mean 10 different people have came on your page. There's a good chance when you see 10 as a session, that means one person has visited your page multiple times. So the difference between this traffic acquisition report and user acquisition is, traffic acquisition report will just tell you about cumulative traffic that is coming to different channel, whereas user acquisition talks about each user, like each unique people who came to your page. I hope I'm clear. Let me go to the next report, which is our engagement report. Okay, now in engagement report, pages and screen and landing page are the two important pages that you should know. So I'll mention it over here as well. Okay, first one for the acquisition, the important report was user and traffic acquisition. For the engagement, the important report is page and the second one is your landing page. Okay, now as I told you, this particular report is only to understand how each page are performing. Okay, so let's say, can you see this? These are some URL of different pages which are there on the Google Merchandise Store website. And I could just see how each of this page are performing. So I can understand, right, which page needs some improvement, which page is all good. For example, the checkout page has good amount of time spent. But if you see other pages are barely people are spending some time over here. Right? Let's say if I do lowest to highest, I'll understand which are the page, what is the page where people are barely spending some time. So I can go and find out what could be the reason behind it, right? Now the highest spending time is 2 minutes 0 second by checkout page. But if I lowest to highest, if I try doing that, so there's a not set page, there's slash.com, there's so many very weird URL which has a very less time duration that has been spent on the page, right? So here basically you just understand how each page of your websites have been performing. Okay, and then you have something called as landing page. Now landing page report is, let's say the ads that you're running, if you're running some affiliate, if you're running some influencer marketing and all, you give a URL to those ads or to those affiliate or to those influencer, right? So here with the landing page, you're understanding the performance of those pages basically for any advertisement, any paid advertisement that you have done, and the URL that you have given for that paid advertisement. You are just trying to check how those landing pages have been performing. Okay, the metrics remains the same, guys. Okay, I mean the additional one metric that you could see over here is revenue. Revenue is through this pages how much of business you were able to generate. Then we have something called as a monetization report. Now monetization report, I told you, right, this is only for the e-commerce brand because this is more about the product performance. Okay, now in monetization report, the three most important report are e-com purchase, okay, purchase journey, and checkout journey. Okay, these are three reports that you should know. If I come to e-commerce purchase, can you see these are all item name? Item names are nothing but the product name. Okay, this is basically, it is trying to tell you which are the products which are getting sold out the highest in count. Okay, you have something called as a purchase journey and checkout journey report. What is purchase journey and checkout journey report? Here you will see the entire funnel of how people came to the website, how many people, like, can you see this is a funnel that how many people came to the website, out of that how many people have checked the product, added to cart, did the checkout and did the purchase. But you can see this journey for different filters, like if you want to see this journey for different countries, region, city, language, browser, you can do that. Okay, right now it is showing you for a device. Okay, that what exactly it is trying to say, that lot of purchase that people buy are, like, usually we know that mobile performs better than desktop, but in this scenario the desktop is performing better than mobile. Right now, what could be the reason behind it? If you guys know, if you're buying a product which has a higher ticket size, there are many people who want to buy that through a desktop and not through by mobile, and that could be one of the reason that the Google merchandise store might have a lot of product which has a good ticket size, and they are preferring it to buy it through the website, like through the desktop and not through the mobile. Okay, now we can do one more insight. Let's see the city one and see if we can find some insight like this. Okay, we have one over here. See this. Can you can you see the second and third one? Aspen and New York. Guys, are you able to can you make any insight between Aspen and New York, guys? So as I want you guys to compare Aspen and New York, and can you tell me what exactly you're able to understand with this? So now you understand that there's something wrong going on with the city. Either they are not able to afford the product, hence they are getting bounced back, right? So there are many people coming to the website, but when they check out the product, or even after visiting the homepage, they understood that probably they can't buy it or something on those line, or there, and they're just getting dropped out over here compared to New York, right? So this is what you can understand with this report. In checkout journey report, guys, what exactly it will show you is, now, between the bin checkout and purchase stage, there are also multiple steps that you do. Those steps get covered under your checkout journey report. So here we are only covering people came to the website, they checked the product, they added to cart, they did bin checkout, and they did the purchase. But when I go to the checkout journey report, um, after bin checkout, can you see there are two extra step? You add your shipping detail, you add your payment detail, and then ideally you do the purchase. So now here in the checkout journey, you will understand exactly where people are getting dropped off, at the shipping detail or at the payment detail. And if you could see, people are not getting dropped out at bin checkout, not even at shipping. When they are asked to add their payment detail, there's a sudden drop. That's why you can see this decline phase over here. So till shipping, it's all good. But when they come on the payment page where they have to add their credit card detail or a debit card detail, that's where there's a lot of drop off. And obviously, then in purchase, right? So the problem comes over here in this stage. We are just analyzing how to check a GA report. And this is in a similar manner you'll do it whenever you work on Google Analytics in future. It's just that right now we are analyzing the Google merchandise store website. In whenever you'll you'll do it, you'll have a website for which you'll be working for, or the brand's website for whichever brand you're working for. So that's all we have under monetization report. And the last important report that you guys should know is this one, user one. Okay, so see this in user, the report that you guys should know is the demographic detail, the audience, and the tech report. Okay, now demographic detail is very easy, guys. You can see country wise performance. Now if you want to see some region wise performance, city, language, age, gender, interest, these are all demographic traits. So if you want to see performance of any demographic trait, you come to this report. Okay, can you see what are people's interest over here and which kind of interest people are converting more? Yes, we can see that, right? There are a lot of people who are converting who have an interest in technology, then banking and finance and all, right? So how do you use this insight? You use this insight by putting, if you understand, okay, what are the people's interests who are converting more, or what are the gender or age who are performing well, you can put that same data from here into your meta ads and Google ads whenever you run a campaign, right? This is your proof of work. This gives you a confirmation that yes, I can take this data and put it into my advertising platform. Similarly, you can check this for age and gender as well. Then in the audience report, ideally you will understand. So there are different kind of remarketing audiences out there. Can you see all user non-purchases are different kind of custom audience that we create, and if I want to see a performance of that, you can see it over here. And the last one is your tech report. Now in tech report you see all tech related detail, like people are coming to my page through which device, through which browser, right? I mean, right now this is a browser wise performance. Let's say you want to see what is a mobile device which gives me a highest amount, people are coming from which mobile device which are giving me the highest amount of revenue. So you will choose device model over here. Okay. And let's just see this. So can you see the highest one is your iPhone? I mean, very obvious. By the way, wherever you see something called as not set is something that the Google Analytics is not able to track. Why Google Analytics is not able to track? Probably the person came to the website through incognito mode, through VPN. So in such kind of instances, it is difficult to track the detail entirely. Hence, Google Analytics would put that under not set. Okay, but if I ignore the not set part, the which is the best performing model or device model in general with respect to revenue, it is your iPhone. At least in the month of Feb, if I keep a very longer duration, let's say if I say for the last 12 months I want to understand this, let's see which would be that device model. So it's still iPhone, I mean. See this question, okay? Now what exactly is this table? Imagine guys, this is you only. Okay, put yourself in this picture. Imagine yourself in this table that you have visited a page, and this is a different like this is how this is the date where you have visited this page, and how did you came on the page and at what time did you left the page. These are different timestamp about it. Now the question is, guys, you have to see this table and you have to answer some question, which is first question is, I want you to attempt the first question. The first question is in this timestamp, okay? How many session did the user have on the website? So if you see the time span, I want you guys to tell me how many session has occurred in this entire duration. And the hint is your session timeout duration is 30 minutes. So as I told you, after every 30 minutes of inactivity, the next session would start. So now I want you guys to check this timestamp and the date and tell me how many session has been occurred in this particular duration. Three session, no. See, the person came at 6:10 and they left at 6:10, so that is first session. The second session started from 6:40 to 6:44, and the third session started at 7:44. Obviously the session has started if the person has landed on the page, if a session has started, right? Though we don't know the end time, but it is at least one session, right? So total three session has occurred over here. Okay. Then what is the average session duration of the user? As in the question is on an average how much time the user has spent on this page. So here 6:10 is considered as like 1 minute. Okay. Then 6:40 to 6:44 would be how much minute? 1, 2, 3, and 4 minute, and here also one more minute. So 4, 5, and 6 minutes the user has spent. Now the question is, what is the average session duration for the user? So what you have to do, 6 divided by 3 is your average session duration, which is 3 ideally. So 6 is your time divided by the session, which is 3. So what is the average session duration? 3. First, put how many sessions did the user have on the website. I want you to give all the answer together and then I'll see. Okay, first tell me how many session has occurred, because if you give this first answer wrong, your other answer would also be wrong. Your first session is from 4:45 to 4:47, then 5:45 to 5:47, because here the date has changed, guys. It is not the same date. The person came on the next day. Can you see I've changed the date? So hence three session and not two. Can you now do the other calculation? What is the average session duration? So one, two here, and then 1, 2, and 3. So again you have 5 divided by 3, and here it will be 2 only because it is 6 divided by 3, and then here it would be something in point in decimal. For the last one, what is the average number of page view per session would be 2. This is your 5 divided by 3. So there's 5 is the minute spent, right? 4:45 to 4:47 is 2 minutes. 5:45 to 5:47 is again 2 minutes, and then 1 minute will we are counting over here. So total 5 minutes has been the time spent divided by your 3. So the first one was in the last 12 month, what was the engaged session count from UC browser? Okay. So what I have to do, this report answer can be found under the tech detail. If you remember, I've mentioned, right? It's there in your notes as well. The date range should be last 12 months. So I'll make this to last 12 months over here and I'll say apply. Then I've just asked for UC browser, what is the engaged session count? Okay. So this is your engage session. I want to find this for UC browser. So either I can search over here and I'll have to increase the row per page as well, ideally. Yeah, here we are, 40. So now we'll go towards the next question. Question number two. In last 30 days, which product has got highest revenue and highest item purchase? So for that, we refer to the monetization e-commerce purchase report. Okay. And this is for the last 30 days. So hence, uh, last 30 days. And I want to know item highest purchase. So I'll just filter this by highest to lowest rather than hovering around and finding it out that way. And for purchase wise, it is your Google Pen White, and revenue wise, it is so Google Pen White for purchase, and for revenue, it is Super G Marine Layer Banks hoodie. So the highest purchase is this one. What was that? Google Pen or something. Okay, and the highest revenue is your Super G Marine. And for the last one, though I've given you the hint, that's why I gave you guys a hint. Okay, so I've said Bing slash organic. When I say Bing, you remember acquisition report is for channel performance. Bing is one of the channel or platform, right? So the answer can be found under your acquisition report. First thing first. Okay, then what is the metric I've asked you to check? Tell me the total users. So if you remember the user data, you always get in the user acquisition report. Okay, now I gave you a hint is you need to change the primary dimension to source and medium. So this is your primary dimension, right? When I started with the lecture, I told you this is called as primary dimension. You need to change this to source and medium. So right now it is channel group. I've said to change this to source and medium. So if I choose source and medium over here, and we want this for Bing, so I can either directly search for Bing, and let's see. So Bing slash organic total user is 81. In the last 90 days. Okay, wait. I haven't changed the filter. It is still last 30 days. I could be wrong then. Okay, so you guys are correct. 1813. Okay, easy peasy. I mean, guys, okay, this was just basic questions that I've asked. I didn't made it very advanced because, yeah, I changed it. I realized I haven't changed the date range. Okay, I will show this to you again, Duana. But guys, okay, this were some basic questions. GA, see you because it's for the very first time. I can't overwhelm you with a lot of complication. But if even if you know this basic and you practice this, you keep on checking the numbers, you get better in GA. Okay. By the way, there's one more thing in GA, but I won't take it, which is your explore section. Here we create a lot of custom reports, but it is way too advanced for you guys. But probably in future, once you get comfortable with the reporting part, if you get ever time, please check this section. Today I won't be able to cover it because this needs, how should I say, you need to be very strong in Google Analytics to use this explore report. Okay, first you have to get comfortable with the report section, then only you can create this explore report. Basically these are custom reports that we create, but I won't delve into that. The code part, Ruana, you have to go to the admin section, and in admin, you have to go to data stream. So you go to whatever. Now this is because of merchandise website, so it will say shop.merch.google. But if it's your website name should be shown over there. And there you have to say view tag instruction, and here install manually. This is your code. But guys, this code is for the Google Merchandise Store website. When and again, you can't copy this code and put it on your website because this GA is of Google Merchandise Store website, right? You'll have to create your new account altogether. So here from like from the same ID, can you see you can create a new account, right? So create a new account for yourself in under GA. You can create from here as well. See, you have an option to create an account. So if I want, I can create an account from here. Let get this recorded so you guys can do this in future, right? So if I'm doing this for my website, let's say I have a dummy website with the name like this. So I'll just write your basically your account name should be your business name, okay? Then here you have to say next, okay? Your property name should also be your business name. I'm creating a dummy G account from scratch. Here whatever in whichever location your business is, please put that. Currency should be again as per the area. So for me it would be rupee, and I'll say next. Here you have to choose what industry your business is into. So this one is my dad's business name, so I'll just write I don't know, business and industrial. Then it's a small company, so I'll say small. Here why do it's asking me why do I need to create a G account, so I'll just say um, there's another business objective altogether. I'll say create. Here again I'll choose India, not US, because I am residing in India. I'll accept all the terms and policy by Google, which is this, and I'll say I accept. Okay. Now here, this is where you link your website. So can you see there's an option of web? So you have to link your website over here. Can you see you have to put your website URL and then it will give you the specific code for your website. So that's how you create a Google Analytics account from scratch. Now you just have to give your website URL, and if you go next, it will give you that code. Now, MailChimp is the email marketing tool, guys. Ideally, we have a free version of the tool, but in free version, again, all this tool, guys, in free version, you can't do a lot of work. You will be able to do only some basic work, okay? If you have the pro version of this tool, you can do a lot of automation. You can create a lot of workflows as well, okay? I'll just give you a quick walkthrough of the tool. Now, this is how your MailChimp account looks like. Okay. Basically, you just have to log in through your email ID or create an account through your email ID. Okay. Now, in MailChimp, guys, the most important part that many people do is the automation part. Can you see there's an option of automation? I won't be able to show you the automation part because you need a premium version of MailChimp for that for now. But see this. Okay, it will. Now what do I mean by automation? Okay, when I say automation, guys, imagine today I'll send all of you a welcome email. Based on how do you guys respond, I will shoot other emails as well to you guys, right? But I won't do that manually. I'll create a workflow right now. I'll take 2 hours. I'll create all the workflow that the people who respond to my email send them this email in next 24 hours. The people who don't respond to my email take a follow up in next 2 days, right? So I'll create all that workflow, and automatically those email will be shooted to you guys based on how do you respond to my email. That is what we call as automation in email marketing. That back in the days we have to wait 2 days manually. I'll write an email, I'll send. No, now I don't have to do that. I just have to create a workflow and I have to keep my template ready, that based on what response user give, that template needs to be shooted to that person in as per the duration that I have thought of. Okay, so that makes your that makes your job easier because you just have to sit in a stretch for 2 hours or something, create that automation, create those templates and send it across. You are just automating it, like those email will be shooted to people based on how do they respond. You just have to keep a template and your workflow ready. Okay. Now again, there are a lot of templates over here, but if I just have to show you a dummy one, not that we'll be able to create it, but I'll just write this. So they're asking you for what kind of email you want to create this. Let's say I want to do this for a sign up email. Can you see this? This is like what a workflow looks like, okay? And you put a lot of conditions to it. Now the problem is in the free version, I can't create the entire workflow. But see this, it will ask me to create some different steps, add action. Do you want to send them an email or SMS, or what exactly you want me to do? So this is a part of the entire workflow for which you need the premium version of MailChimp. What majorly will understand is what exactly is a web, what are the process whenever you create a website. So we'll understand what is a hosting, what is your domain, what are different platforms through which one can buy a domain and hosting, right? We will see. I think I will get some time. So we have three platforms that I have to show you when it comes to website creation. One is Wix, second one is Shopify, and the third one is WordPress. Okay, right. So the basic of website creation is, guys, we all know in nowadays world, every brand, every business needs a website, right? We all know this. And whenever you create a website, there are few things that you need to check, or there are few things that you have to do before creating a website. One is one is you have to choose your domain name. Second one is you have to find out your hosting. Okay, then third one is how your website should look like, the design and the theme part. And the later part, if you want to create some customization on your website, then you'll have to do some customized coding, use some templates and all of that. Okay, let's start with we'll start with the basic part, which is domain, concept of hosting and domain. Okay, you have seen domain, like www.amazon.com is a domain. Okay, now how do we define domain and hosting, guys? Starting with domain name, it is more of like an address of your website, right? So if I own a business and you would tell me that, Jigisha, I want to check your business, right? I'll give you my domain name, because that is an address of my website where you can go, type in the browser and find out, check my website. So domain name is nothing but the online address of your website. Okay, hosting is where you store all the database that is there on your website. So on your website you'll have a lot of database, right? Pictures, text, videos, all of that, right? That detail gets space get hosting, imagine hosting as a storing space. Okay, so in hosting, the process is that you have to store and make your website accessible on the internet. Now try to understand in hosting as well, guys. There are different kind of hosting. You can buy a shared hosting, you can buy a premium hosting. Depends on what kind of website you have. Let's say if you're a brand like Amazon, you should have a hosting space, like a specific, a private hosting space where no so what is a shared hosting space and what is like a private hosting space? In shared hosting space, let's say we all will share our like there's a common folder where all our details would be saved, right? Now you can do that if your website is not that heavily created, like it's a service website where barely people check that page, right? You don't need that kind of storage. But if you're an e-commerce website, you have to buy like a proper premium hosting space, because you have so many products, you have so many details. You can't share that hosting space with some another brand, right? So depend on what kind of website you have to choose your hosting as well. Now there are many platforms through which you can buy your domain and hosting. um some of the popular one is Hostinger, GoDaddy, right? I mean, these are two that I tend to use a lot of time, but there are many other platform as well. Okay, does it create a difference if you buy it from GoDaddy or Hostinger or any other third party tool? There will be, like, how should I say, in hosting space you might see some difference of price here and there, but again it doesn't create a big impact. Obviously, if it's a new platform, they'll give you some coupon code offer and the price might get reduced. But let's say all of them are existing in the market, and would if you ask me that which one is better, always choose a platform based on the way they give you after service. So let's say you buy a domain and hosting from Hostinger. Probably pricing is still okay, but the after service, let's say you're facing some problem, how good is the after service of such kind of platform? And based on that, you choose a domain and hosting platform. Okay, my favorite has been Hostinger for a while. I use GoDaddy as well, but again both of them I use because they have a really good customer support service. In initial times I used to get stuck a lot with connecting my domain to my hosting. So that time what I used to do, I used to message the Hostinger support and I used to message the GoDaddy support, and I used to ask them, you do the connection part for me, right? You connect my domain to my hosting. So in that way they help you a lot. Now we can just check, when I say, so you have Namecheap as well. Namecheap is also a good platform, guys. So popular one is Namecheap, Hostinger, and GoDaddy. Okay. Now let's say if I go to GoDaddy, guys, imagine I want to create a business which is about food. Okay, vegan food. Let's say I'm an e-commerce brand who sell products which you can use to create your vegan dish. Okay, let's say I'm just saying an hypothetical example. First thing you'll have to do is think what should your website sound like, right? So obviously the vegan word, whatever the theme of your brand is, it should also reflect in your domain name, right? So then you have to shortlist at least 4 to 5 domain name, and which one you like better you can go ahead with it. Try to make it short, it shouldn't be complicated that people are not able to remember it. Like your domain name should be short, sweet, simple, right? It shouldn't be a complicated one, right? So smaller the domain name, better that people would remember. Okay, so let's say this is what I want my store name to be, vegan store. Now, if the domain is already taken, you can't do much thing about it. Ignore that part. But then you get other option as well, right? Like now again, the extensions are different. And how do you get charged when you buy a domain name based on the extension that you take, right? So .co.in, the pricing is only 99 in a year, but for .live the pricing has increased. So based on different extension, the pricing change, right? If you could see the veganstore.com, again the pricing, ignore that. You, if it's already taken, don't get into it, right? There's .club, there's .fit, fitness. So based on the extensions that you have, your pricing would differ. Yes, so what Namecheap was trying to do, they were trying to show ads on the competitor keyword, and which is very normal. Guys, am I clear with domain name? So it's a simple process. You think what is your what your brand is. Let's say you have a brand, but you want to take it online. Take out 5 good names, take help of ChatGPT and all, and it can give you very good suggestion. But make it short, make it simple, and take an extension that people can remember. Okay, so take something like dot. If it's in India, if I don't get .com, the .com is the most popular one. But if you don't get .com, take .co.in. Right now there are people who are taking a lot of extension which has .ai after it, because AI is so popular now. Everyone wants a website which ends with .ai, right? So again, you can take the extension based on that as well. Now when it comes to the hosting, um I mean, let me show you the hosting part as well. So here you go. Even in GoDaddy, you can go and buy your hosting, but the plan varies a lot. Like, can you see per month? So the starter pack is only for 89 rupee per month, but the economy one is 219. The dealers one is much more expensive. Why is that so? Because it depends. Like, see, if you buy a starter pack, you can. Let's say you are a brand who has multiple website. Okay, you can't host all the website in starter pack because the limit is only one website. But you want to host multiple website on in one hosting space, you buy the premium one. Okay, let's say you and your friend want to uh, you have two website and you want to host it. You both of you can buy a hosting ultimate plan where both of you are sharing it, because you have a limit of 25 website, right? Again, the storage also changed. This has 75 GB storage, this has 50, 25. So can you see, based on the storage and the number of website that you can host, the pricing of hosting would differ. But if you are a big brand, guys, you have to buy a hosting which has a good storage, right? If you are a brand whose website is very heavy, lot of product, you need to buy hosting which has good storage space for you. But if you are a website or a brand who just have one page website, a service kind of a brand, right, where people hardly go, they just go to a website to check your products idea, you can take a starter pack as well, right? Because it's not that heavy loaded website. So like for Amazon, they'll need a hosting which has a good storage. But for people, let's say for me, uh, uh, who has a service website, I can start with a starter pack as well. So hosting is nothing but where you store your website data. Imagine it's a storage space for your website data. On your website you have so many pictures, so many text, so many templates, all of that, right? Where does it get stored? It gets stored in your hosting space. So if your website is very heavy but the hosting space doesn't have hardly have some storage, it will affect the loading of your website. So there are times if you see your website is taking a lot of time to load, could be because there's a lot of data on your website but the hosting space is not sufficient for your brand, right? They'll buy a premium hosting space, like which is only for them, which a very good storage. Again, storage, good storage depends on how many, like this is something that the web developer choose. Ideally it is not our job, okay? So the one who has created Amazon website, they for sure has chosen a hosting space with a very humongous storage for them, and they are not sharing it with anyone, because obviously if they share it with anyone and if their website get corrupted, there's a good chance if that will impact your website as well. So all this big brand, their hosting spaces is it has like humongous storage, and plus they don't share it with any other brand or any other website as well. If you are creating a free website on WordPress, then you don't have to buy the hosting space. So on WordPress, you can create a free website as well. For that, you don't have to do. And we will be creating a free website only on WordPress. I don't want you to go and buy a domain and a hosting and do some transaction. This is just for your information perspective. But okay, I'll show you what a free WordPress website looks like. See this. So if you are buying a free website, if you are creating a free website on WordPress, the extension would look like this: wordpress.com. This is the entire extension. It won't look .com, because this person, she has not bought any domain or hosting, and she has created the website for free on WordPress. It says wordpress.com. This is the difference between a free website and a paid domain and with an hosting website, right? If you see a normal website, it will say just .com, right? GoDaddy.com. But here the extension says wordpress.com. So because WordPress is allowing you to create in free, in your domain name they'll add their name as well. Hence they are just allowing you as like a free dummy thing to create. And again, in a free website creation part, guys, there are a lot of things that you can't do, which you can do when you buy a proper domain and hosting. I have already spoke about this. There are a lot of hosting and domain service provider. Most popular, you have GoDaddy, Namecheap, Hostinger, HostGator, Bluehost, whichever you guys want. To be very honest, I mean, I choose this platform based on their after service. So my experience has been really good with Hostinger. Namecheap also I've tried once, and GoDaddy. I haven't bought domain and hosting from HostGator and Bluehost, but again it's up to you. Okay, now there are different kind of website creation platform. Okay, now how does this platform makes your job easier? Basically, you don't have to do a coding. Let's say you are a non-coder who also want to create a website. You will use all this platform. Let's say, okay, whenever you want to create an e-commerce website, you have to create it on Shopify or Wix. If you want to create a service kind of a page, you do it on WordPress. Okay, that's what they are made for. If you want to do it without coding, like if you don't want to create a coded website and you want to use a platform, these are the platform to go to. Okay, and you as a non coder can also create a website with the help of this platform. Okay, so it is very feasible to create a website on such kind of platform, because they have different features. Shopify and Wix features is specifically created for e-commerce, whereas WordPress features are are specifically created for a portfolio or a service based page. Okay, now guys, I'm just like, if you want, you can choose whatever, like where you would want to sell. So you can choose as per your choice, guys. Like you want to sell it on an online store, so you'll say that is this shop for a newer existing brand, I can say like an existing business. Again, it's up to you whatever you would want to choose. Do you currently sell on other platform? uh, I'll say just others, and I can say next. I don't have to give ideally all this detail to Shopify. Okay, do you want to use your current website as a starting point? I'll say no, because I don't have a website. I want to create a dummy page on Shopify. What do you plan to sell? Let's say I want to sell some product. Okay, and right, this is how your Shopify account would look like. Okay, guys, I just want to show you how the platform look like, and we are creating it for free. Obviously, in free there will be few features that we can't use, but at least I just wanted to give you a gist of the platform. Okay, now, here, okay, so I don't either. You can give your domain if you have a domain, but if you don't have a domain, what we'll do? we will start creating our online store. Okay, so for your store they are asking you to choose your theme. Okay, theme as in like how you want the store to look like. Okay, so there are a lot of free themes if you could see, and there are a lot of paid theme as well, but we I can choose any of the free theme that I really liked. So let's say I really like accessories in general, so I'll say this one. As this is something, this is one of the theme that I really liked. Okay, now basically, see, it is like an edit kind of a template. Okay, you don't have to do much. Okay, now let me make it easier for you guys. Okay, so you can just see if you like the theme or not. See how does it look in your mobile, how does it look if it's expanded. If you really like the theme, you can use this theme to create your website. Okay, so I think I'm okay with the theme. So I'll say try theme. Okay. Like I like the theme, so I'll say try theme. Basically, I'm saying this is how my website should look like. But obviously, within that, I'll change the title, I'll change the picture and everything. Again, Shopify is also like your drag and drop tool. Okay. So let this load. And once this load, we can customize it. So it will take you to the backend. Wait, I want the other one. So. Mhm. Let me. It is taking some time to load this again. It has not loaded entirely, hence it is not reflecting over here. Like this theme is not getting loaded. But I'll just show you how exactly you try to edit any template. Okay, for example, starting with this. Let's say you don't want this header, you want some another picture, guys. You can do that. You can just delete. Can you see there's an option of image, and you can choose any image that you want. Okay, so here you have to say select. Okay, either you can upload from your gallery, or uh, I don't have anything in my gallery, but let's say bag banner. Okay, I'm just trying to give you a random example. I'll just save this in my download section. It's a drag and drop tool, guys. I mean, it nothing complicated. And it's a download, and I want to use this. Done. Can you see this? Now, obviously, I haven't uploaded a good picture because it is getting blurred. But I hope you understood how does it work. Now, I don't. I want to change this. I don't want to keep this text, so I can change it like whatever I want to write. Um, So I want to write tote bag. Right? I hope you're understanding what I'm trying to say. How does this work? Like you just have to edit everything, what picture you want. It is like your the one thing, the way we saw things on your Mailchimp, the same thing you can do on your Shopify as well. Now again, it's the same thing. I won't show you all the editing part, but guys, I mean, right, if again instead of my store you want to add your logo, you can do that as well. Here you can put your logo. Okay, so this is your logo section. If you have a logo, please upload one. Okay, I don't have a logo right now, so I'll keep it the way it is. This is your menu section. Menu section is like if people want to go from one page to another page, like how you want the menu to look like. Okay, you want to change the color scheme, right? How if you want to edit this entire menu, you can do that as well. When I say edit the menu, if you want to add more pages, you can do that. Like for example, see this. I just have home, catalog, and contact page, but I want to create one more page which is about um bestseller, right? Let's say I'll just put any link for now, right? This one, correct? Now, if I want the seller, if not necessary, so see this. If I want this bestseller to be showcased under my catalog section, this is how it will look. Okay, see this. If I save this over here, and if I go back to this page, so we'll open the preview. And can you see? I can see bestseller under catalog because I added this as a menu, right? So it's up to you, like how you want in catalog. If you want to show 10 other pages, you can keep on creating over here. Does that make sense? What is a menu? One more thing that you guys should know is product type. Okay, now here, okay, whatever product you want to show on your website, it needs to be added over here first. Okay, so imagine under my home page, okay, I want to add multiple products. Okay, so what I would do, I will start creating over here. So I'll go back to my product. Okay, can you see there's an option of add product? So I'll show you a quick demo. How does it look like? Okay, let's say I'm doing this for bags, right? So I'll just copy something which is already there. Um mm, right, let's say I want this bag. Let's say this is one of the bag. Okay, I'll just download some detail from here, because I can't invent a new product altogether, right? So I'm just downloading things. I'll give the same name that they've given over here. So this is the title of my bag. I want to give a description. I'm just copy pasting, which is one of the product which is already there on one of the page. But I'm just showing you, if you do it, how you have to create it. Okay. So this is there. Now here I'll have to upload the picture of the bag. So done. Okay. Category. This is a clutch bag, so I can keep it. Now there are different kind of bags, right? So I'll call this as a clutch bag and I'll keep it the way it is. What is the price of this bag? 3596 INR. So 3596 INR. Okay. Now inventory wise, I'll have to say, if there's some variant in color, like this has automatically captured with when I uploaded the picture, so I don't have to change it ideally. Okay. And if I save this, okay, so the product has been created. Okay. Now again, if I go to my collection and if I go to my product, can you see one product would be showcased over here? Okay. Now on my site, I'll have to reload this. Can you see? Now it is showing sold off because I'll have to edit it. Wait. Okay. Bulk edit. So I'll say I have 10 and I say save again. Again, I go to my store and if I refresh it, now it shouldn't show sold out, right? I hope you understood how does this work. So you, whatever product you want to show on your page, you have to do it over here. Okay, so few section of Shopify one should know is the product section where you add all the product details. Okay, then as I mentioned, we have already selected the theme of my page and you are good to go to create your website. That's the only thing you need, because all the website thing editing would be done on the front end. The only thing that you have to do on the back end is keep on adding your product details over here, right? It's like a editing tool only, guys. I think only the different thing is here with the product, because product you can't edit it on the front end. On front end you can't show, like I can edit this picture and all, but I can't show you how many stocks are available, what is the pricing, 10 other things I can't show it on the front end, right? So on the back end I'll have to add the product details. I hope I'm clear. Now when you start running your like once you publish your website through Shopify, no guys, you can track everything, like how many people have bought. So here the option of purchase order, transfer, gift card, here you can manage the entire website altogether. You don't need anything else. This is your CRM. Here you will get all the details on how many people have bought your product, how many people have just put that product to return, and all of that. They also give you some option to do marketing and all, but don't get into that. Analytic is more of like how your website is performing in general. Shopify will give you an idea of that as well, right? Like here you'll get all the business related details. Now I can't see anything because obviously we haven't created any page or published any website from here. Make sense? How does the platform work? So it takes time to edit and all, but it's a very easy tool to work on. I'll just close all this tab because it's looking a bit chaotic. I'll go back to my, let's say, customize theme again. So admin is where you do all the back end work. I hope guys I'm clear. Okay. We'll go to Wix now. I mean, I don't think there's more explanation which is needed. It is like your Canva. You want to choose some theme, you want to choose some color, any style overlay, like any editing that you want to do, it's all available over here. Like, can you see from logo to color to typography, animation if you want, whatever you want, you can do it from here. These are like just sections that they have provided. Okay. Now we'll go with Wix. So this is how your backend looks like. Okay. One more thing on Wix is that um, you can do a lot of SEO on your page as well. Okay. So can you see there's an entire section of doing SEO? We'll just learn how to create a new website from scratch on Wix. Okay. So this is how the platform looks like. The most common feature over here is you create a new website. You use this particular section a lot to optimize your website from SEO perspective. And then again, if you want to see the analytics, the performance of your website, you want to market it, you can connect your Google ads, Meta ads, and all of that as well. Okay. We'll just learn how to create a new site. I have one site already created, as I said. See, this one is the so first thing they'll ask you, do you want to um set up with a chat, without chat? Always please choose without chat because they'll ask you a lot of question and it will be very annoying. Okay, what kind of website do you want to create? I'll say so. Now Wix is also, see, if you want to create a portfolio website or a service website, use WordPress and all. But if you want to create an e-commerce, again, Wix is known for e-commerce. So I can say I want to create an online store. What kind of store? Let me choose clothing this time, so I'll say online clothing store and I'll say continue. Okay. Now, what do you want your store to be called as? So, um, there's a brand called a Soul Store. I'll give the same name only for now. Okay. And I'll say stores, I'll call it. And I'll say continue. No, I'm just starting out. Again, they'll ask you some basic question. This is a physical product. You can skip it if you don't want to answer them however you want. Continue to dashboard. Again, it will look similar to your Shopify only, but still. Okay. Now, guys, if you have a domain and all, you can connect your website over here. Okay. Like if you have a domain name, if you don't have a domain name, ignore that. Okay. Not necessary you should have a domain name. You directly jump to designing your site if you don't have a domain name. Okay. So I'll say take a template, whatever template I would need. Just write it somewhere, optimizing the website for SEO, something on those line. Okay. So guys, I'll choose a free template. I can't use all the template. So the free one, which one should we take? You can take you can take anything. I mean, I just want to show you how does it look like. So I'll take this one. I would want to use this one. I close another tab for a while. Some page is getting loaded. And here we are. Okay. So now guys, same thing. Okay. Like I would just cancel this, but you have the same thing, right? These are your section. Now, if I want to, let's say, see this. Okay, if you want a section, like you want a welcome section or any kind of section on your page, you can add it over here. Can you see? So you can choose a template, whatever you would want. I want the about us section or grow section with me. I can choose that. Let's say I want to now I want to edit this, right? I want to edit this text. I'll say edit text and I'll write whatever I would want to write. So let's say I'll call this. hmm, right, again it's the same thing, guys. I mean, nothing, not like, if I want to change this background, same thing, I'll have to go select a background. I can take, there are some lot of templates over here. Okay, if I want something from the template, I can do that as well, or else I can upload my own picture. I mean, So same thing, you can upload your templates or you can use the templates that they already have, whichever you guys are comfortable with. Let me see. Now, why did it came it this way? Because the picture is very small in size, so we have to edit it and all. But I hope you are able to understand. Again, it is like your Shopify only. You just have to edit whatever is there in your front end. Okay, you can change everything from the color, every section. Okay, if you want some additional pages, you can do that as well. There's an option to create a different page altogether. Okay, you want to add some button, you can do that. Let's say I want to add a button like this, so I can do that. So you just have to select from like the predefined template. You want to create some new page, can you see this? I can create some new pages as well. I can create a menu over here as well, the way I told you. Okay, so I'll say I want a new page for my team. So I'll say I add this page. So again, it's like a drag and drop feature, nothing different altogether. Okay. Like now you can see this page is already here. I can add this under sub menu as well. Not necessary. I want it to be a main menu. So if I want under home page, I want to show my about us section, I have to drag it like bit under that. Okay. If I keep it in a normal way, this will show separately. But if I drag it under that, it will show when I hover around home, I'll see the about us section. Okay, so again, it's the same way you can do this. Again, for product as well, guys, you have an option to create the way you added products on Shopify, the same way you have to add your products on Wix as well. Now, overall, guys, we'll just uh, uh, do a quick comparison between Wix and Shopify.
And with that, we have reached the end of this session on digital marketing fundamentals. We started by understanding what digital marketing actually means and how it supports the complete customer journey. Then we explored some of the major branches, including content marketing, social media marketing, SEO, paid advertising, and email marketing. We also compared digital marketing with traditional marketing and understood why targeting, tracking, measurement, and optimization have become such an important advantages of digital channels. After that, we looked at audience targeting, customer behavior, and remarketing and understood why the same marketing message should not be shown to every customer. And finally, we brought everything together through digital marketing strategy and analytics, defining the goal, identifying the audience, choosing the right channels, measuring results, and continuously improving performance. So the key takeaway is very simple. Successful digital marketing isn't about being present everywhere. It is about reaching the right audience with the right message to the right channel at the right stage of their journey and using data to improve what happens the next. So if you have any doubt or queries, let us know in the comment section below and our team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next session.